Okay, welcome back to the Triple Crown Wargaming Studio, where today you join us once again for another instalment in our Deep Dive series. Now, the Deep Dives are a set of videos dedicated to the competitive analysis of every army book and supplement in Warhammer 8th edition. And leading you through today will be myself, James the Loremaster Lamin. But as you can see, I'm not alone. I am joined by my esteemed colleagues, Scott the Duke McHugh.
Hello.
And Max the Chieftain Hurley. Now, in today's video, we're going to be breaking down the Vampire Counts Army Book.
Fanfare included.
Fanfares are optional, obviously. So we're going to take a look at the Army's special rules, their specific law of magic, vampire powers, magic items, and then we'll analyse each of their special characters and unit choices. We'll do that through our competitive rating system. So if you're looking for the ultimate guide to a competitive Vampire Counts army, well, you've come to the right place.
You have.
So before we dive in, I'm going to break down the sections that this video will be set up in. So firstly, we're going to outline how the competitive rating system actually works. Now, if you've seen a deep dive before, you'll know, but it's always good for a refresher. Then we'll have a look at the army-wide special rules. Then we'll move on to take a look at all of the units and special characters through that competitive rating system. Following that, we'll analyse the Vampire Counts Vampire Powers, we'll do their magic items, and then we'll have a look at the lore of vampires itself. And to round off the video today, we'll then discuss 3 competitive army lists for you to try out at home. So guys, I think without further ado, we should get cracking.
Let's go.
So, we're going to begin with a brief explanation or recap, if you've seen a deep dive before, of how our competitive rating system works. So firstly, we're going to divide every unit in the Vampire Counts Army Book into its battlefield roles. Now, this creates a system that accurately represents how competitive a unit is at its job. Just because, you know, a unit of direwolves probably won't kill 100 models in a game of Warhammer, doesn't mean you shouldn't take direwolves. They're very good. They're just not meant to be a flanking unit.
I mean, they probably won't kill 100 models over a weekend of gaming, to be fair to them.
It'd be a bit of story itself, they did.
It really would. So, we have 6 battlefield roles that we divide the army book into. So we have battle line units. Now, these guys are the regiments that form the kind of fighting line of your army. So think of your blocks that win you combats in Warhammer. We then have flanking units, which is possibly as it sounds, units that you like to get into the sides that deliver your real damage punch. Then we've got ranged units, again, another one that's pretty obvious to work out, they shoot things. You have chaff units, so these are those units that you use to hunt lone models or war machines or sacrifice for battlefield advantage. Then finally, on the sort of unit dividings, we have support units. These are those uniquely Warhammer units that buff or debuff things and maybe don't operate sort of in a standard
traditional
way.
sense.
Yeah. And then finally we have special characters, which I'm sure you guys can work out what's going to be in that section. Now, each of the battlefield roles is scored on 6 criteria, but the criteria for each one isn't quite the same. And that obviously helps to represent what it does on the table. Yeah. So what I'm going to do now is outline the 6 criteria that each of the battlefield roles will be scored on. Now, each criteria is worth 4 points maximum, so you'll score between 0 and 24. So the battle line units are scored on strength of attacks, number of attacks, special rules, command options, survivability, and their cost. Flanking units are scored on the strength of their attacks, their number of attacks, their special rules, their manoeuvrability, their survivability, and their cost. Ranged units are scored on the threat range that they have, the strength of their shots, their accuracy, their versatility, their survivability, and, well, their cost. Chaff units are scored on manoeuvrability, number of attacks, their special rules, the slot they come from, survivability, and, you guessed it, ladies and gentlemen, cost. Support units are scored on manoeuvrability, their special rules, their synergy, the risk that they take, their survivability, and, again, their cost. And finally, special character units are scored on their output, their special rules, their synergy, their risk, their survivability, and does anyone want to guess the last one?
Is it their cost?
It is their cost.
We've done this 6 times and it always surprises me.
Yeah. So a handy tip for everyone at home is if a unit is scoring kind of 18 plus, it's really competitive at its job, basically. Yeah. So with that outlined, as briefly as I can do it, we're going to move on to have a look at the Vampire Counts army-wide special rules. Right, so now we've established how we're going to rate the units in this book. It's time for us to start on special rules for the vampire counts. Now there are 5 army-wide special rules that we're going to be looking at today, although the last one's sort of an instructional video rather than special rule, I think.
How to.
How to, if you like. But it's in this section, so it must be covered. So first up, we have Undead. Very exciting title for a rule. So this rule applies to every unit in the army and has a few parts. So units with this rule are unbreakable. They're also unstable and they cause fear. Furthermore, these units cannot march unless they're within 12 inches of the general. Now there is another rule we're going to cover in a minute called Vampiric, and they ignore that part, but they keep the rest. Finally, they can never choose a charge reaction that isn't hold, basically. Mm-hmm. So you can't flee, you can't stand and shoot. Not that's going to be an issue in this book.
Throw your bones at them.
So it's a bit of a mixed bag. With Unbreakable and Fear, you've got a great situational special rule and a great consistent special rule. Yeah, it's fair to say. Yeah. Now, that would normally mean they got like a 3 on the rating system, but because of unstable,
it does pull it down.
It does pull it down. Yeah. So what we've done for the purpose of today's video is when you look at special rules for vampire counts on the rating system, Undead will be worth 2. Yeah. And then we'll just apply the other modifiers as and when they fit that are on that chart.
If they have any additional special rules, then
that's it, yeah.
Add or subtract.
That's the best way that we can do it.
Yeah.
So I've got some other notes because we have the cheat sheet for this reason. So the unstable has some issues basically for you that you need to be aware of if you're playing competitive vampire counts. And the big one is multiple units in the same combat.
Yeah.
You got like 3 or 4 regiments fighting one thing, you lose the combat by 4, and suddenly you're taking like a dozen models off.
Yeah.
Or more. Because every unit suffers wounds
equal to
what you lost combat by.
Even if that unit then did put in 12 wounds worth of work itself.
Yeah, it could put in a massive shift, but the zombies just got that Terrorgeist and those Hexros killed.
Yeah, it is a real risk for those sort of lone, like single model units, like Terrorgeist, like characters on their own. It really is a risk for that.
It's just something that you need to start managing into your play. Yeah, I think that's the crucial thing.
Yeah.
So
you want your static combat res, you're gonna have to play the risk a little bit with it.
Yeah, so I think this is where like pinning is quite a different tactic for vampire counts potentially, where you just pin something with say some zombies and just leave it. Yeah, you're like, that's cool. I don't want to get involved in that.
Yeah.
But this is where like your tougher regiments, like your Crypt Horrors, is why I think they're so strong in a vampire counts army, because they don't give away a lot of combat resolution. Yeah. So they will dish out lots of attacks, don't give much away, so you can be more confident about putting like a Vargulf maybe, or like a Terrorgeist or something like that in the combat with them. Yeah. So it's just a really important thing to be aware of with this army. But I mean, overall, I've got here a few other. I'm just going to check them because we sort of wax off a little bit, and then I have to find where I am in the page. So I've got here the only other thing that's a bit of a pain is things like the lack of an ability to flee with certain regiments. Yeah. Now there aren't many that you'd want to do it with, but Hexwraiths always stand out as a regiment that you think I'd love to be able to flee with these guys occasionally. So what
Direwolves as well, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. What you want to do with Hexwraiths is not get them charged.
Yeah.
There you go. You heard it here first. Radical.
But great way to get around not being able to flee. Don't get charged.
Maneuverability is a key part in vampire play.
Yeah. And to be fair, they are a surprisingly manoeuvrable army for an army that can't march unless they're in 12 in general. But they do really get around the table. I think the crucial thing with that as well, as we're on this, is to remember that it's when they move. So if they're 14 away from the general and the general moves into 12, they can then go off a march. Yeah. So you do need as well to think about the order that you move your regiments in to maximise your march bubble.
It's also worth mentioning, it's not that if they're within range of the general's inspiring presence. So if he's on a large target, that doesn't get increased to 18. It's a fixed 12, which is a shame.
Yeah,
I mean, I can see why.
Yeah, I don't...
But
it's a funny one. I know people get like really upset about it, and they're like, "Oh, well, it just like cuts manoeuvrability." I'm like, I never really find it being that much of an issue because you just build it into your play. Yeah. So I've got here overall, Undead is a really good rule in my opinion. It's consistent. That's the crucial thing. Yeah. You know you're never going to run. You know you're going to take additional wounds. You know you can't flee. You know you got to stay within 12 of your general. These are guaranteed. Now some of them aren't good, but they're guaranteed. The crucial thing is that's how you build a competitive battle plan. because you know they're not going to run. You know, like terror calls in unit charges your chaff. It runs out of the way and then they redirect into the flank of your big unit stuck in a wood. Yeah, this is just an example that I could cite from a recent game on the channel. But again, you know, they don't do that when they're unbreakable.
No.
They just stand there and go, oh, okay.
And they cause fear, all of them cause fear as well, which means they're not susceptible to fear.
Well, again, unbreakable don't care.
Yeah, very true.
So, but again, you know, these are the consistencies you build into your army. They can be weaknesses, but a good general makes them strengths.
Yeah.
Because you know what you're getting. So, I think that's covered undead, really. The next one, we have the Generals of the Undeath. So I'm going to ask Max, as he's got the book, to read this out, because it is about a quarter of a page.
It's a chunky rule. So the first bit is, Generals of Undeath, every Vampire Council army is animated drilled onwards by the sorcerer of its general. Your army's general must be a wizard. If he's able to choose a law, he must use the law of vampires. So your general has to be on the law of vampires.
Yep.
Straight off the bat. And then it goes, that's the main bit, and then it goes on, then the main chunk of it is, if the general is slain. So if the general of a Vampire Count's army is destroyed, the magical animus binding its armies together begins to dissipate. At the end of the phase in which the general is removed as a casualty, and at the start of every friendly turn thereafter, all friendly undead units on the battlefield must take a leadership test. If the test is failed, the unit immediately suffers a number of wounds equal to the amount by which it failed the leadership test, with no saves of any kind allowed. These wounds are distributed as if from a shooting attack. But then if at the start of your turns, following the death of the general, there is one more friendly wizard on the table who knows spells from the law of vampires, no units in the army need to take his leadership test. The wizard's powers are sufficient to sustain the undead for now.
So he basically takes over.
Yes.
Doesn't become the general, it's worth pointing out. So if your general dies, you can't march ever again.
No.
Sorry about that. But but
he stops you from crumbling.
Yeah, you do stop dying. And there's also some stuff that I like to point out at this point is it doesn't have to be your highest wizard level either.
Just has to be
a wizard. The standard rules for your general, which is the highest leadership in your army, and they have to be a wizard.
Yeah.
And you know, they need to be on law of vampires as a result. Which, as we will find out later, is not the end of the world.
It's not terrible.
No.
So not as bad as say Tomb Kings, which I know we haven't done the deep dive for, but not as maybe as bad. In terms of the fact that they can't, once they're Hierophants kaput, they are kaputted. They're taking tests every turn. But
it's a bit more because vampires generally, their units have a generally low leadership.
They do, yeah.
One round of crumble can be crippling.
Yeah.
But again, I think this just informs build. You need to have a second caster on the Law of Vampires. You need to do it. It's a must-have because you don't need to get killed by a cheeky, Law of Death sniper spell
or a miscast falling down a hole.
The Scott McHugh special.
Why do you think I've not used my Vampire Counts on the channel?
No, you haven't.
Terrified. He's absolutely terrified.
So I've got a few things here that I'm going to touch on. It's a real thematic special rule.
Yeah.
But overall, it's actually not that good. Losing your general is often a real nightmare. Even worse, you can't march, and you take wounds based on leadership tests with your incredibly poor leadership across your army.
But probably averages out about 6 across the army across the sort of units.
I think it's 5.
5, 6.
Probably, yeah, it's
not good.
It's not good. But then I've got at least you stop taking the leadership test if you have a second Law of Vampires.
Yeah.
So
get your level 1 necromancers in there
as a minimum. And we're going to move on. We're going to have a look at Vampire Counts Battle Standard Bearers. So they've got their own section for this here. So they're exactly the same as a regular Battle Standard Bearer. They allow you to reroll leadership tests within 12. They add 1 to your combat resolution. It's very exciting. But in addition, units within 12 inches reduce the number of wounds they suffer from unstable or from the death of the general by 1. This is a really cool rule, and I actually really like a Battle Standard Bearer in a Vampire Counts army. I try not to leave home without one. It's just really helpful, and one of the things I've got here is it's effectively like a 2-point swing if you're losing combats, because you get a point of combat resolution to chip off how much you lose the combat by, and then you crumble 1 less.
Yeah.
If the
that's
BSB's in that combat, But it's good. I mean, you don't take a ton of leadership tests. It's worth pointing out.
No.
They're generally,
if you're forced to leadership tests, some say spells or effects,
test to
march, and stuff like that.
Generally, the only one you're going to take.
but it's good if your general dies because you can reroll them.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the other sort of big one you take is your unstable checks for when your general dies.
And if you fail, it's almost always worth just going again, unless you fail by 1 or 2 points.
And you're in it's a unit of 30 of skeletons or something.
So yeah, it's good. It's really good actually.
Yeah.
If I'm honest with you, it's a solid rule, and
you don't see them often because they say don't only take that many leadership tests, but when you do take it, it's pretty useful.
It's anything that just helps your army be more consistent, and knocking some off the crumble is massive.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, very good. Now next up we have Vampiric. So models with this rule do not suffer wounds as a result of the death of the general. Yay! And can always march unless they've joined a non-vampiric unit, regardless of their proximity to the general. Pretty good overall.
Yeah.
Not a bad rule. It's on some of the big beasties in the book, like your Vargulfs and your Vargeists.
Yep.
See selection of regiments to our right.
It's on your Blood Knights, which is very nice.
It is on your Blood Knights.
You don't want them to crumble out.
No, you do not. So
it's also on your vampires.
Yes, it is. Yeah. I will say here that it's worth pointing out that when we look at Invocation and Heck, which is the signature spell from the Lord of Vampires, which will be quite a while on in this video, you'll see about how you resurrect models, because that spell allows you to return lost wounds and models to the table. And vampiric units do get a lot less wounds back.
They do.
That's the only drawback, is that they are harder to kind of heal, but they, you know, your opponent also will probably have to do all of those wounds, because there's not really much that's going to take them away for them. No. It's not like a death of a general or something like that's going to do that. It's pretty consistent. It's solid. I actually think because of the reduction in wounds returned to vampiric units, this rule's got a lot of good internal balance.
Yeah.
And you're going to hear me talk about internal balance a lot in this video, guys. It's you know, here's a good thing, you can march, you don't suffer crumble. Here's a bad thing, you don't get wounds back as easily. That's, you know, a nicely balanced rule. It's almost like that makes for good games of Warhammer. So good, yeah, solid. I don't know if there's anything to add there.
Not really, no. Yeah, no. Just solid.
Yeah. And the final part of this section is going to be covering the resurrection of fallen warriors. As I alluded to a moment ago, or said specifically, you can get models back in a Vampire Count's army through magic and other abilities. So they have a how-to for this, for how this is done, and I'm going to ask Max for him to read that out for us.
I've had a how-to. I just imagine myself now in a chef's hat, just saying, here's how to whisk up some fallen warriors. Anyway, resurrecting fallen warriors. So some magic spells and items can resurrect fallen warriors in an undead unit by restoring a number of wounds worth of models to the unit. If the target consists of a single model, such as a lone character or corpse cart, then it can never exceed its starting wounds value. If the target is a unit of more than one model, then wounds regained in this way follow a strict order. First up, the unit champion is resurrected, if there was one, and then the musician. Standard bearers are never resurrected. I never knew that.
No,
that's news to me. If the bearer has been destroyed, the banner crumbles to dust. Resurrected command models displace rank and file models as required. Finally, any remaining wounds resurrect rank and file models. In the case of multiple wound models, all models in the unit must be fully healed before another can be resurrected.
You can't just do like 5 1-wound Cryptorers. That would be disgusting.
Resurrection models are added to the front rank until it reaches at least 5 models or 3 models in the case of monstrous infantry. Additional models can then be added to the front or rear rank. If the unit already has more than one rank, models can only be added to the rear rank. Raised models may never displace enemy units. If there is not enough room, any excess models are wasted. Similarly, if you do not have enough models of the appropriate type, place as many as you can, the rest are wasted. A unit cannot usually be taken beyond its starting size, though certain powers, spells and special rules may provide exceptions. Unless specifically stated otherwise, spells and magic items that restore lost wounds cannot heal characters or their mounts. If a character has joined a unit, only the unit will ever recover lost wounds.
Okay, so a bit to unpack, but I'm going to try and point out the things that I think are quite important about this. So you don't want to be getting too close sometimes to the back of your own regiments.
Yeah.
And certainly if you're watching this video with an eye on beating vampire counts, if you're beating them up in combat and their sort of unit is shrinking, see if you can get a unit fly over the top or some fast cav round behind. Stop them placing the resurrected models, and that they just can't have them.
Yeah, charge them in the rear if you can.
Yeah, that's a big issue for your vampire counts. So that's one thing that is really important about the raising of models. The second one that I want to cover is the resurrecting of a unit champion. This is top tier Warhammering right now. the amount of times that a bloodthirster, a really scary thing that's going to bash my head in, comes in and is like, I will kill you, and my unit champion's like, yeah, and then he kills him, and then in my turn I'm like, blip, 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 blip. My unit champion's like, yeah. So
Bloodthirster just getting a bit of deja vu.
yeah, kills him again.
Unit champion raises fist. I didn't hear the bell. Ready for round two.
I'm really disappointed that our laughing chorus wasn't at that point. But
I'm glad it wasn't.
resurrecting the champion is really strong in terms of those single model big threat things like demon princes, bloodthirsters, guys on dragons. The sort of thing that might actually eat a vampire.
That could somehow, kill a vampire.
Yeah.
Kill your general.
So it's well worth remembering that you can do that. As Max said, you can't resurrect standard bearers.
No.
It's also important that you remember that you can't do that. Although, to be honest, that would involve you having just a champion left in your regiment, or no. I mean, that's it, because the standard dies last otherwise. It's only if you've just got a champion. And why has he not been challenged and his head staved in? I don't understand why that's happened. You can't restore wounds to characters.
No.
And what was the other things on that?
Can't go beyond starting size.
Yeah, there are things we're going to cover that will change that complexion slightly.
Yeah, some rules do have that you can go beyond the starting size.
Quite a few, actually.
Yeah. And yada yada yada, and then you can go up to 5 models in the front rank, and then you can go beyond, or can you choose?
You can still go
wider.
wider.
You can still choose to go wider.
Yeah, so it's just a how-to. It really is just a clear explanation. What I really love about this is that it really does cover so many points that would be ambiguous and so many things that just need clarifying in a game of Warhammer. So this is not a controversial set of rules to work with.
Chef Vampire cannot just sprinkle zombies onto
and I'm going to say this a few times as well. You know, again, great rules writing. This book is full of really... There's a couple of instances that are a little bit need an FAQ, need a question.
Yeah.
But I mean, in general, Phil Kelly done a great job with this book in terms of the clarity of rules.
Yeah.
And that rounds off the Vampire Counts special rules section of this video.
It does.
And lets us get into the real meat of the video, and that is going to be with the blood-soaked units and special characters of the Vampire Counts. Rah. Right, so we're going to move on now to look at the units and special characters through our unique competitive rating system. Now, before we start, I'm going to address the fellbat in the room. No, not Max. But
I'll fly out that window.
But in fact, generic character profiles. So when putting together a system that kind of rates things competitively, it's really difficult to do that for generic character profiles. And the reason for that is just what you equip a vampire or a white king with really does define how good they are on the tabletop. So in this video, we just won't be doing it. That doesn't mean you can't get a rating for your competitive character, if you like, your own character rather. I said competitive character because one of the ways you can do it is to check out the competitive character series on the website. Now, we have lots of sort of competitive builds that all score very highly on the rating system. The other thing you could do is head over to triplecrownwargaming.com, to the Night of the Realm mustering ground, and check out the rating system page itself, and just put your own generic character build through the special character rating system. Gives you an idea of how your character loadout stacks up to some of the big bad boys in the Vampire Counts army book. The final thing you could do is drop us an email at the triplecrownguys@gmail.com and ask us to give you some pointers or some thoughts and feedback on your character build.
Yeah.
So there's lots of things you can do. We're not leaving your characters out in the cold. They're just not going to be featured because it just doesn't really work in the format of the video. Yeah. So with all that out of the way, we're going to begin by dividing the units in this army book up into their battlefield roles. And if a unit could do more than one battlefield role, you'll find it's in more than one section of this video, which is great because it gives you an idea of different ways you can use it. And again, fundamentally with the Vampire Counts book, it is, in my opinion, the best book in Warhammer for internal balance. It's not the most competitive book in the game, it's not the most broken book in the game, but so many units are so versatile, are so capable of doing a job on the tabletop, you know, so they will appear in a few categories because they're that good. You know, so so Vampire Counts players are really blessed with this army book. I have to say, I've played them for a few editions, and I actually think this is by a mile the best army book they've ever had. And they've had some really broken army books as well. I want to point out, but there was always stuff in the broken army books that you just thought was completely untakeable.
Yeah,
that really doesn't happen very often.
No,
in this
there's very little that you would look at and go, "Oh, I just never use that in a competitive game."
No, which is a joy for us as well because it means.
You can have so many different types of lists that you run competitively.
There's no like list A that's always being shown.
No, there really isn't, which is great. So, okay, after sort of waxing for a moment again, because we like this book, we're going to start with battle line units of the Vampire Counts, and there's quite a few. We've got zombies, we've got skeleton warriors, crypt ghouls, grave guard, black knights, crypt horrors, and spirit host. Okay, so we're going to begin with the zombies.
Zombumbles.
The brain-eating foot soldiers of Vampire Counts. I was trying to think of a good description of them then that wasn't extreme acts of violence.
Capable of extreme acts of violence.
They're not though, are they?
From the description.
I'll read the description here. What is it? Compelled by the dark magic of a vampire and necromancer and driven by the will of their master to commit acts of extreme violence.
Well, their extremely violent score is a 9 out of 24. So we get there with 1 for strength of attacks, 1 for number of attacks, 2 for special rules, 1 for command options, 1 for survivability, and 3 for cost. Now, I'm going to cover a few good points, particularly if you've not seen a deep dive before. This will be important. So you get nothing for survivability in a deep dive if your stats are kind of toughness 3 and a 5 up armor save or worse.
Yeah.
You get nada. That's a 0. It doesn't mean you're rubbish, it just means you're just as average as they are, and we rate survivability on better than average.
Yeah.
Now, for the Vampire Counts, every unit in the book scores a point of survivability for the ability to get wounds back during the game.
Yeah.
So this is saying that's in the survivability ratings, and because if your wizards are all dead, you have lost. Every unit does have the ability to get wounds back whilst the game's playing. So we have given at least 1 for survivability for everything, and that's where Zombies 1 comes from, because they're rubbish other than the fact they can get wounds back.
Yeah,
they have the toughest 3,
they are incredibly cheap.
Yes, which is why they get a 3 for cost, which is exploitably costed. So they're probably not undercosted.
No.
But they are definitely. There's a lot you can do with these guys to exploit their cost. So I've got a few more notes here. I've got Newly Dead, which is a special rule they have, so I'll get Max to read that one out for us.
So Newly Dead, zombie units can be increased beyond the starting size by spells and effects that add models to an existing unit. In addition, when a zombie units are successfully targeted by the invocation of Heck spell, see page 60, I don't know why I said that bit, they regain an extra d6 worth of wounds. So usually that would mean 2d6 plus wizard level.
Yeah.
Is there anything that already gives more d6 to zombies?
Can't give them more, but there's things you can do to let you reroll the d6s.
Okay. So I would say there was a way you could possibly get like 3d6 plus the wizard level.
No, not quite. But so they've got 2 for special rules, which obviously we said about undead. They would get an extra 1 for that, because that's a good special rule, but they also have a Always Strikes Last, which is a rubbish special rule. So they go back down to 2 because you get -1 for a special rule that actually makes a unit worse.
Yeah.
And Always Strikes Last definitely does do that.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, overall, look, the best thing about these guys is you get bucket loads of them for their points.
Yeah.
And they're never going to run away. So they will suffer a lot of wounds because they will lose combats a lot, but certainly on a narrow frontage with a really big unit, it takes ages for your opponent to get
when
through.
You start with sort of 40 of them or 50 of them even, it really doesn't matter if you crumble and lose a dozen. You're like, okay, I'll just get them back with sort of probably 2 spells.
Yeah.
Even 1 if you roll pretty well.
And all of the time holding you up. When we look at some of the other regiments in this book, we look at Calm Wraith regiments, we look at Terrorgeists, you're going to see there's a lot of merit to just holding stuff in place. So, there's not a lot else to say. 9 out of 24 is, pretty good for a core unit.
Pretty good for a zombie, to be
honest.
Yeah,
it's not bad.
Yeah. So I think we'll move on, guys. And we're going to move on to Skeleton Warriors, which is our next core unit on the list. And these guys come in with a competitive rating of 11 out of 24. So they get there with 1 for their strength of attacks, 1 for their number of attacks, 2 for their special rules, 3 for their command options, 2 for their survivability, and 2 for their cost. So I'll go to my notes quickly. So I'm assuming you're taking hand, weapon, and shield.
Yep.
on these guys. So that's where they get the second point on survivability, which is from the parry save. Now, if you were to take the spear instead, they would lose that point, but then they would probably get a point on special rules for having fighting extra ranks, which is another good special rule. So overall, the score's not going to really change. Excellent bunker unit. Is my next sort of bullet point, if you like. So I really like sticking a vampire in these, particularly my lord, to be honest, and just having a big lot of ablative wounds, and he's just massacring his way through.
Doing what vampires do best.
Or she's massacring her way through, often a she, to be honest. With my vampire army, I've got more female vampires than anything else. But yeah, I mean, there's not a lot to say about skeletons. They're not going to kill very much.
No. But they're solid.
Yeah, they are, pain in the bum to shift as well.
Yeah,
really.
You don't get as many back as you do zombies, but you do still get a lot back for the level 4 wizard.
Yeah, you do. 5 points a model, not expensive.
No.
Get plenty of models for your points.
Yeah, with command options as well.
Yeah, and crucially, one unit in your army can take a magic banner up to 25 points.
Yeah.
We love this. Really good. There's some really good banners that can squidge on there. Now, whilst it's not the gold standard of magic banner levels, I use Banner of Swiftness very often on my skeletons with vampiring, particularly if I'm only taking one unit of skeletons and I'm going to pack around some of the unit movement 5 and 6 and plus sort of movements around them. But I've used the Lichbone Pennant on them in the past. MR1.
Yeah.
It's not for them, obviously, it's for the vampire in the regiment, but good.
Yeah. Screaming Banner,
Screaming
25?
Banner's 25, that can go on them as well.
Yeah.
And we're going to look at the combinations with Screaming Banner later. That's a vampire count specific banner. So yeah, the only other thing I've got here is Master of the Dead. So one Necromancer or Master Necromancer in your army can take an upgrade for 20 points called Master of the Dead, and this allows you to raise skeleton regiments above starting size the same way you can with zombies.
Yeah.
So it's only D6 plus the wizard level, not 2D6, but they can go above the starting size. Now 5 points a model, an average on a level 4, if you've got a level 4 Necromancer, you're going to score like sort of 6 or 7 back. So he does that twice, you scored like an extra, 70, 80 points of models in your army list for nothing. And they don't confer any additional victory points. No. They're free, effectively. Yeah. So you paid 20 points. If you can raise more than 4 additional skeletons across the entire game,
you've got your point back.
You've got your points back. Yeah. And when we look at how Invocation of the Heck works, it bubbles on all units within range of the wizard. If you've got multiple units of skeletons with that upgrade, well, it's going to be really easy to get that off and to fill the ranks.
It also really, that Master of the Dead also really combines well with Raise Dead, which is another one of the vampire spells.
It really does, That's another excellent point. So, you're going to see so much inter-book synergy.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, Skeleton Warriors, I think they're a staple. I never leave home without at least a regiment.
No.
I think they're a staple choice and very, very good. From them, we're going to move on to our final core unit in this section, and it is the Crypt Ghouls. So these guys also get an 11 out of 24. And they get there with 1 for the strength of attacks, 2 for their number of attacks, 3 for their special rules, 1 for their command options, 2 for their survivability, and 2 for their cost. So I was really pleased with this, that they both got 11, the skeletons and the ghouls, because I've had this long running theory that they are basically, if you take equal points of both, they are pretty much shot for shot going to do as good as the other. Yeah, they're going to do the same as the other would do across the game. So I was really, obviously with no agenda, we go in and we put it through the rating system. So it was really cool that they came out of the same, because it kind of validated the way I felt about them. But let's talk about how we get some of those scores. So 3 for special rules obviously jumps out, particularly on a core unit in an undead army. As we discussed, they get 2 for being undead. And these guys have got poison attacks, which is a great consistent special rule. Bumps them up to 3 with multiple consistent special rules from the Unbreakable and the Undead. And to be honest, with 2 attacks a model, and poison,
attack as well.
And then when we start looking at the synergy with the spells you can start pumping in, that's great.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah. Makes monsters terrified of actually going into a unit of these guys.
They're also weapon skill 3.
Yep. Which doesn't sound good, but for undead.
Well, skeletons are 2 and zombies are 1.
Yeah.
But what it means is they're the same weapon skill as like Empire Infantry, as giant rats.
No, it's just like giant rats.
Clan rats, but like Saurus. These guys are the same special rule as weapon skill. As most other armies or regiments.
Yeah.
Which is great. Gives them a fighting chance there. It also means that they hit like weapon skill 5 stuff. On 4s. unlike the skeletons, which is really good because these guys are cheap enough. They're 10 points a model, so they feel expensive, but they're certainly not when you've got 2 attacks. They're toughness 4, poison, really good. You would chuck these into something like a big unit of these into something like White Lions, for example, one of the most elite, top quality units in the game, and be like, well, I hit you on a 4, I'm poisoned, I'm going to throw loads of dice at you, and if you kill all of me, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not that expensive, and I'm a core regiment.
You're likely to take down quite a few White Lions with you as well.
You will, you will.
Yeah, you probably will.
And that's not even the best sort of outing for them, really.
No, they like monsters. They like getting into the flank of monsters.
Oh, yeah, they love a bit of that.
Yeah. I killed a Gorgon once in a round of combat, because I flanked him.
The Gorgon was not on.
He was a Gorgoth, if you will.
He was Gorg off the table.
But they just give you a really different dynamic.
Yeah.
And you can do a sort of Strigoi is like the sort of ghoul vampire, if you like. You can do a ghoul-themed army that's really actually quite competitive. You know?
A lot of people do that as well. A lot of people do like the ghoul-themed armies.
I do. I think they're strong.
Yeah.
So yeah, another
like
great choice, and this is probably going to get real old real fast with another great choice, but it really is. They really are good.
Some more internal synergy for you there.
Yeah, and again, lovely internal balance because all 3 of those core units we just discussed are all very viable. And they have great synergy with spells again.
They do.
You know, Van Howell's Dance Macabre, which we'll discuss later, very gettable in your list, lots.
Yeah.
And
that was brilliant English, by the way.
It was fantastic English.
Together.
I'll do it for the fans. But you'll get it in your list more than once. Then there's quite a few ways to do that. And it allows you to reroll hit rolls with poisoned attacks.
It's also worth saying that, going back to the weapon skill 3 quickly, being the only core unit that's got the block unit that's got the weapon skill 3, if your enemy fails the fear check, they're the only unit that the enemy hits you on a 5.
Yeah.
Zombies and skeletons, they'll still hit on a 4.
That's a very good point.
So that's huge, for as well as that increased toughness, it's huge for helping them survive against those enemies that do fail the fear checks.
Yeah, and it's just worth, before we move on, pointing out that they can only take a Crypt Ghast, I think he's the champion.
Crypt Ghast.
No musician, no standard.
No musician, no standard, which is a bit of a pain. But I am often known to put a White King battle standard or White battle standard. If I'm going to take one, goes in them and effectively gives them a standard.
Yeah.
Right, we're going to move into the special slot now. And we're going to take a look at the first of the real big hitters in the book, and this is Graveguard. So these guys come in with a competitive rating of 17 out of 24.
Wow.
So they're just short of the magic 18 plus for super competitive, basically. Well, so I've got a few notes here. So they come in with 2 for the strength of their attacks, because they're strength 4. They have 1 for the number of attacks, 4 for their special rules, 4 for their command options, 4 for their survivability, and 2 for their cost.
Yeah.
So they are scoring some big 4s. Now I've got, so I'm going to just read my notes because they're quite amusing. Hello! So Unbreakable Element of Undead combined with Killing Blow makes for an incredible blocked synergy within that one unit, because you're going to have to kill them to the model or crumble them off that way. You know, you're going to have to fight them for some time, and they all have Killing Blow. That's scary stuff. For anything that's not monstrous, basically. Now you could go more aggressive with them. You could take great weapons instead. Now, if you do take great weapons, obviously the strength of their attacks goes from 2 to 6.
From
2 to 4, sorry, because they go from 4 to 6. So the rating for their strength of attacks goes from 2 to 4.
Because their strength goes from 4 to 6.
Thank you, Scott. That's why you guys
those
are
two bits
here.
there.
I did. But they do lose a couple of points on survivability.
Yes.
Because they lose their 4-up armor save and they lose their parry save. So that drops them back down. So the rating is flat.
Yeah.
The rating
itself hasn't changed. It just they get it in different areas.
And there might be a small argument to say, well, you know, should they go from 4 on special rules to 3? I don't think, because they've got ASL now, but I personally don't think it's a big deal for them.
No.
Because they've got such great internal synergy with the Killing Blow and they're sticking around for the whole game. So, I've got here, and mention how many wounds they restore is what I've got as a note for us to discuss about it. So these guys restore D6 plus wizard level for every time they're invocated with Invocation of the Heck. Every wizard in your army can take Invocation of the Heck if you want, because it's a signature spell. They're toughness 4. They come with heavy armour. They can have a shield for 4-up and a parry, or they can have a great weapon for 5-up. Straight, as we just discussed. They can get wounds back. They're toughness 4, but they're just good.
They're really, really good.
Initiative 3 as well, which is quite nice for a
Undead,
skeleton.
Yeah.
And the weapon skill 3, which again is an elite level weapon skill for a
It really
skeleton.
is. It really is.
And we'll discuss some magic items later that are going to buff them up even more. Graveguard are a good choice.
No, very good choice.
I think their big problem, and why you don't see them all the time, is they're just their opportunity cost. The special slot in a Vampire Count's army book, I cannot stress how good this slot is.
No.
It's highly contested.
To be honest, I can't stress how good... All of the slots are this good.
Yeah.
The difference with core is because you have to spend a certain amount of points on it, you can take all of it and sort of be there. But
and you regularly do, to be fair. You regularly take 100%. At least one of each.
But when you look at like the special slot, we're going to move on in a minute to Black Knights, we're going to look at Crypt Horrors, we've got Fargheists as well, we've got Spirit Hosts, we've got loads of stuff in this slot.
Yeah.
That are all really competitive and really vying for spaces. And I think because a really good unit of Graveguard is going to be probably in the 400 and 500 point margins as a minimum.
Yeah.
That's possibly the thing that means you don't see them quite as often. But make no mistake, they're a great choice for your
They're
army.
fantastic, yeah.
And particularly as you're going to get lots of them back.
There's a reason I've recently bought 60.
Yes, yeah. So sticking with big scores, we're going to take a look at Black Knights. Now, I know that Knights generally would feature in the flanking role, and we are going to discuss Black Knights there too, but there is a specific build for Vampire Counts that is very popular at competitive level, and it's known colloquially as the Black Knight bus, and that uses them as a battle line unit,
your
effectively.
Your main line unit.
And so we've put them in the battle line slot to represent the Black Knight bus variant of them, and they get a whopping 20 out of 24, guys.
Very good.
Big numbers.
Yeah,
so
very good.
Let's have a chat about how we get there. Well, they get 4 for their strength of attacks. They get 2 for their number of attacks. They get 4 for their special rules, 4 for their command options, 4 for their survivability, and 2 for their cost. Now, as ever, guys, with cavalry, remember that after they've made that initial charge, that score is going to drop by 2.
Yeah.
So they're going to become an 18 after that charge turn.
Still very good.
Only an 18.
Only an 18.
So I've assumed you've taken Barding and Lances on them to get the strength 6, because they are actually options, and to give them a 2+ armour save.
I don't think they're options that anyone doesn't take, though, to be fair.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair, but they are technically
I'm not even sure the kit comes without Lances.
Yeah, I think it does. Yeah, I think it does.
Oh, okay.
But it certainly has the option to leave the Barding off.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
So
I've used Bretonnian Knights as my
Black
so
Knights, you definitely can, because it's the same kit for the Hex Race, so you use the same horse.
Oh, yeah,
and you just don't have to.
Yeah.
I think I might be wrong on that. Actually, the legs might be attached to the Barding, but I think you can leave it off. I'm not sure.
Don't leave it off. Just
don't
pay
leave
for
it
Lances
off.
and Barding.
Pay for Lances and Barding.
You have 15 Black Knights at home, just build them, paying for yourself.
Just
you can find out.
Yeah, so again, they're 26 points.
With all the upgrades.
With all that. So there is an argument to say they are just on the cusp of exploitable for that 3 for cost, but I actually think they're correctly costed.
Yeah, I think they're a fair.
So they're a Graveguard on a horse, guys.
Yeah,
that's the way to look at them. So that's where they get that 4 for special rules, because again they've got the killing blow. They've also got more special rules. They've got spectral steeds. So as long as you don't join them with a model that doesn't have spectral steeds, they are treated as ethereal for the purposes of movement.
Yep.
So they can ignore dangerous terrain, and they ignore the barding penalty.
Yep.
Which helps their manoeuvrability.
Yeah.
Push up when we look at them in the flanking role in a little while, because it keeps their movement 8 in place. So I'm going to just check my notes. I think we've covered a lot of it. Again, they restore a really healthy amount of wounds. Yeah. Not infantry levels, but they get 1 plus the wizard level. So you can get 26 point knight. You get that off on your level 4. You get 5 back. You're getting 130 points of knights back.
You're just getting a whole rank back.
Yeah.
Guaranteed as well.
And they've got 2 up armour save and they're toughness 4. Like they weren't easy to kill in the first place, you know.
And your opponent looks and go, "Oh, guys, she's got a rank back."
So
always save your dice to spell invocation.
Yeah, well, but then do you want them to be re-rolling hits with Van Hals? Do you want them to be re-rolling wounds with Hellish Vigor and Killing Blow? Yeah. Ooh, that's they're a great unit, and I think you can see immediately why they are. They can also take a 50-point magic standard, which is excellent. And we'll discuss when we get to lists the Black Knight bust in a little more detail, but basically you're going to stuff this regiment full of vampires and they are going to ride cackling at the enemy and do lots of damage.
Ride for ruin.
If you will. Other fantasy franchises are available.
Not as good, but they are.
So sticking with the special slot theme, we're going to move on to Crypt Horrors. And these guys come in with another staggering rating. They get 18 out of 24.
Yeah.
So we get there with 2 for their strength of attacks, 4 for their number of attacks, 3 for their special rules, 1 for their command options, that's their big drawback,
Yeah.
4 for survivability, and 4 for cost. So they just bring so much to the table for your army. My moustache is making my face itch. Just as a side point. So their toughness 5.
Mm-hmm.
They're monstrous infantry, so they can't be stomped on. They give a stomp out themselves. They've got regeneration 5+.
And these guys are a pig to get rid of.
Yeah, they really are. And they have poisoned attacks.
Yeah.
And 3 each, plus the stomp to get their max points for number of attacks. They're
only strength 4, not strength sort of 5, but they're basically a big ghoul.
Also weapon skill 3. They retain that extra weapon skill point that we discussed, the importance of that earlier. And quite frankly, at 38 points, they are insanely priced, ladies and gentlemen.
There is no way that they should be any less than sort of 42.
I've put here they are at least 5 points undercosted, which would be 43. Yeah. I think that's probably where they belong. They're just really solid. Again, they get D6. They get 1 plus the wizard level back, so it's 5 wounds for every time you.
Your big level forecast.
If you level forecast invocation on them, but in addition, the attribute for the Law of Vampires, which we will discuss later in more depth, allows you to restore a wound to any model within 12 as well. They've got to be alive already. Yeah. They can't be sort of raised. But if you imagine you add, a Crypt Horror on 3 wounds and a Crypt Horror on 2 wounds, then with your 5 wounds, then you can pop the Law attribute on to max his wounds out. Pretty horrible, guys.
Yeah.
And they are something that the Vampire Counts army really lacks, which is a unit that's really tough in the corner.
That anvil unit.
Yeah, they've got plenty of units that they will bog you down with and tarp at you with, chuck 100 zombies at you, have that, mate, go large. But you will kill them in their droves.
Yeah.
These guys, you will not.
No, you really won't.
Again,
you struggle to kill them a lot of the time.
Yep, excellent against monsters as well.
Yeah, because of the poison.
Because of the poison attacks.
And the sheer number of attacks.
And because they can't be stomped on.
Yeah.
Strength 4 is a bit of a letdown, but with the poison it is.
Sorry, go on.
No, I was trying to think of the word. Go on.
No.
I was saying Strength 4, he's sort of given away by the poison attacks. It sort of helps by the poison attacks.
Yeah.
Well, offset, I think.
Oh, that's the word I'm looking for. Offset.
I'll be honest, guys. These are, in my opinion, one of the best units for killing Frostheart Phoenixes in combat in Warhammer. Now, if you've seen the High Elf Deep Dive, you'll know our feelings on Frostheart Phoenixes. They are a very competitive monster choice.
Yeah.
And because they can't be stomped on, because they're tough, and because they have all those poisoned attacks,
the -1 strength doesn't really matter as much.
Not massively. They're going to get their full save, but their save is only okay. They rely on not being wounded more than anything else, which the poison does for you. They're very good at that, and that's something that should never be sniffed at.
Yeah.
Because in competitive play, on the top tables, you will see lots of Frostheart Phoenixes.
Yeah, and you'll get up to a maximum of sort of 19 attacks on a Frostheart if you've got a champion in there as well.
You will.
That's a lot of attacks.
It's no slouch. That's 3 poisons on average every time you throw the dice. And if you start getting your Van Hals off and you're re-rolling dice, it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, these guys are a great regiment, and they're so cheap.
Yeah.
That you're not massively concerned. I think I've got 8 of my Zogas on there. And again, I normally take 7 because in Triple Crown we comp them at 8.
Yeah.
So I take 1 less. But that's like 260, 270 point regiment. It's absolutely insane.
Not a lot of points.
It's not backbreaking if they die either. And they don't. But it's not backbreaking if they do. So very competitive, really are strong, very good choice. And from there I'm going to drag us forward into the final battle line unit. Which is Spirit Host.
Yeah.
So these ones are from the Zenith down a little way, I'm afraid. These ones come in with 12 out of 24.
Still not bad, still respectable.
So we get 1 for their strength of attacks, 4 for their number of attacks, 2 for their special rules, no command options, so no points there, 3 for survivability, and 2 for cost. So I'm just going to take a moment to explain that with the survivability scores, when we constructed the rating system, we hadn't actually remembered that Ethereal was a thing.
Because it doesn't really affect that many units. It really only affects this book.
So we sort of decided that Ethereal would be counted as 2 for survivability, because if you're fighting, say, Empire, it's probably worth 4 because they're never going to die, because they don't have a lot of magical attacks sort of all over the army. But if you're fighting, say, demons, then it's basically a 0.
Yeah,
so
it's useless.
a way of combating that is to say, well, look, we'll give them a straight in the middle score of 2 out of 4 for being ethereal. They get an extra 1 because you can restore lost wounds to them. Now, again, like Vampiric, ethereal units do regain less wounds.
Yes.
But
they only regain 1, is it?
Yeah, it's 1 per
wound.
casting attempt. Yeah. But they are going to appear in the chaff section as well, and I've got here probably better in the chaff section.
Yeah.
But they're a good battle line unit. I remember seeing a guy at a GT years ago take a block of 8.
Yeah, you're getting through it.
And it was before sort of like, I mean, demons were still a dominant force, so it was like, well, it's a big choice.
Big risk for demons,
but
before
no.
Wood Elves.
Before Wood Elves,
sort of
it was before Wood Elves, and well, he did very well. He did very well, because like, what do you do about that? She's got 24 ethereal wounds. You know what I mean? Like, it's not easy to kill. So, and it throws lots of dice. They're not great stats. Weapon skill 3, strength 3.
Initiative 1, which I didn't realise. Well, I know the initiative never comes to effect, so I never see anyone attack them back.
Yeah, you can't attack them.
So
they don't see now.
So yeah, but I mean, certainly worth considering. I think 6. If you were going to do a battle line block, I think 6 is the right size. I don't think you've invested too many points at 6.
For if you come up against sort of demons or Wood Elves, or it really matters.
Oh, I see maxes. I want to see units of 10.
10 is the cap on
10
them,
is the cap on
They're
them.
one of those
1 to
rare
10.
units that's still got an upper cap. Most in 8th edition lost that. So that's the battle line units, ladies and gentlemen. That's the set. Now I've just got here, I think this shows vampire counts are in general a battle line army. When you're looking and seeing all those battle line units getting great ratings pretty consistently, it informs you of the type of army that they are, and they do like a block. They do like to fight on a frontage, guys. Certainly when they're supported in those regiments by some of the amazing character choices that they have. So from there, we are going to crumble our enemies' formations with Vampire Count's flanking units. So in this section, we'll see the return of Black Knights, but we'll also be introducing Vargheists, Hexwraiths, Blood Knights, Varghulfs, Calm Wraith units, Terrorgeists, and the Black Coach. Get sat comfortable, guys, because there's a lot of flanking units in the Vampire Counts army book. So we're going to begin with the Black Knights again. Now, in the flanking roll, they get a 19 out of 24. So 1 less than battle line.
They got 20, didn't they?
Yeah.
In battle line,
Yeah, so 1 less. So we get 4 for the strength of attacks still, 2 for the number of attacks, 4 for special rules, 3 for manoeuvrability, 4 for survivability, and again 2 for cost. So they sort of swap. The difference between flanking and battle line is you swap manoeuvrability for command options. Now, command options on the Black Knights is a 4 because they can take all of the. They've got all the command. They get a magic banner and it's a 50.1.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, manoeuvrability they only get a 3, so that's where the difference in their score comes in, and that's because they move 8. Because of the spectral steeds, and then they also ignore dangerous terrain because of the spectral steeds.
They'll count as ethereal.
And ignore the barding and all that. So, you know, that really helps them to push that score up. But what are we saying? Again, we'll assume you've took barding and lances because you know how to play Warhammer. And as with all cavalry, please remember that the score will drop by 2 after the first round when you've not charged. If you get charged, the score is going to be down by 2 immediately.
That I do think Black Knights are one of the few units of cavalry that don't mind too much necessarily getting charged because they've still got Killing Blow.
Yeah, I think it's even better when they're stuffed full of characters.
Yeah.
I think they're like, all right.
I have a full rank of 5 vampires, obviously.
3 plus vampires is good. So, not really a lot to say. They're a traditional cavalry unit in this role. The Banner of the Barrows, I think, is probably an auto-include on them in a flanking role.
Yeah.
And we'll discuss that in the magical items section. So I'll try to remember that I said that was an auto-include in the flanking role, because they're probably going to rely a little less on the characters being stuffed into the units. In this role, if you're going to stuff them full of characters, then you'll probably use them like a battle line unit. But still very good, guys. Black Knights are a very good choice.
They really are, yeah.
If Tim is watching, the famous Napoleonic wargamer, then he's always telling me how great he thinks they are, and I don't give him enough credit. Well, I'm giving them all the credit in the world in today's video.
Now you're going to put it on the tabletop. Put the credit on the tabletop.
That's it, yeah. So moving on from them, we're going to take a look at Vargeists. And it's another 18 out of 24 for these guys. So they get 3 for their strength of attacks, 4 for their number of attacks, 3 for special rules, 4 for manoeuvrability, 2 for survivability, and 2 for cost. So it's another fierce score from this special unit, and again, we just said how good the special slot is. Now, they are frenzied, these guys, and they are leadership 7, so there's an argument to say, well, that should dock their special rules down again. But I haven't done that, and the reason I haven't is because when you can fly, frenzy becomes a lot less of a problematic special rule to control. Because if you don't take the test of restraint because you just declare a charge on something you can see, it's also, you know, there's not a problem with that so much. Also, because they fly, you can choose to reform them because they're in a skirmish formation when you land them, so they don't have to actually see any enemies they don't want to charge. And so then you can get them into a really nice position to do that later. And certainly in the flanking role, it's not a negative because you want them to charge stuff. That's the whole point of having them. So, that's that really.
They pump out so many attacks.
They do.
It's insane.
Vampiric as well, so they're not going to crumble out.
No, they can always march.
They can always march, which
that's
is big.
huge.
So you're always moving 20 inches a turn.
Yeah.
Toughness 4 with no save is a bit of a downer.
It is.
They are susceptible to a lot of shooting.
Well, they're -1 to hit though.
Because they're
skirmish.
They are skirmish, yeah.
So that helps them.
Yeah, and when they get in, they are strength 5 with 4 attacks each.
The 4 attacks with a frenzy.
Yeah.
Plus
and a stomp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just.
I mean, you also want to take your Vargoyle.
Yeah.
Not your Gargoyle, your Vargoyle.
They just kill so much.
Yeah, they do.
You get them into the flank of sort of Empire infantry, and it is all tears before bedtime.
Yeah. I'll be honest, they're good. They're good. If you can get them in the flank of basically anything, they're pretty good because they're not taking a lot of hits back.
Even knights, even sort of Empire knights, or 1 up arms.
-2.
Yeah.
Lots of dice.
You're not going to get hit back much.
Weapon skill 4 as well.
Yeah.
Absolute privilege in a Vampire Council.
Initiative 4. So they're going, but that's above the
That's really good for undead.
Above average on a lot of armies, and then the initiative. So they're going before a lot of stuff. Yeah, they're just solid.
Really good, really big fan.
They're alright, and we were at the last Triple Crown GT a few weeks ago.
Yep.
And there was a player that had a regiment of 6, and I got to be honest, they munched a lot of face.
They did.
You know who you are, and and they were very good. They were very good.
Yeah, we watched, didn't we, the game against with the Vampires against Warriors of Chaos, and they just took an entire flank.
Yeah.
On their own.
They throw lots of dice, and again, we come back to the synergy with the magic spells.
Yeah.
The re-rolling hits, re-rolling wounds.
Yeah.
Very strong. And we haven't even discussed the fact that vampires can take Law of Death and Shadow as well, and they can start dropping toughness and all sorts of unpleasant things and weapon skill. So I think, as Max points out, 2 for survivability is probably their biggest problem. They're only toughness 4, and they're vampirics. They don't get quite as many wounds back as maybe you'd like. So that is something to watch out for, but they're reasonably costed. They throw loads of dice.
Yeah.
They're a must deal with for your opponent.
Absolutely, yeah. You can't just ignore them.
So very good, and we're going to move on now to one of the hardest units in all of Warhammer to rate and to categorise for us, and that is Hex Wraiths. Now, they're going to be in a couple of brackets because of this issue, if you like. But they come in as a flanking unit with 19 out of 24.
It's not bad.
Again, this book is so good. It's got so many good regiments.
I'm going to stop being shocked. I'm going to go, it's not 20 though, is it?
It's not, and we're not going to lofty too much more in the way of 20s. We are running out of the big ones. So they get there with 3 for their strength of attacks, 2 for their number of attacks, 4 for their special rules, 4 for their manoeuvrability, 3 for their survivability, and 3 for their cost. So I think they're very exploitable for their cost. So I've got here, I could talk about Hex Wraiths all day long. They are...
You love your
Hex Wraiths. I really
love your Hex Wraiths.
I do. So I've got here, I'm just going to do the highlight reel, ladies and gentlemen. So special rules. The greatest power of these guys is they just do not have to commit to do their work for you.
No.
So I'm going to get Max to read out, they've got a little litany of special rules. I'm going to get him to read them out for us.
They all give S as well. So... we have Soul Reapers first, so attacks by either Hex Wraiths and Hell Wraiths in close combat are magical and have the Flame and Attack special rule and allow no armor saves. That's just off the bat.
So good.
Off the bat is good. Soul Striders. Hexwraiths and Hellwraiths can move through unengaged units with a friendly or enemy during the remaining move subphase, but cannot end their movement within 1 inch of another unit. So they can just move through other stuff without even being with a 16-inch move.
Before you continue, I'm just going to also point out that their other special rules include fast cavalry.
Yeah, fast cavalry as well. So they can reform as much as they want.
They do the juice there. They're excellent.
And their final rule, which is probably their biggest one, is Spectral Hunters. So if a unit of Hexwraiths moves through one or more unengaged enemy units in the remaining move subphase, nominate one of those units. That unit immediately suffers a Strength 5 hit per Hexwraith or Hellwraith that has passed through it, distributed as shooting. These hits are magical, flaming, and ignore arm saves. So they basically just hit them in close combat. Other special rules for the unit, they have Ethereal, Terror, and Undead.
Yeah. I mean, again, Terror, such a good rule.
Yeah.
I don't know it.
Yeah, Terror's great, and the thing is, I mean, yeah, like I say, they are
good.
They are really good.
Unless you have the tools for this unit, you cannot deal with it.
You've got to get them with magical attacks.
Unless you fight Wood Elves.
Yeah.
Basically, or sort of lots of magic missiles.
As we've discussed before, I used to take loads. Now I just take like a smattering, like a unit or two in my list, so I don't invest too many points in case I draw Wood Elves.
You don't take a full cheese board. You just take a cheese platter.
No, I take like a selection.
Cut
some up, put it on a cracker. Take it with me. But they are good. They're not a 4 for cost because they are 30 points a model, guys.
Yeah, they're not cheap.
They don't have any armour.
Well,
6 up for being mounted. Yeah.
They rely heavily on Ethereal.
They rely on Ethereal, yeah. So Ethereal and the ability to regain some wounds is their 3 for survivability.
They also use another unit that's capped in unit size. They're capped at 10.
10, yeah, because they would just be insane if you could just take like 30 in one regiment. It'd just be stupid.
Just 30 strength 5 hits as it rides through your unit. Just
Now there are a couple of questions with these guys, which aren't covered in the book, and that is, can they reform inside enemy units, basically. Now, in the Triple Crown GT, and in fact, I don't think there's many GTs that I've seen that don't let you do it. You can reform inside enemy units, so you can always make sure you get those the full burn of all of the models in the regiment's attacks, which is very cool.
Yep.
The moving through friendlies is actually super useful as well, because it allows you to protect them by putting them behind your army and then committing them through things.
You won't be bogged down by your zombies being in the way.
Yeah. And you've got a lot of models on the table with vampires, so this ability is really helpful.
You can't charge through units, though, yours or your enemies.
No,
it's only when you're in the remaining moves phase, so you can't sort of charge them through your unit of zombies or into something behind the enemy's unit.
Just movement 8 as well, 16-inch move, you're flying on the ball. You're flying around the board at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you almost are, because you can move through units as well. And terrain as well. Yeah. Very strong.
No danger terrain tests.
No, and then there's this magic spell called Van Hal's Dance Macabre, which allows you to make an 8-inch move as if it was the remaining move subphase, and that's the crucial part.
Yeah. Because
it means they can burn through regiments again.
They can do Spectral Hunters twice.
If you've seen the battle report between Manfred and the Empire, the Elector Counts there, which was between myself and Tim on the channel, it's well worth checking out. I took 15 in that game, which was particularly unfair, and I don't think Tim really enjoyed himself. I'm sorry, Tim. But you see a lot of what is good about them in that game. They're a great unit, and that's why they're a 3 for cost, guys, because they are exploitable when you use the right spells and the right play movement on them.
Yeah, and fighting the right opponent as well,
yes,
which obviously you can't control.
Right, if you come against demons,
demons are not so scary, actually.
Because they don't have any magical shooting apart from like the skull cannon
and the flamers.
Which no one really takes.
I like flamers.
And they don't really have any magic missiles either.
No.
Unless they go like with
Zench.
sort of
Zench, basically.
So more be looking at leaning towards, like I said, Wood Elves.
Wood Elves very scary for them.
High
Elves quite scary for them.
Yeah.
Warriors could be if they take the right lore. Laura Slanesh or Laura Zinch, they could do some damage with that. Other units, dwarves, if they really want to put an organ gun in.
With the magical artillery, I would put an organ gun into them all day long. They're super difficult. So they're a very good choice, guys. Now, the idea with them in the flanking role as well is that in the late game you might want to commit them to combat in the side or the rear, and it's very, very easy to get side and rear charges with these guys because they just burn through an enemy unit and next turn they're like, I'll just charge you now. And they cause terror. So that's well worth considering, particularly in the late game, particularly if you've built your synergies around some of your vampire powers or perhaps Law of Death with the Doom of Darkness spell.
Yeah.
So
I cannot remember how many times I failed a terror test to these guys.
I love them.
Charging my flank or rear.
You're probably the reason I love them the most.
I'm glad I've increased that love.
But I'm going to move on because I will be here all day otherwise.
You would be.
So we're going to move on to the big rare boys themselves. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for us to have a look at the Blood Knights, which recently got some lovely plastic models.
They did, yeah.
They unfortunately get 15 out of 24. Now, normally that would be an excellent rating for any unit, but in this book at the moment, it appears that's a bit of an unfortunate rating.
Horrendous things.
So, how do we get there? Well, we get 4 for their strength of attacks, 4 for their number of attacks,
so many
1
attacks.
for their special rules, 1 for their manoeuvrability, 4 for their survivability, and 1 for their cost, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
And it is unfortunately those 3 ones that really do
drag them down,
hurt them badly. 15 is still very good. They still hit like a ton of bricks, and that really cannot be sniffed at. So I'm going to bounce my notes, and then if I get you guys to pour in as well. So I've got the Flag of Bloodkeep, which I've just written here. Is how they're going to make sure they always sort of maximise their survivability. So this gives them a 4+ ward save against ranged attacks. So that actually works against spells and shooting.
Yes.
Very good. And obviously if you put a character with, say, magic resistance in there, that would then buff that up even further against magic missiles and sort of wounds from spells. Very good. I want to point out that I did once see a guy make a very long and impassioned argument that all attacks have a range, and so you get it in combat as well. Because the range of combat attacks is base contact. It's like, it just says ranged attack. Everything has a range.
Amazing.
Hand weapon profile is range combat.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So it was basically what you were saying, but it's not. It's shooting and spells that you get this one against. So
amazing.
That is quite an expensive banner though. I believe
75.
that's 75.
Yeah.
So you are investing the points in these guys, and that is going to be.
Boy, are you?
That's going to be a big drawback for them, I'm afraid. Now, I've got here. Look, they're frenzied and they're leadership 7. They don't have fly, which we just discussed how that helps with that problem. This is a massive issue. This is why they get 1 for special rules, because they're undead still.
Yeah, are undead.
But you know, they're losing
because of the frenzy.
Because of the frenzy and stuff.
Vampiric.
Yeah,
nice.
so you can argue that that I've been a bit harsh on them. They could be a 2 and bump them up by 1. But I just think all of the rules in the world, like the Vampiric, is a really negative rule for them because you don't have a lot of models in the regiment. You need to get more back.
Yeah.
And getting 1 back when you only started with like 7 is not good. Again, the Martial Honour's lovely. They can all accept a challenge, but I don't think any of them can issue one.
Must always issue and accept challenge.
They must always.
Yeah. Martial Honour is unless a combat includes a friendly character with equal or higher leadership, a Castellan, which is the unit champ for Blood Knights, must always issue and accept challenges. If the unit has no Castellan, then a Blood Knight may be nominated to answer a challenge, just like a unit champion.
Okay, yeah.
Though he's not actually a character, so he can't issue the challenge.
Yeah, it's a
So
nothing rule really.
I just wouldn't take a unit champion at that point.
I probably wouldn't.
No.
Probably wouldn't.
The only difference with unit champion is that he gets an extra attack, but you're pumping out so many attacks anyway.
Yeah.
I don't think you bother with a Castellan.
I think he can take a magic weapon as well.
He can do for 25 points.
Yeah, which again is probably not worth doing because you just take his lance.
Take a lance. Yeah. They start at strength 5, so strength 7 with a lance.
So I've got a few more points here. I don't want to miss things. This is why I have the cheat sheet, guys. They are just desperately too expensive.
Yes.
They're 50 points a model. 50. 5-0.
Yes.
They are toughness 4. They've got a 2-up armour save. That's wonderful. But they're 1 wound, guys.
Yeah.
The 1 wound does affect. If they were like 2 wounds, I think you may see a lot more.
They are as easy to kill as a Black Knight, who are half their points.
Yeah.
Basically.
At this point, if you look at them, they're just a vampire. It's the vampire hero.
They are basically a vampire hero on a horse. Yeah.
Made with 1 less weapon skill, which doesn't make sense because they're a martial unit of knights.
Look, if they had 2 wounds, they'd be really competitive.
Yeah.
But their 1 wound is a massive issue for them. They are at least 10 points a model too expensive, as far as I'm concerned.
With their 1 wound,
50 points a model, way too much. So,
no comparison to like Empire Knights or Chaos Knights.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they deck everything. I've also got that
if
here.
you get them into something, they will kill basically whatever you put them into.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that I think they're the only strength 7 unit of cavalry in the game. When they charge as a unit of cavalry, they're strength 7 because they're strength 5 plus.
Unless you lure them.
Without like spells and things.
Without buffs, yeah.
You can get it on other stuff, but they come with it built in.
They come standard.
And you do not want to get charged by them.
No.
They are terrifying if you get charged by them. I think they're initiative 5 as well.
Initiative 5,
Yeah.
weapon skill 5.
They're very scary if you get hit by them. But a good general at the very top level of play will kite these guys around the table. You'll spend so much time making sure they get to the job.
Yeah.
And I'm just not sure that the payoff is worth it.
No.
They're still very scary. You're still probably not going to have a terrible army if you took some. Because the rest of the book is solid and everything's quite good.
And whatever they do get into, they will kill.
But being in a rare slot, the opportunity cost of these guys is huge.
Yeah.
The next 2 of the next 4 units are in that slot and they get absolutely amazing scores. And that's going to be a problem for them too. So...
Yeah.
But they're cool figures and we've all bought loads of them. So just so everyone knows, we've all got lots because they're super cool.
Well, Max doesn't. But...
Max doesn't.
No, I'm the only one here that doesn't play vampires, so... And I never will because I won't stoop to that level!
Buy vampires.
Next week.
Next week,
this month in Warhammer. So, Max has bought a vampire army.
Says a man who has demons and warriors of chaos, 2 of the best armies in Warhammer. Excellent. So,
maybe not my demons are purely Zinch demons.
Okay, yeah, maybe not. So, Vargulfs are next, guys. So we're sticking in the rare slot, and these are the sort of corrupted, sort of bestial vampires. They once were noble vampires, but they've given in to their hunger and corruption.
Primal urges.
Yeah, and they are 21 out of 24.
I'm not surprised. I really like these guys.
I was shocked
Really
actually, though. I was shocked.
Okay.
I thought they'd get a good score, but I didn't think they'd get
that score.
that score. Yeah.
Pushing it.
So they get 3 for their strength attacks because they are strength 5. They get 4 for their number of attacks because they have 4 attacks and they're 5 attacks. Sorry, and they're a monster with Thunderstorm. Excellent.
So if the rating system went higher, they would get more than 4.
Yeah. They get 4 for their special rules, which we'll just touch on. They have hatred.
So good.
At weapon skill 5, strength 5 with 5 attacks.
Yep.
Initiative 4, so they're not even slightly really. Very good. They cause terror, which again is excellent. They're on
Really good.
50mm base, guys. We've got one over here.
They are tiny monsters.
50mm base. They're not very big. They're really easy to hide.
They're really tiny monsters, which does make sense.
Yeah.
Which is awesome. They also have regeneration 4+.
That's bulk standard regeneration.
So good.
They're vampiric because they can always march,
Yeah.
and their movement 8.
Yeah.
They are not slow.
No. And despite the little wings on the actual model, they don't fly.
No, they don't. No, which is a shame.
Yeah.
And they don't have flanks or rears.
No, because they've got Bestial Fury, which is... I can't stress how good that is with undead.
Yeah.
Because you're unstable, each point of combat resolution is potentially wounds
Just
you lose.
another wound. Yeah.
And these are not easy to wound at toughness 5 with a 4+ regen. So, particularly if you get them in the flank of something. So again, them not having flanks and rears themselves makes it much harder for your opponent to stack easy combat resolution against them.
Yeah.
So, very good. They were actually a staple of the Vampire Count's army before the Terrorgeist.
Before the rise of the goose.
Yeah, the rise of the Terrorgeist really took them out of kind of
Favour.
circulation as much.
I still really do like them. Because I think you can fit one in with 2 Terrorgeists in
yes,
2,500
you
points.
can.
Comes to exactly 625, I think, doesn't it?
Yes.
175 points.
Yeah.
Model, yeah.
Yeah, so 625, you can get 2 gooses on one of them. So where do they fall a little bit short? Well, they get 2 from maneuverability, guys, because they move 8 and don't have any sort of movement special rules. They don't fly.
No.
Although they can't be kited particularly easy because they also don't have friends.
They don't have friends.
And they are only sort of 3 for strength attacks, not strength 6.
Yeah.
And their cost, we gave them a 2 for cost because they're about the right points.
Yeah.
175 points. If they had a 5th wound, they would be grotesquely undercosted. But they do only have 4 wounds, and that is a drawback for them.
It is, especially with undead.
Yeah, it is. So
Like with the crumble.
I've got 4 wounds is their biggest drawback, but they certainly aren't too expensive. You're probably not going to cry if they die.
No, not really.
Any monster sub 200 points. It's just I don't.
It's very, very scary, and with a 4+ regen.
Just look at the size of it.
Good.
I keep going for the size of it. It's small. It's a
so
monster.
Small. You can
I
hide
love
it
them.
so easily.
My Warriors of Chaos is the same size as this, and it still gets thunderstomped by this thing. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't even make sense.
You love to see it, ladies and gentlemen. So from Vargulfs, we're gonna have a little bit of an up and down period. It's not a far drop though, to be honest. We're gonna go to Khan Wraith units. Now these can be taken as heroes in the Vampire Count's Army book in 8th edition, but they also maintained their rare slot option, which is from the previous editions.
So it's a really nice, unique option for an army.
So these guys get 15 out of 24.
Okay.
It's not a bad score again, but it's just not the dizzying heights of some of the stuff we've just talked about. And this is a recurring theme. Nothing is really bad, just some stuff is better, and so that's what you see on the table a bit more often. But you can take these and again not have a bad army and not have a bad choice. And again, a bit like the Hex race, if you're fighting those armies that lack magical attacks, these guys are absolutely
phenomenal.
baller. So they have 3 for their strength of attacks, 3 for their number of attacks. They have 3 for their special rules, 1 for manoeuvrability, 3 for survivability, and 2 for cost. So that's how they get their 15. Now I've got a note here that says they can be a 16. Which is if you go for take a Tomb Banshee sort of champion. Yeah. It's like an upgrade for them. She acts like a unit champion. Then she gets the Ghostly Howl, and that's an additional special rule that she offers, which would really push them up to 4 because they get you in combat. They're ethereal, so they're hard to get out of combat with, and then she's Ghostly Howl in every turn as well. So that would push them up another point. Yeah. She's I used to take these a lot in the previous book. I
remember when 8th first came out and you was teaching me how to play 8th edition. You did used to take units of 5 Clan Race of Tomb Banshee.
Yeah,
and it caused me no amount of headaches with my early Warriors of Chaos.
They're pretty tough. So what's so good about them? Well, they're all ethereal.
Yep.
Which again we've sort of waxed lyrical about quite a bit in this video. They cause terror.
Yeah.
Which is very scary. And they have great weapons with 3 attacks each. Now they're only initiative 2, so to be honest,
the great weapon doesn't really matter.
Doesn't really hold them back a great deal. They're strength 5 then with 3 attacks each.
Yeah.
Now they can choose to exchange their attacks. This is something that was new for the 8th edition book. They can swap all of their attacks for 1 attack, which is called Chill Grasp. And you roll to hit with this attack. If it hits, it wounds automatically with no armor save.
So good.
So again, in the flanking roll, you get 4 of them or 5 of them into the flank of a unit of knights, particularly if you run them in like a little 3 by... Say you had 6 in a 3 by 2 block. Pop them in, that's 6 Chill Grasp attacks. Get the Van Hals, the reroll hits on them, you just take your knights off.
They're what weapons called 3?
They are, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm more looking at like steam tanks and stuff like that. Steam tanks, that is terrifying.
Yeah, they're so good at that.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Chill Grasp, and I use Calmwraith Heroes a lot.
Yeah. Are they exactly the same stats?
Heroes, exactly the same.
Oh, okay, so the unit's got 2 wounds as well per model.
Yes.
I'm gonna double check that.
Yeah, always
they do.
Yeah.
Wow, that's really good. Even a unit of 5 then, you've got 10 wounds that they've got to crumble out.
They lose the character option.
Yeah.
So you can't accept can't challenge her.
That's what the Tomb Banshee's for.
Now the Banshee does have 1 attack, and I believe she does function as a champion.
She does. So Tomb Banshees, you can exchange 1 Khan Wraith for a Tomb Banshee. Still doesn't have character though.
Oh, okay. So apologies. So she doesn't operate as a champion. You can just have 1 with the boys.
Yeah.
Now she has the Ghostly Howl rule. So she's not a fighter. She's only got 1 attack. She's only strength 3. But
she's a lover, not a fighter.
She does get this rule, which I'll get Max to read out for you guys.
Yeah. I was ready for that one. So she has Ghostly Howl, which is a special attack that can only be used that can be used against a single enemy unit in the shooting phase, even if the Tomb Banshee has marched, charged, or is engaged in close combat. This attack has a range of 8 inches and needs line of sight to its target. If the Tomb Banshee is engaged in combat, her Ghostly Howl can only target enemy in base contact. So she can do it every turn.
Yeah.
To resolve it, you roll 2d6 plus 2, which is her wound value.
It's not wounds.
It's not wounds her, but
it's just a flat 2.
I just like to remember it's her wounds value, but it's 2d6 flat plus flat 2. For each point in which they exceed the target unit's leadership, the target suffers a single wound with no arm saves allowed. Per point you exceed the leadership.
We're back to Steam Tank again.
You are back to Steam Tanks. Wounds from a Ghostly Howl are magical and are distributed as if from shooting.
So there's an FAQ point here that we're just going to touch on before we forget, which is that you can target units in combat that the Banshee's not in combat with, as long as she's not in combat with anyone. So if they sort of spookily spectre their way to the side of a unit that's fighting a block of, say, zombies, let's say, you can then throw the Ghostly Howl at that regiment that's in with the zombies.
You certainly can.
And that's very, very strong.
Yeah, phenomenal.
And again, they are skirmish, I believe, as well.
No.
In the unit, or have they changed that? That might be the previous rule.
I checked this before we got onto it. They don't have skirmish.
My apologies, guys. That wasn't on my cheat sheet, and there's obviously a reason it wasn't. So they aren't skirmish.
The only rules they have is Chill Grasp, Ethereal, Ghostly Howl, Terror, and Undead.
Yeah, and their manoeuvrability is definitely something that really holds them back.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Because they are only movement 6. They don't have any funky movement rules.
It does sort of incentivise you taking them as characters.
Yes.
I didn't see the designs. Tomb Banshee is the unit champion.
Oh, there you go.
I was right. James is right.
So
apologies for that one.
But you know, they're a good choice. I've got here. Overall, these are probably best used as the hero option.
Yeah.
As Scott said, they're exactly the same. They can't take any magic equipment or upgrades, but you can plop them in any of your infantry regiments, which
makes them cause terror.
Oh, it does, yeah, and it's excellent. And I do remember distinctly there was a period when the book came out where you suddenly saw blocks of like 5 wide, 10 deep zombies with 5 Khan Wraiths in the front row, and they would just be like charging in. No, you can't attack any zombies. I'm ethereal. I've got a million static combat res. It was pretty unpleasant, guys, and can still be done if you want to invest 600 points in it. So we're going to move on to. I did this guy's rating 3 times. I want you to know I really
from Max
I really wanted.
I know who's next.
I really wanted this. This is the fanfare. This is the highest score in the whole book, ladies and gentlemen. So you know it's going to be a big one because we've had some big ones already. This is the Terrorgeist, the immortal, undead, scary bat that Max loves so much. Gets a whopping 23 out of 24.
Caca.
Yeah.
I don't know what noise a bat makes. Yeah, we all do variations.
What noise a bat makes? I'm Batman. That's the noise a bat makes. Too jazzy? Okay, right, we're going to move on from the what noise a bat makes. So he gets a 4 for everything except for his strength of attacks, which he gets a 3 for. Yeah. Why couldn't you be strength 6?
Then he should be more broken than it already is.
So that's 3 for strength of attacks, 4 for number of attacks, 4 for special rules, 4 for maneuverability, 4 for survivability, and 4 for his cost. So he's absolutely fantastic. I was sort of a little bit hoping he might be a 24 just for excitement, but we've
only had one, haven't we?
Yeah. And all of the deep dives.
Sixth, I think this is our sixth one.
And I'm very concerned that we're not going to find another one. I think this might be as good as it gets.
Yeah.
So he's absolutely fantastic. Again, like the Hex Raves, he's a little bit hard to quantify in a slot though. He's tactically best employed in combat in the late game.
Yep.
That's really important to remember. A bit like we were discussing with the Hex Wraiths. So he has something called a Death Shriek, which if you're not familiar with it, I am
where have you been?
About to bring you some joyful news. If you are familiar with it, then you know how good it is. But Max, I'll get you to read the Death Shriek for us.
Yeah, so I won't read the first paragraph. It's the exact same as a Tomb Banshee's ghostly howl.
Yep.
So it's a shooting attack. Oh, I'll read it anyway then. So I'll read it anyway. A Death Shriek. I'll read it anyway. A Death Shriek is a special attack that can be used against a single unit in the shooting phase, even if a Terrorgeist has marched, charged, or is engaged in close combat. It has a range of 8 inches, needs line of sight to its target. If it's engaged in combat, its Death Shriek can only be targeted against the thing it's in combat with. To resolve a Death Shriek, you roll 2d6 and added the number of wounds that Terrorgeist has left.
And just remind me, Max, how many wounds does Terrorgeist start with?
It has 6 wounds.
6. Okay, so
6.
That's
so good.
After the spat, 2d6 plus 6.
So good.
And for each point you exceed the target's leadership value by, they suffer a wound for each point you exceed it, with one wound with no arm saves allowed.
Yeah.
Death Shriek is magical.
It's magical and it's distributed as per shooting.
Yeah.
So a couple of things here. The Vampire Counts FAQ for 8th edition, so the Games Workshop one, says that you, like the Banshee Scream, can target units in combat that you're not in combat with.
Yep.
So he flies around, he lands next to it, he's all like, rah, and then lots of guys die. Again, it attacks leadership, which I didn't mention on the Banshee, but there are lots of things you can do with the Vampire Counts army to dock leadership.
There really are.
And so every point you dock of leadership is basically more wounds this guy's going to do for you.
Yep.
It's just difficult to see that. He's still a monster. He's still got 4 attacks.
Monster. He's still a regen 6+.
Yeah, I mean, his survivability is based on his toughness, isn't it? And his wounds. He's very tough.
I've seen many a time with Terrorgeist saved by a cannonball from a 6+
Oh,
regen.
yeah.
You always roll it. And again, there are things that can buff regen in the Vampire Counts army as well, just in case you're wondering.
Yeah.
When I play Vampire, I play your Vampire Counts. Or, more annoyingly, Scott's a certain list that Scott has in his Vampire Counts. These things, I can't stand them.
They're so good against. They're particularly good against warriors.
I said they're bread and butter against warriors of chaos. I cannot do anything about it. I can take a hell cannon and that's it.
Yeah, because you don't have a lot of sort of artillery or really good like sort of the obviously punchy spells for them, and they obviously the leadership for warriors is not that grand.
It's not as
to start with. It's sort of
if you've got a demon prince, that sort of lone monsters, these guys are fantastic against. Greater demons, any of them, doesn't matter which one they are.
Yeah.
Any greater demon, they're great against. Demon princes, and anything that's on its own, that's a low model count, normally has a good armor save So it's quite expensive. These guys just like, yeah, whatever.
This is their bread and butter, like you say. It's killing things that are expensive and that would conventionally be incredibly hard to kill.
Yeah.
And this is why you see them in the competitive list time after time after time.
Yeah.
If they just said that you can't use a Death Shriek in combat, I'd be a lot happier.
No, I'd cry.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, alright. I'd be happy.
So
that's 2v1.
There's a couple of other things that I want to point out. That in the Triple Crown events and the GT and the narrative event, we do apply an additional FAQ to the Death Shriek, and that is that if it targets a ridden monster, because this is something that's not actually covered, the controller of the ridden monster is allowed to allocate the wounds between the parts it wants, basically, rather than randomising them, because it's really one of those weird moments where it's like they're distributed as per shooting, but when you read the distribution as per shooting, it's hits, and this doesn't do hits, it does wounds.
It's a special attack made in the shooting phase, it's not a shooting attack.
Yeah.
So the reason we do that is, if I'm honest, is because it's fairer for the person being death shrieked, rather than
if we'd gone the other way instead, the Terrorgeist controlling player can allocate them
or randomise them. Like I know there are guys that are like, well, if you randomise them, you might lose some of the hits. You're like, yeah, you might, but I also might kill your general on turn 1.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And your dragon then fails his monster reaction and stands
flies away,
hugging the floor or runs off, or like. So it is just an easy way to make it consistent and clear.
Yeah.
But
playing against these things, you really have to be careful playing against these things. If you
your movement game has to be on point
from your units. Is a death sentence.
It is also worth pointing out that they are on a very large base.
They are.
And that is the one drawback for the Vampire Counts player to consider, is that you've got to be able to fit them where you want to shoot from them, or where you want to scream them from.
And it's, especially if you've got 2 or 3 in a particular build, if you want to get those 3 on one unit, which you often do, a sort of blocked up unit, it can be really hard to get all 3 within 8 inches, in line of sight for all of their screens, and out of arc of sight.
Yes.
It can be really hard to fit that around a single unit without the risk of being charged by something else.
It's why, I mean, we've talked about it a lot, but it's why that I know you're a big fan of 3 and having the kind of the big screech game.
I do like the list.
I think 2 is the sweet spot because of the space on the table.
I think 0 is a sweet spot.
I then bring the Hexwraiths in as well. To be honest, the Hexwraiths being flaming is excellent, and you can actually kind of do a lot of what you do with these guys with Hexwraiths. The only difference is when you fight at the top end of a competitive draw and you've got Warriors of Chaos Demon Princes with Dragonbane Gem, Hexwraiths don't kill them, and that's why the Goose is the difference, the Terrorgeist is the difference. So excellent choice, and we're going to finish off our flanking units with a score that again shocked me. It's not as high, but it's certainly not poor, and it's 17 out of 24 for the Black Coach. So I was quite surprised it got such a high score.
Yeah.
But it has 3 for its strength of attacks, because it has strength 5 attacks from the coachman, the Wraith, who's driving it. It has 4 for its number of attacks, because, well, it has a lot of attacks. It has 3 off the rider, it has impact hits.
Chariot, so the impact
hits. It is a chariot, It gets, 4 for its number of attacks, 3 for its special rules, 1 for its manoeuvrability, 4 for its survivability, and 2 for its cost. My first note is better than I thought it would do. So, look, now, it has a mechanic which is called the Evocation of Death.
Evocation of Death.
I can't even see that from me, and my glasses probably need replacing. So I'm going to get Max to read the Evocation of Death out so I don't get it wrong, basically.
Yeah. So Evocation of Death. At the beginning of the owning player's magic phase, the Black Coach feeds on magical energy. Immediately after the total number of power dice for the phase has been determined, roll all the power dice in the pool. If any of these dice are rolled as 6, a portion of the energy is siphoned into the Black Coach. Power dice that are siphoned by the Black Coach in this fashion can be used in the magic phase as normal, but keep a note of how many have been siphoned in this way. If you have more than 1 Black Coach in your army, randomly determine which Black Coach gains each siphoned dice. Each dice increases that Black Coach's ability for the rest of the game, as detailed on the chart below. All of these increases listed are cumulative.
Yep.
Cumulative.
Yes, that's the word.
Nice.
Yep, so
you get the lot. It starts at 1, you get everything.
You get a lot. So, if you siphon 1 dice, the Black Coach adds +1 to the number of impact it inflicts when it charges. Basically becomes Scythe. If he siphons 2 dice, the Khan Wraith and Nightmares have +1 strength. 3 dice, the Black Coach's impact hits, Nightmares and Khan Wraith's attacks gain the Killing Blow and Flaming special rules.
Oh,
pretty good.
4 dice siphoned, you gain Magic Res 2 and Strider.
Strider's excellent.
5 dice siphon, the Black Coach gains the Ethereal rule.
Even
Super
better.
good. Yeah.
And 6 dice siphon, the Black Coach gains Fly.
Okay. So there's quite a bit to unpack
There's
here,
a
guys.
lot there.
The first and most important thing you should take away is if you are taking a Black Coach,
Don't take 2.
you don't take 2. Because it becomes harder to siphon the
Yeah.
dice. Honestly, it's got a 4-up ward save baked in. It's toughness 6, I believe, with 4 wounds. It
And
sounds
3 palm save.
Yeah, it sounds quite hard to kill, but it really isn't that hard to kill. That 4 wound does hurt it. It's pretty slow
Yeah.
because it only moves sort of
8
Eight.
inches. 8 inches.
and it's a chariot, so it needs to siphon.
Yeah.
It's so dependent on the siphoning to improve its output, but also to improve its survivability. Giving it Ethereal or Strider, they really help it. And I've used them several times, and I always find that I'm playing a relatively sort of canny opponent. And they just go, "Well, I'll just make sure I kill that on the first 2 turns."
Yeah.
You got to think. You only roll your power dice.
Yeah.
So if you go second, well, you know they've got a whole unfettered turn on its basic stats. They're not bad basic stats, but this is a problem. Your first turn, even if you rolled a double 6 magic phase or got to 12, you're statistically only going to find yourself on a
2 dice.
on 2 on the siphon factor.
Yep.
So then you
Averages
start
out.
looking and going, right, so if I had my first 3 phases were 12 dice phases, then I would get to, on average, the 6+ siphon. It could be my opponent's turn 4 before I got that, and that's pretty much
That's
best
really
case
good.
averagely, you know.
Yeah.
I just find that they usually die before you get the ones that help them to live.
Yeah, and even when you do get Ethereal and Fly, they're probably only going to have that sort of 1 turn of doing all their damage, and then they're probably just going to get crumbled to death on static res.
The static res is a big problem for them.
Yeah.
As a chariot, you don't break through units frames
No.
of gears all that often.
You've got to go in with something, and when it's got Fly, that can be hard to do when most of your other Vampire, sort of your block units, move 4 inches.
Yeah, it's all right, and I'm sure and honestly, genuinely, if there's guys out there that have got a battle plan, they run around these, please drop us an email. That's the triplecrownguys@gmail.com. I'm not saying they're horrendous. They get a 17 out of 24.
They're not bad.
That's not a
No.
bad roll.
No.
But you know, when I'm looking at the Terrorgeist, I'm looking at the Vargulf in that slot. I'm potentially even still looking at Calm Wraiths maybe as well,
Yeah.
potentially. There's another unit in this slot that we're going to cover in the support section,
Yeah.
which is the Mortis Engine, which is another fantastic unit. They just don't make the grade when I've only got a quarter of my army I can spend on them. But if you've got a game plan and a thing you're doing with them, please email us, because we'd love to chat about it on one of the This Month in Warhammer videos and talk about that. But they're just a bit lackluster, guys, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're probably the one unit, we said at the start, there's basically nothing that you never see. They're probably the closest unit you get to it.
Yeah,
in a sort of competitive
yeah,
game.
they are probably one that you don't
Yeah.
see, aren't they? Yeah. So, and that finishes up flanking, guys. There was a big amount of regiments. I think there's 7 in there. Might have even been 8 actually. But we're going to move on now. Vampire counts are dead rubbish at shooting.
At least 1 pun. You have to get 1 in, didn't you?
No, they are. They're not undeadly accurate. I know that you were.
That
I know
was
you were gonna
that was a
want
great
to
one.
drop that one in
Yeah.
there. So
Crowning achievement for you.
They-
next
they-
year,
yeah.
gaming.
It really was.
they do not, as a result, have any shooting units.
No.
So we're just, you know, we've talked about the Terrorgeist and the Banshee operating a bit like a shooting unit, but they get such a stupidly low score if you put them through shooting units.
You use them in a very different...
No,
Well.
they're just not a shooting unit. So we're going to move on. And we're going to move on to Chaff, and where, unlike ranged units, there is quite a bit to choose from. So this is really important, actually, for Vampire counts, because we've just talked about how good things like the Terrorgeist are. We've just talked about how certain war machines are magical with their shooting, and things like Hexos particularly strong. And being able to deal with magical shooting, being able to deal with artillery pieces is very important to Vampire counts armies. And also being able to control the order the combat's happening in, so you don't get overwhelmed easily on one crumbling unit or end up having to fight something that's going to beat all your units anyway, is very important. So the chaff section is really important, but you are blessed with 5 units in this section from us. So plenty to choose from. Now, as ever, you could always employ lots of other types of units in the book as chaff. I'll give my usual disclaimer in the start of the chaff section. You might decide you want to use units of 10 ghouls, for example, or you might decide small units of crypt horrors. These are not things.
Might decide Blood Knights are a good chaff unit.
Yeah, if you want to lose
Maybe.
the game. So, you know, we aren't going to discuss every unit. We're going to look at the ones that we think specifically function very well as chaff or were designed with that in mind. So, we've got some returning units in this section, but we've also got some first appearances. So, we're going to have a look at Direwolves, Fellbats, Bat Swarms, and then we're going to bring back Spirit Hosts and Vargheists here, guys. So I'm going to start with the new appearances, and we're going to look at Direwolves. This is our final core unit. We haven't done this one yet, and they get a 15 out of 24.
Really good.
It's not bad at all, is it? It's a
For a
really
chaff
good
unit.
rating, yeah. So they get 3 for their manoeuvrability, 1 for their number of attacks, 3 for their special rules, the big 4 for their slot, 1 for their survivability, and 3 for their cost. So I've got core unit is cheap for chaff at 8 points a model. It's a toss up whether you want to decide whether you want to say they're undercosted.
Yeah, I was going to say I think they're very close. They're sort of on the edges of actually just being too cheap.
I think if you ask a Warriors of Chaos player, they will tell you that they're too cheap.
Yes.
Because a dog in the Warriors of Chaos army, a Chaos Warhound, with Vanguard, which
These guys come with.
these guys
They
come
come
with
with
baked
Vanguard,
in.
yeah.
Excellent. He's exactly the same points. So the dog is weapon skill 4, otherwise it's the same stat line. These guys are undead. They have slavering charge, which means on a turn in which they charge, they up their strength from 3 to 4.
So good.
Obviously, 3, not 4.
Their weapon. No, your
No,
cow-
weapon skill 3. They're still weapon skill 3, dog.
They've definitely got one stat that's a 4. It might be their initiative then.
Yeah.
Sorry, and these are 3. Apologies. They've got one stat better at one point. It's initiative, according to Max, so I'll trust the Warrior of Chaos. I'll trust the Chieftain. But again, I think, like you say, they could be a 16 out of 24. You could say these guys are undercosted. They're an absolute staple of Vampire Counts armies, to be honest.
40 points, unit of 5.
9-inch move.
The 9
Vanguard.
is huge.
9-inch move, and it seems really random as well. That they're as fast as Elven Cavalry.
Yeah, it's because
Yeah.
wolves in the Goblins books are also 9, and they're basically like a dead
wolf.
Yeah. So,
I mean, I'm not complaining about it.
no, I think they're good. Obviously, survivability is low because they're toughness 3. They don't have any save.
Yeah.
But you can restore them, and they are restored in a very healthy margin as well. 1+ wizard level.
Yep.
So plenty back. Yeah, I mean, I've got the only thing I've got left on my notes is mention summon creatures of the night.
Yeah, I was going to say.
So we're going to talk about in the Vampire Powers summon creatures of the night. Now this allows you to raise units of direwolves above starting size. So you can build these units up, and all of a sudden, with Slaver in charge and a big regiment that you didn't pay any points for, they are quite good. Even as like a light combat unit, they'll beat other people's chaff pretty comfortably.
Eventually,
when
you'll
you've
get a unit of 30 dogs.
they'll beat a lot of other chaff
Woof,
if you go down the summon creatures route.
Bork.
So they're good. Look, any core unit that you can employ as chaff that comes in at under 50 points with Vanguard and movement 9 is competitive.
Yeah.
Seriously, these are the best chaff choice in the book. That's it. They are.
Yeah.
There are others
You've
that
got to
get
spend-
similar scores,
Yeah.
but these are the best.
Yeah, you've got to spend points on core. You are always going to want chaff. Why would you not?
There's one unit that gets a better score, but not in the way I'd use these as chaff. And it's worth pointing out that these are probably, they're moderate War Machine Hunters, they're moderate other chaff killers, unless you summon creatures.
Yeah.
But they're excellent for giving up for
Redirecting.
battlefield advantage, redirecting. And that's where they excel, particularly for their points cost.
Yeah, massively.
So we like them, take them. Those heard it here first. So next up, we're going to take a look at Fellbats. So we're into the special slot, and these guys come in with a 14 out of 24. So
Okay.
again, another
It's not
comparable
very solid.
rating.
Yeah.
They get a 4 for manoeuvrability because they fly.
They fly. Yeah.
2 for their number of attacks, 2 for their special rules, 2 for their slot, 1 for their survivability, and 3 for their cost. Now, a bit like the Direwolves, there is an argument here to say they're a 4 for their cost.
They're what, 32?
No, these guys are 16 points.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The
They're
unit's
32 for a unit.
Yeah.
So now they are basically the same stats as a direwolf. Their weapon skill 3, strength 3, toughness 3, but they have 2 wounds instead of 1, and 2 attacks instead of 1. So they're effectively like 2 direwolves, which they are the points of. Exactly 2 direwolves.
Yeah, they don't Vanguard though.
No.
And they don't have slavering charge.
No, but they exchange that for
They
fly.
do have fly.
They do, yeah.
And fly is a gold standard special rule. Don't feel like I've said that very often lately.
Do they have hover, or is it the other?
No,
You-
bat swarms have
Yeah,
hover.
it's the other
Yeah,
bats.
Felbats
Yeah.
are fully bona fidely flying. So
Their wings work properly.
their big issue really is their big drawback is their slot. They're
Yeah.
special, and you don't have to spend points on special.
No, and basically everything else in the special slot is so good.
It really is. But they also receive a bonus from summon creatures of the night.
Yeah.
They can be raised above starting size by a vampire that has summon creatures of the night as well. And I have seen players deploy these sideways and
Yeah.
extend the front rank of the regiment halfway across the table. And then your opponent's got to deal with that. If they're at 45 degrees and they're on the centre line by turn 1, if they can't make that charge, they're charging war machines potentially. They've got 22-inch threat range.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I think they're competitive. I've just never
Yeah.
really got round to getting a ton of models and doing a really silly list.
No, I think I've got 3.
Mm.
I can't remember if I bought 1 or 2 boxes, but I've got at least 3 of the new ones, which are really nice models, which I'm definitely going to employ at some point.
Yeah, I'd want like 8 or 10 though, because I'd be like, let's
Yeah, I
let's
think
spam them out.
if you were building that summon creatures list, which is not I don't think it's the way I'd go with them. I'd probably go with them in units of 2 or 3 and have 1 or 2 units of them.
with Manfred.
Just to sort of throw them up and charge war machines.
They're excellent like that.
Yeah.
It's hard to see past them. Again, we're back to what great internal balance this book has.
Yeah.
All of the chaff units are about as good as each other. They've all got their place. What a great thing. And again, Vampire Counts players, you are blessed with this book.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you've got so many great choices. No one's going to say, oh, he chose Felbats instead of Bat Swarms or Spirit Host. What an idiot.
How dare you?
Because you're not, because Felbats are good too.
They
So.
are.
Now, our final new unit in this section is Bat Swarms, which I've just mentioned, and they get a 15 out of 24. So again, you know, if we
Really
wanted to,
comparable.
we could bump the dogs to 16 as we discussed. We're all within sort of 2 points of each other here. They get 3 for manoeuvrability, 4 for number of attacks, 3 for special rules, 2 for slot, 1 for survivability, and 2 for cost. These ones are 35 points of base. Now, they're
Yeah.
a swarm. They have 5 wounds and 5 attacks, but they are weapon skill 3 and
strength
toughness and
2.
strength 2.
Yeah.
Or
It's
strength
your
and
4,
toughness
which is
2.
quite nice.
Yeah.
So the best things about these is they have the Cloud of Horror special rule. Now this makes enemy units in base contact with them gain always strikes last.
So good.
Why? Just
So good.
Makes them good at killing other chaff actually. Loads of
Yeah.
dice. Always going to throw their attacks first. Really good in the support role, which we will talk about them in support. They don't score quite as well, I don't think, but they can be employed that way. But for 70 points for 2, they're not too expensive, although they are expensive chaff for vampires, I suppose, but they're not too expensive. And they've got a multi-role function,
Yeah.
which is really nice about them.
Even at strength 2, you're going to have their minimum unit size is 2, isn't it? I think.
yeah.
So you're going to have 10 attacks that you're going to throw at a war machine crew.
Yeah.
So even if you just charge them into war machines, they're still probably going to kill that war machine.
Still Swift Stride.
Yeah.
So although they only hover and they can't
There's
march,
still Mimic 10.
they still do have a 22-inch potential charge bubble. And very often you just declare those charges, particularly
Yeah.
on war machines, because you might get lucky, you know?
Yeah, they can't do anything about it. So.
No, and that's a great choice. They're not a huge base either, 40mm
40
base,
mils,
yeah. 40 base.
2 guys in the regiment.
Also have 3 of these that I've bought recently.
I've got 4 that
Four,
I'm
I think,
taking to a
yeah.
GT in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah.
Not long.
We do
A week time
It
from when
will,
this
yeah,
video
it'll be
comes
a
out.
week, yeah.
yeah. But so I've got some of these that are coming. So I've just got here. They're about the right cost.
Yeah.
They are what they are, really.
Yeah, I
man.
think they seem expensive when you compare them to a Fellback because they're base or just over double the cost, sort of base for base. But
you're getting double.
you get so many more attacks. All right, they're only strength and toughness 2. You've got the always strikes last bubble. So you actually look at it and you go, yeah, they probably are about right.
Yeah, they
But
are.
like you said, they do feel expensive for Vampires Chaff because everything else comes in at like under 50
40 points for a unit of dogs, 32 points for a unit of Fellbats.
Yeah.
We're going to discuss Spirit Host in
Which
a
is
minute.
45,
45 points for a
yeah.
base. So they do feel expensive in that way. But
Also, these bats
they're
really
really
and
not.
Fellbats, they get -1 to be hits to skirmish because they are flying units.
They do,
yeah,
yeah.
they do. Yeah.
So they're hard to deal with a shooting phase as well.
They are, yeah.
And again, with 5 wounds a base, they're not easy to clear
No, they're
with
not.
shooting, even if they didn't have -1.
And summon creatures affects them as well.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. So again, you can build the bases up into big blocks that are just pack full of wounds, basically.
Yeah.
I
How
mean,
many do they get back from
One.
invocation?
They only get there because it's infantry. They get a full amount of wounds.
Yeah, so they would
okay.
be the
So
same
it's 1
again.
plus
It'd be
wizard
like
level.
1+ wizard
Yeah.
level.
So if you level 4, only bring back 1 full base per casting.
Yeah.
But good stuff.
Yeah.
Nonetheless. And we're going to move on now to a couple of units you've already seen. So this is Spirit Host in the Chaff roll. And these guys get a 15 out of 24, so a much improved score, 3 points better than they got in battle.
I think it's definitely the role I'd use them in.
So they're unfortunately slightly held back by their manoeuvrability, which is only a 1.
Yeah.
But they get 4 for number of attacks, 2 for special rules, 2 for slot, 3 for survivability, and 3 for their cost. Because they are super exploitable in this one base loadout.
Yeah, it's worth saying as well, you sort of mentioned it there, but in the chaff roll, we're talking about single Spirit Hosts.
One base.
Yeah.
Uno base life.
45
Uno
points,
basio.
1 base, 4 wounds, toughness 3 with ethereal. Job done.
Yeah.
Very good. So I've got here, they offer fantastic value as a chaff block, a 40mm base with ethereal.
Yeah, super good for dealing with your opponent's chaff because there's basically no way that they're going to have magical attacks unless they're a demon.
Yeah, and I believe, or do they not? No, they do not. I wasn't sure if they cause terror because all the ghosts normally
No,
cause
they
terror.
don't.
That
They're
would just be a
useful
bridge too far.
super useful dealing with your opponent's warriors, cows, chariots as well.
Yeah.
You can tell from the amount of games I've played against these two guys with their vampire counts. I am not bitter.
But real talk, like on the chariot thing, anything like that, chariots, enemy monsters, they don't have any static combat res.
Nope.
Anything with no static combat res, one of these,
Steam tanks.
that's
That's
kaput,
steam
mate.
tanks out of the game.
just stick it in a steam
It's just
tank.
gonna sit
You
there.
love to see it, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
If you're a Vampire Counts player, these are really, really worth
Yeah.
considering. The only reason I don't take them in every army is because I very often think, I can't squeeze them in, so I
Yeah.
want to squeeze all this other cool stuff into. And because they're not in my core slot, I don't have to take the points on them. But
Yeah.
they are really, really strong and really worth considering, guys. So I've got here, only movement 6 is probably their biggest drawback.
Yes.
But they do keep up very well with the blocks in your army.
Yeah.
They don't have to go racing off because the blocks are all sort of movement between movement 4 and 6, depending on what you've got, because things like horrors and stuff. So I've got here certain armies just struggle to deal with them.
Yeah. Empire. Warriors.
Bretonians as well.
Yeah.
Well, unless you're a
Grey
Grey
Knights.
Unless you're a Grey
Yeah,
Knight.
Bretonians generally have a lot of paladins in units
Yeah.
who will probably have a magic weapon.
I've also got here, the thing is, even against those armies that do have the counters for them, they're basically then become just as good
Normal
as a
chaff
regiment of
For
direwolves
45
for
points.
45 points. So they're not really sort of comparably
Bad,
different points
no.
wise. They're still very
They
good.
still have 4 wounds. There's
Yeah.
still a lot of wounds per base of a model.
4
And-
wounds, 4 attacks.
And I've got here, for the 5 points more than a regiment of direwolves, they have got a tiny,
Tiny.
footprint on the table. Footprint is tiny. You can squeeze them through little gaps. You can pull the redirections the way you want. And they're easy to make sure the redirection works. You can't make that mistake where they bisect the wrong part of your base or whatever, because you're like, no, mate, you're obviously quite clearly majority in the front, because I haven't got lots of bases. So, very good stuff. Competitive is my final point.
Yeah.
So we're going to round out the chaff section with Vargeists. The return of the Vargeist is a 16 out of 24. So this is a top score for this slot at the moment. Now, we get there with 4 for manoeuvrability, 4 for number of attacks, 2 for special rules, 2 for slot, 2 for survivability, and 2 for cost. Now, our astute viewers will notice that they have lost a point on their special rules in this slot because we are talking about them being used in quite a different role. To what we did before. Now, we're going to want 3 in the unit. We're not going to want more than 3.
Yeah, minimum unit.
We can't have less than 3. So 3 is the size. And then what we would be using these for predominantly is just the war machine element. Just the killing war machines and killing other people's chaff element of that role. The sacrificing them for battlefield advantage element is more challenging. You need to make sure if you're going to do that you turn them to face the opposite direction of what you're trying to redirect. So you're showing your back, basically. So that you don't have to declare a charge you don't want to declare or get dragged out of position. And that leadership 7 with that frenzy is a big issue for them in the sacrificing them version of the role. So I just want to stress that. Do not think, they fly, they got a great score. Quick, I'll make sure all my chaff units are these. You will find that is a mistake.
It's a lot of points as well if you're doing it that way around.
I think they're 138 for 3 off the top of my head.
Yeah, they're in the 130s.
Yeah.
I've 46 points a model.
Yeah, 138.
Look at that, you still got it. But I've used them like this many times.
Yeah.
One unit is enough, like
Yeah.
this, and they're excellent.
And they will charge a War Machine turn 2 comfortably.
Yeah.
Easily, yeah.
They're Vampiric, they always march. They fly up 20 inches turn 1, turn 2 they're charging a War Machine.
And they've got to be dealt with 3 wounds each, toughness 4 and -1 to be hit with shooting. They're tricky. So you just have to remember as well that they are going to be forced to overrun.
Yeah.
And that's another reason why they're not so good in
So
the
if you're-
kind of sacrificing them way.
So your
Yeah.
War Machines are usually going to be hugging the back end of the board.
Yeah.
So they are. If they kill the War Machine, which is probably going to do, they're more likely going to be running off the board.
Yeah.
Well, remember, with a War Machine, you can pivot yourself as you land on it. You can sort of roll round the body of the War Machine, so you can probably get a favourable backline run with these guys quite easily.
If your opponent's got a couple of War Machines
Yeah.
that they've deployed quite close to each other, you might even be able to overrun off one into the other.
Yeah, that's the idea,
Particularly
really.
Run the gauntlet.
Particularly as they're swift stride, as
Yeah.
they fly.
Yeah.
So there's good and bad with them like that, but
Yeah.
don't go mad on them.
No.
Would be my best piece
Yeah.
of advice there.
And you haven't put them in chaff, but you could also use Vargulfs in that role.
I suppose you could, yeah.
I mean, it's something that if I was running a Vargulf, it's probably what I'd do with him turn 2, and then I'd go, right, now I've killed your War Machines, now I'm going to turn him round and recharge you.
He's probably going to be a turn 3 for the War Machines though, because he doesn't fly.
That's true, yeah.
So he's going to have to kind
You
of
have to
get through
manoeuvre him,
stuff.
manoeuvre his
Yeah.
way
Yeah.
around.
But again, I think with a lot of the vampire units, things like Hex Race, things like the Vargulf, even at 175, and certainly with some of the sort of cheaper, even like zombies, to be honest, like 100 points for like, what is it, 100 points for like 30 of them.
Yeah.
You know, you can not quite comfortably, you'll look at the table at points and think, well, you know what, 175 points for a dead Vargulf is better than 400 points for a dead vampire, so I'm going to put my Vargulf there and redirect your white lines, mate, off you go. You know, so there is a lot of scope to do that across the army as well.
There really is.
It's just not their primary function. And with primary functions of chaff covered, we are going to dig it up, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to dig up the final slot for us in our battlefield roles before we reach special characters, and that final slot is support units. So vampire counts are not short in the support unit department either. There are 4 to choose from. I think these might have the most support units of any army book we've done.
Yes.
That's what we've done so far, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
So there are 4, as I said, and they begin with the corpse cart. This is the first appearance for the corpse cart, and then there's some returning units. There is the bat swarms, hex wraiths, Terrorgeist and Mortis engines. So when I said there's 4,
In a
there's
very
in fact
real
5.
sense, James lied to you. There's
Yeah,
5.
but he's on my cheat sheet, so that's a concern, isn't it? So there are 5. Now, I'm just going to start with a brief note on the Terrorgeist. I can see why I've done this. I haven't done like a full breakdown of him, that's why. So I've just dropped him on. So no on the Terrorgeist. In the support slot, a Terrorgeist scores 20 out of 24. So he loses 3 points off of his score. Still very competitive, but it shows that he's, what we were saying earlier, basically, the reason I've put him in here is that it shows that he's best employed as a support unit in the early turns, and then as a flanking monster in the late turns, which is what we discussed earlier, which is why he scores so highly on flanking. Still scores very well on support. If you never commit him to a combat, he's still worth...
He's still going to do a lot for you.
A lot for you. But don't be afraid in the end game just to drop him in, get those thunder stomps in, particularly if they're infantry.
Just to help finish units off.
Finish units off and help your vampires out. So that's the only note I want to make on the Terrorgeist. So he is sort of mentioned, but he's not going to be laboured in the support slot because we spent plenty of time on him. You know why he's good at support. He goes, rah, and then units die.
Yeah, he stays out of arc of sight 8 inches away and goes, caca.
Yeah. Tuki, other sort of large creature noises are available.
That.
Don't make me do my lizard noises again.
No, don't do that.
Please.
So, we're going to go on. We're going to look at the corpse cart now. And this one gets a 14 out of 24.
Okay.
So, to the lower end of the ratings in a video that's really had lots of very stellar ratings.
in basically any other of the books we've done, 14 would be like, oh, that's
All
pretty
right,
good,
yeah. All right, yeah. So it's just above the sort of halfway point. And generally, the sort of 12 plus units are good anyway. You know what I mean?
They're solid.
They're still good units. It's just you've seen in this book though, guys, that the range of unit ratings is probably perhaps a little tighter in general than it is in some of the other books as well. And that goes back to the internal balance stuff we keep saying.
Yeah, I mean the lowest has been what, 9 for the
9
zombies?
for the zombies, yeah. Whereas others have definitely had lower than
Yes.
that. Okay, so Corpse Cart, 14 out of 24. He gets a nothing for his manoeuvrability, guys. A fat 0. That's a rarity. I'll explain
Yeah.
why in a minute.
Yeah.
He gets
Very
3 for his special rules, 3 for his synergy, 3 for his risk, 4 for his survivability, and 1 for his cost. So I'm going to touch on the manoeuvrability thing first. So to get a 1 for manoeuvrability, you need to have a movement value of 7 or less.
Yep.
Basically. He's 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you minus 1 to the score for manoeuvrability if a unit can't march. And as the corpse cart is a chariot, it cannot march. So unfortunately, Mr. Corpse Cart, that's why you get a 0.
That will probably be the only unit that ever scores 0. Because I can't think of a chariot, which is basically the only things that can't march, that's got less
Gorbeast
than
chariot.
movement 7.
Yeah, Gorbeast, yeah,
okay,
that's
yeah.
going to hurt the
Movement
Gorbeast.
6.
Yeah,
Yeah,
which
fair
is the big problem with the Gorbeast.
It is.
That's for another video. So now I'm going to assume you've given them either the Unholy Lodestone or the Balefire here, which will buff their score up. The Unholy Lodestone is the more expensive of the two. It's 30 points, and it allows you to re-roll the number of wounds restored from Invocation of the Heck.
Reroll a single d6 to determine how many wounds are restored for each eligible unit.
Yeah.
That's affected by
Yeah.
Invocation of Heck.
Very good. And the
really good.
Balefire is different. It's enemy wizards within 24 inches of the bearer suffer -1 to their casting
Casting
total.
rolls, yeah.
Casting roll, yeah. So that's good. It can make them fail to cast
Yeah.
as well.
And that's -1 for every. So is
So it's cumulative.
no, it's not cumulative.
No,
if
it's
there's
not.
one or more
Oh, is it
units.
not?
One or more, no.
It's one or more.
Oh, it's the other. It's the Mortis engine.
That's the Mortis
Yeah, it's
engine,
the more
yeah.
she's thinking of.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
you can't just give like -3 if you take 3 corpse cards. to cast
otherwise
that
you'd
test.
see them all the time.
Yes.
Now they have a couple of special rules that are unique to them. The one being Viga Mortis being the big one, which
I
I'll get.
really like the name of that role.
Yeah,
The
I'll get.
Vigor Mortis.
Yeah.
I'll get. Other Lord of the Rings actors are available.
Vigor Mortis.
I just walked right into that one. So, Warhammer dad jokes. So, Max, do you want to read that one out for us?
Yeah, so Vigor Mortis, it's an augment spell from the Lore of Vampires targets a corpse cart, and successfully cast, then all friendly undead units within 6 inches of the corpse cart, including the corpse cart itself, have the always strikes first special rule until the start of your next magic phase. Zombies affected by the Vigor Mortis lose always strikes first, and then gain always strikes first. Lose always strikes last,
yeah.
and gains always strikes
So
first.
close.
Really good.
You don't re-roll the hits very often, it's worth pointing out, because not a
No.
lot's got great initiative.
No.
But,
First.
but yeah, still good. Still a good rule. And certainly for some regiments, particularly the characters in the regiments, like your vampires, your wights, or even your wraiths with their chill grasp, their own initiative 3 against quite a lot of stuff that will be just enough to get a reroll.
Yeah.
If you manage to get this to hit your, say, Blood Knights, if they were decided to come back round the other way, yeah, always strikes first in your Blood Knights. No, thank you.
And you're not sacrificing the sort of effects of the spell either, because the augment spells from vampires are bar one of them which you have to bubble, or 2 of them which you have to bubble to hit everyone. The sort of invocation, which is mainly what you would sort of be hitting this with,
yeah.
it's a bubble on its basic value, so it will hit all units within the range of the spell. So it's good if you're close enough. It's going to hit the corpse cart, and it's going to affect the corpse cart. Anyway.
Necromancers can take this as a mount.
They can,
So if they cast Invocation on themselves, they
Guaranteed.
they hit the corpse cart, which will then hit everything with the Vigor Mortis.
So that's also worth considering, guys. But I've got here. It has some useful survivability tricks because it has regeneration save,
Yes,
Yeah.
it does.
which is a 4+1. It's toughness 4. It has 4 wounds. Look, it's not the most survivable
No,
thing,
not really.
and its big issue is, as Scott pointed out with a unit very similar to it earlier, is if it gets charged, it's dead on static combat resolution.
It's just yeah.
It's also super slow at movement 4 without the ability to march.
Yeah.
Struggles to keep up with your army.
Even your infantry just struggles to keep up because
Yep.
they're going to
Yeah.
be marching away from
Yeah.
it.
And the problem is with that combination of it being really slow and actually quite easy to kill if I charge it, you end up working quite hard to keep it alive.
Yeah.
And so, is that too much of a cost to bear?
Yeah, potentially. I think you can get around that with Van Helm's Dance Macabre with the 8-inch move.
Which is probably the thing to do because then that also passes out the
It's
Vigor
an augment
Mortis.
that hits the corpse cart, so it can move 8 inches, which means it can keep up with your units, and it gives out Vigor Mortis, which means all of your units within 6 have always strikes first.
Yeah.
But that does require some sort of concerted effort to do. And obviously it's not guaranteed because it is only a spell, and it's not a spell that you can have sort of unlimited access to.
No.
You can have it more than once, which we'll get into.
3 times, I think, is the cap.
Yeah.
So, or potentially 4, I suppose, if the game was big enough, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, no! No, 4, yeah, 4 would be the cap, yeah. Actually, you could probably get it in 4 in a regular game. We'll discuss that in special characters.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, look at us, we're just like having a little moment here. Sorry to be boring.
Back to the corpse car.
We're going to move on, basically, from the corpse car. Look, I think it's, you know, you do see them.
Yeah.
You do see them. It's an attractive buff. It's maybe difficult to get it to pan out on the table all the time. So we're going to move on to, just to touch on though, before I do, Lodestone, really good.
Yeah, I know Lodestone.
Yeah, it's probably the upgrade.
Lodestone's the reason.
If you're going to take one, take a
Lodestone. Yeah. So Bat Swarms are returning, so we're gonna cover Bat Swarms. Now they get a 12 out of 24 in the support category,
less.
so a little bit less, but that's a 3 for manoeuvrability, 3 for special rules, 2 for synergy, 1 for risk, 1 for survivability, and 2 for cost. And obviously risk is something that we introduce in the support role, which is how close does your unit have to get to do its job, basically, because otherwise it might get chopped up, is the question. And for support units, the further away they can be, the better.
If they can be out of line of sight.
That's the super win. And obviously for the Bat Swarms, they have to be in base contact.
They do.
So they only get 1 for their risk.
Yeah.
Now we discussed Cloud of Horror earlier, which gives away strikes last out. It's a good rule. It's a shame it only affects 1, regiments in base contact, which means in reality it's probably only going to be 1 regiment at a time. Could be a couple if they got charged by a couple of regiments.
Yeah, or they charge 2 that are in combat already, sort of next to each other.
You've got to be able to. It can only happen if you couldn't complete the charge on 1, isn't it? Though it's so tricky to do that.
Yeah, it's sort of like a single. Even then, it's basically never going to happen. But yeah, if it was a sort of a 6-inch aura, they'd be so good.
Yeah, I think one of the big problems with these guys I've got here, and it's something we talked about right at the beginning of the video, and we talked about undead and how easy combat resolution really punishes other regiments in the combat.
Yeah.
To maximise these guys as a support unit, you need to put them in with your other regiments, and they are just a big chunk
super easy combat
of toughness 2 wounds that your opponent can slice up for ease. So you've got to put them in the flank. That is a bare minimum expectation. And to be honest, you probably want to run them 1 wide.
2. Yeah.
1 wide if you're going to do this, so the minimum number of attacks can be attributed to them.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can get them sort of on a corner as well, if you've got other units in that
I
flank,
agree.
Even if it's in the front, then really it's not too bad.
Yeah, as long as they're not getting a lot of guys on them.
Yeah, if you can just touch them on a corner, that is the best spot for them.
Yeah, I agree. And again, there's some potential good synergy with the corpse cart here as well.
Yeah,
with the sort of giving out always strikes first and ASL in the same.
But again, that takes a lot of sort of managing
and planning.
We're back to managing stuff and spending points on stuff that we have to work hard to get the job done with.
Yeah.
So I'm going to move on, guys. I'm going to move back to our Hex Wraiths. Now they're in the support role to be discussed again because, as I said earlier, they're quite hard to place. Specifically in what they do. They're very unique and they basically score almost identical score. They get an 18 out of 24 as a support unit instead of the 19 they got as a flank unit, which again possibly argues that they should be considered to be chucked in the late game for extra support.
Similar to the Terror guys.
4 for manoeuvrability, 4 for special rules, 2 for synergy, 2 for risk, 3 for survivability and 3 for cost. So I've got their inclusion here was mainly for completeness as they're hard to place. Now they get a 2 for their risk because they can ride through things as we discussed. Now to get a 3 for their risk, they would need to be able to do it from 24 inches or more away, which they can't.
Yep.
They can only do it from sort of 16, realistically.
Yeah, well... Yeah.
Well, 15, realistically, because you can touch on and push back out an inch.
Yeah.
So, and they're going to be quite close when they're done, is the thing there. So we're sort of playing as loose as we can there. For synergy, again, they got a 2. And I've got that because the army doesn't have a lot of answers to regeneration otherwise. So it's giving you a buff that combats a weakness of the army is where they get the second synergy point from.
Because otherwise they don't really actually do a lot, well they don't do a lot at all for any other unit other than them, do they? They just do damage to a single enemy unit.
They just do supporting damage, don't they? Just damage units that you want to kill, but then you get like a situation with like a block of something like Empire or Chaos Knights or... and you drop them through and then get a bounce of Van Hals on them and
drop them through again.
And I mean, you could potentially do that again as well if you've got more than one Van Hals because
you can do.
Yeah, it's pretty horrible. But yeah, I mean, flanking support. We've discussed quite clearly the
Yeah.
way you use these guys for maximum effect.
Yeah, definitely.
You can see they're going to score well. Really, whatever we do with them, they're going to score quite well because they're a great unit.
They really are, yeah. I need to use them more often.
So I've made my notes about the Terror. I've now got more notes about the Terrorgeist, which is the same as what I just discussed earlier. I seem to have put that on my cheat sheet twice.
James loves a bit of redundancy.
Yeah, what I will say about the Terrorgeist, just quickly to touch back, which we didn't mention, is you can have 2 upgrades if you want to buy them. I don't know why you'd want to buy them, because they just eat up points in your rare slot, but you can give him poisoned attacks, which I think is 15, and he can be infested, which means which I think is 10.
When he dies,
He does 3d6 strength, 2 hits on any unit in base contact.
Oh, yeah, so friend and foe.
Yeah. Don't buy them.
No.
Let's carry on.
Don't buy them. Take two and a Vargoth.
Yeah.
Yes. Finally, guys, we are going to come to the very last support unit in our deep dive today. Wow, it's been a section and a half this time getting through these vampire units, and we're going to finish up with the Mortis engine,
which we have over here.
Which we have there,
Lovely painted version.
and also featured in the battle report that we discussed earlier between the Empire and the Vampire Counts. And this one gets a whopping 18 out of 24, so it's another really competitive choice, guys. Yeah. So it gets a 1 for its manoeuvrability, unfortunately, because whilst it does move 8, it can't march. It gets a 4 for its special rules, a 3 for its synergy, a 4 for its risk, a 4 for its survivability, and a 2 for its cost. So another big scoring unit for the Vampire Counts, and one that does see a lot of competitive play.
Yeah.
The rare slot has some real gems in the Vampire Counts Army book, and this is most definitely one of them. This is strong with a vast number of units in your army, and I've got a few points here, again a bit like a highlight reel we did for the Wraiths that I want to cover. So we did a video on casting spells, and in that video we talked about, this was on the 20 Tactics page on the Night of the Realm Mustering Ground, and we talked about spam casting being something that armies can do, and Vampire Counts with a Mortis engine can do this because they have the Reliquary, and sorry, it's not the Reliquary, it's the Blasphemous Tome. So this is a 20-point upgrade for the Mortis, and I'll let Max read out what the Blasphemous Tome does.
Alright, so Blasphemous Tome, as James says, the upgrade all wizards, friend or foe, within 12 inches of one or more models with Blasphemous Tome gain +2 to their casting results when casting spells from the lore of vampires. If any wizard miscasts within 12 inches, regardless of the lore he's using, in 12 inches of one or more models with a Blasphemous Tome, he must roll twice on the miscast table, and then the miscasting player's opponent chooses which result applies.
Very
strong.
nice.
So I can see the immediate panic of going, oh my gosh.
Don't roll 2 dice at spells.
But you know what? You don't roll 2 dice at the spells.
No.
Because you're adding an additional 2. You're a level 1, so you're adding 3. You have to roll at least a 3+ to cast a spell.
Yeah.
Oh, you've hit the magical 6, and that's what the signature spell from the Lore of Vampires is cast on.
Yeah.
So just roll 1 dice, ladies and gentlemen, and you don't have to blow yourself up. So this is really good. It's really strong, and enemy wizards probably won't have Lore of Vampires on them, so they will have to roll more than 1 dice, and invariably might explode and die.
They're also unlikely to be within 12 of the Mortis engine for that long.
Not really, because it's going to be a long way away, because you want it right at the back, behind your army, out of the way, because it gives its buffs out to your troops, and its buff range gets bigger.
It does.
So what are its buffs? Well, I'm going to let Max explain what its buffs are to you by telling us what the Reliquary does, Max.
So the Reliquary is the main special rule of the Mortis engine. It's so at the start of each of your turns, roll 2d6 and add the current turn number. This is the range of the Reliquary's Dark Aura this turn in inches. All enemy units within range of the Dark Aura immediately take d6 hits with a strength equal to the current turn number, distributed as from shooting. Also, place a marker next to all friendly undead units that are within range of the Dark Aura at the start of the turn. These units improve their regeneration saves by 1 point until the start of their next turn, to a maximum of 4+.
So good.
If they have no regeneration save, they are treated as having regeneration 6+ special rule instead. Finally, if the 2d6 result was a double, then the fell energies prove too powerful. In addition to the usual effects, the Mortis engine takes 1 wound and no saves of any kind allowed. When the Mortis engine has suffered its last unsaved wound, every unit within 12 inches, plus the turn number in inches, friend or foe, must take 2d6 hits with strength equal to the current turn number. These hits are distributed as shooting. That's a lot to read.
It is,
That was a mouthful.
But let's take the highlight reel. Crypt Horrors start with a 5+ regen, and with 1 Mortis engine on list, they have a 4+ regen.
Yeah.
That makes them effectively trolls. That's horrible. And they're already too cheap. We discussed that earlier.
Yeah.
tougher trolls. Trolls are only toughness 4.
They are. That is correct.
That's horrifying.
So again, this is a really good buff. It also the Mortis engine itself comes with regeneration 4+.
It already has regeneration 4+.
So very good. And if you've got a pair, well, the first one gives regen 6+. The second one makes it regen 5+.
Yeah.
Very good.
And you just take hordes of just infantry. And
Yeah.
Just
and again, we talk about the idea of maybe doing some sort of raising of units list.
Yeah.
Which we are going to discuss some variations on that theme later as well. Well, all of a sudden, I've got, the ability to roll 1 dice at a spam cast to bring units up onto the table, to up the numbers of units of, say, zombies and things like that. And we talked about the Unholy Lodestone a minute ago on the Corpse Cart, which can make that number of regained wounds more consistent.
Yep.
This is a really good unit. It's not easy to kill either. It's got regen 4+, 5 wounds, toughness 5, can regain wounds because you can cast spells to bump wounds back onto it. It's also got the Spectral Steed, so there's no dangerous terrain for it, which is very good.
It also comes with a Banshee Swarm as well.
It does, which is exactly the same as the Ghostly Howl we discussed earlier. So
2d6 + 2 minus your opponent's leadership.
Range
that
8.
many wounds. Yeah.
It also causes terror, which is always good.
Nice.
And is a strength 5 chariot, so it does impact hits too if you need to chuck it in.
Yeah.
It's a cool model as well.
And although it does score 1 for manoeuvrability, because it's only movement 8 and it can't march.
That's a very good point. I've totally forgot the Spectral Steeds could buff it up by 1 as well because it's got a movement special rule.
Yes.
So that would maybe be a 19. Apologies,
But what
guys.
I was going to say was that it doesn't really matter that it can only move 8.
No.
Because the range of its buff gets bigger anyway.
Yep.
So it's more likely to hit you only need to hit the back corner of a unit for them to get the buff. And your infantry blocks only move 8 anyway.
Yeah.
So it really doesn't matter. You start them in front of the Mortis engine, they move 8, it moves 8. It's
again, you put your 2 infantry blocks down at the start of the game. We're going to try and do this like this. Boop, you boop.
Like me told a bit of paper.
Yes, please. Mortis engine goes here.
Yeah.
But Mortis engine goes 1 inch back. We discussed this in some of our movement videos before, so that it can't be charged unless the frontage of the enemy is like 50 mil.
Yeah.
Which is not going to be that.
Not a lot.
Not a lot early, and then as soon as turn 1 happens, it goes up. It's 8. They go up where they're going. If they're a bit faster, say Cryptoras, and it's still in range, and then it starts turning sideways and using the length of its base to elongate its bubble. Very good.
Yeah, really solid.
Very good, and like you said, because the aura gets larger as the game progresses.
Yeah. You roll the distance of the aura before you move, don't you?
Yeah, I believe
The
you do.
start of each of your turns.
Yeah, so you know exactly where each of your units needs to be in the aura
So
as
it's
well.
before charges and everything like that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, crucially, it's before you move the Mortis engine.
Yes.
Because you know exactly where everything needs to be in that aura. So good.
It also has, its chaff clearance is really good as well. With the,
It's alright.
Yeah.
With the dark pulse from the reliquary and with the banshee scream potentially as well.
Although when the strength of the hits do start to increase, the chaff is usually probably dead at that point in time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's constant hits you're taking from a unit, so a lot of enemy models. The strength 6 hit on the last turn of the game.
This hits units in combat as well. Again, it's another one of those things that when you're bogged down in a combat with a unit that's now got regeneration 5+, it starts getting hit twice.
That's screaming you with the banshee scream.
Yeah.
And doing hits from the reliquaries.
It's a long game.
It's a long game, yeah. So like I say, a lot of single monsters at the end of the game maybe have 1 or 2 wounds left. Like 2d6, d6 strength 6 hits. It's not gonna be pleasant for them.
It's not, no.
It's a good choice, it's a competitive choice, and it really is fighting the Terrorgeist in particular.
Does fight the ghost.
Yeah.
It does.
Which is a shame because it does combine with it well.
Yeah, it does.
It boosts its regen,
So again, the bigger the game, guys, you start getting out to 4,000 and 5,000 points. Why are you not rocking a couple of Goosies, couple of Mortis? Oh, you love to see it. Very good stuff.
Yeah.
So that is it for units that aren't special characters. That's all of the kind of regiments that we're going to discuss in today's video. So before we move on to special characters as ever, if you've seen previous deep dives, you'll know what I'm going to say now. You've stuck with us this far. Please take a break. We insist. Pause the video. Grab yourself a Coke.
Other beverages are available.
Thank you, guys. And take 5. We're going to grab ourselves a drink and we're going to be back with you to discuss the Vampire Count's special characters very shortly. Awesome. So I hope you're feeling as refreshed as we are. We are rip-roaring and ready to go once again. And we're going to have a look at the 7. That's right. 7 Vampire
amount.
Count special characters. Yeah,
Yeah.
they do. They've got 3 lords and 4 heroes. So they're more hero heavy, if you will, which I like the alliteration of hero heavy.
Hero Hammer.
But we're going to begin with the lords, and we're going to start with the first Vampire Count of Sylvania himself,
Primogenitor.
if you will, Vlad von Carstein, who comes in with a competitive rating of 15 out of 24.
It's not bad.
It's not. He gets 2 for output, 4 for special rules, 1 for synergy, 2 for risk, 4 for survivability, and 2 for cost. Okay, so there's a couple of things to mention here. His 2 for risk is a bit of a compromise. So he would score 3 on just if you were just using him as sort of magic.
Yep.
But again, he would score 1 if you were just using him as a fighter.
Yeah.
So he's a bit of both. We've sort of gone with a
Yeah, and
a bit of
I do
both.
think you need to get him in combat to really get the most out of his points.
Yes.
You can't just use him as a wizard, especially because he's only a level 3
Yeah,
wizard.
he's not
Yeah,
that
level
amazing
3.
a wizard.
Yeah.
Either. So he's ever so slightly better than a basic vampire lord for output because he has a strength of 6.
Yeah.
So that buffs him from 1 to 2,
Yeah.
basically. And he is very survivable, it's worth pointing out. He has a 4+ ward save, and he can come back to life on a roll of a 2+. The first time he's slain, you roll a dice on a 2+, you put him back on the table as close to sort of where he died, is that right?
So he's got 1 cast on a ring, gives him a 4+ ward, as James said. Then on the first time he's removed from play, a roll a d6 at the end of the phase. On a 2+, he's immediately returned to life with a single wound. Vlad must then be placed in the front rank of a friendly unit anywhere within 12 inches of the point he fell. If there's no such unit that he can join, he's removed. So
He has to be in a
It
unit.
has to be a unit
yeah.
as well.
So,
He's also got hunger on a 4+ as well.
Yeah,
from
'cause
his sword.
from his
blood,
sword,
yeah.
blood drinker, yeah.
And obviously he can cast spells to restore his
Yeah.
wounds. So he is survivable, you know. He's got vampire powers, which we'll
Yeah.
discuss in more detail in
Yeah.
that section. But he reduces enemy leadership by 1 if there have been 6 of him. He has like a power that's a pain to explain called Beguile, which we'll explain properly in a later section. But it makes him harder to hit in combat. I'm just going to
Yeah,
summarise
essentially.
it because we're going to explain it properly shortly. And he causes terror.
Yeah.
So he's alright if you want to use the Screaming Banner, which is another item we'll discuss later, and we'll discuss why terror in particular helps that item to be better. Look, you know, his vampire powers are pumping him up a bit because he causes terror and he's undead, and
All the other fun jam.
that's a really good combination. He does get wounds back well in combat, so again, he's got some really good internal synergy.
Yeah,
thanks
that
to
sort
Blood
of
Drinker.
internal synergy between terror and -1 leadership is very good as well.
Yeah, it is. And he has a rule with his hero choice, Isabella von Carstein, which we're going to discuss, which is if they're in the same regiment as each other, they both gain Always Strikes first. If Isabella is slain, Vlad immediately gains Frenzy and Hatred. And if Vlad is slain and Isabella's still alive, then she gets that instead.
Yeah.
So they swap the ASF for Frenzy Hatred.
Yeah.
Look, it's a mixed bag for him. His big problem... his 2 big problems, really, are, number 1, he's neither Arthur nor Martha.
No,
He's not that great a combat vampire. He's not that great a magic vampire.
No.
So he sort of doesn't really know what he wants to be. I mean, we'll discuss Count Manfred in a minute, and he isn't a great combat vampire, but he's an excellent magic vampire.
Yeah.
You know, and if we look at like a standard, you know, the sort of vampire I'm sure you'll have seen in competitive play, which we'll discuss in the list section, you're going to find that they're very good in combat, but probably not that good at magic. He's sort of trying to bridge a gap that doesn't massively work that well for the army.
No, yeah, and that's, I think, like, the thing is you can build a better non-special character, sort of, who's a better wizard, or you can build a non-special character who is a better combat character.
I think you could arguably build a non-special character who's better at both.
True, yeah, by
Yeah.
just making him a level 4 wizard.
Yeah.
That's
So
really
then he
the
just
turning
doesn't-
point for you, isn't
he
it?
just-
Level 3.
It really
He's
is, though.
right,
It's
though.
so huge.
Because the Law of Vampires is so good, I want as many of the spells as I can have as well.
Yeah, I think it's a real shame. Because I would have accepted him being a lower level wizard if he was truly off the chain in combat. But he just isn't. He's okay. He doesn't have any of the combat-y vampire powers,
Nope.
though that sort of improve his combat stats.
No.
His sword isn't particularly good. It's only +1 strength. He gets some
Alright.
wounds back better, but his spells do that.
His ring's the best thing.
Yeah.
And again, the thing is that with a 4+ ward save, weapon skill 7, and the ability to regain wounds like he does, I mean, he's probably not going to die that often anyway.
No.
So, I don't know, but he is. Look, he's neither Arthur nor Martha, ladies and gentlemen. He's not sure what he is.
Yeah.
And I think that probably holds him back more than anything. Is he still viable? Probably not in a competitive match, if I'm honest, because of that. Because what his opportunity cost, what you're losing to have him, is just far too great.
Yeah.
It's upsetting for the big zaddy.
Yeah, it is. He's very cool, and he's got a great figure as well.
Yeah,
I've got his figure over there, which is lovely. So we're going to move on. We're going to move on to the infamous Count Manfred von Carstein. So it's the younger von Carstein. Von Carstein the younger.
I think the youngest.
But he is, yeah. But
the
as the Count, the Lord level version, he comes in with an absolutely world-beating 22 out of 24.
Staggering.
Yeah. In fact, if you've seen our article or our tale from the Wizard's Tower, as it is now, on the best special character wizards in Warhammer, he is number 3.
He is.
So he's very, very high up on that list. So how do we get there? Well, we get a 4 for his output, a 4 for his special rules, a 4 for his synergy, a 3 for his risk, a 4 for his survivability, and a 3 for his cost. So it's a belting score again in the deep dive. This deep dive's had some really great scoring units as well. Now I'm assuming you've mounted him on a Nightmare or on a Hellsteed at this point.
Yep.
What can I say about him? So he's a lore master for the lore of vampires and the lore of death.
So good.
So
14 spells.
Two absolutely brilliant spell laws, which also have great synergy. And that's really hard to look past.
Yeah, I really like Count Manfred. I really do. I really want. I just want him to be a bit more survivable. Like, to have a bit of a better save.
It's interesting, he's got 4, and I know a lot of people say, I'm crazy. Oh, you're crazy, James. And they're, for taking him on a Hellsteed and flying him around. I'm like, dude, he's got 5 wounds.
He does have a lot of wounds.
He gets wounds back really easily. I'm like, I just don't find him that unsurvivable.
Yeah,
if I'm honest.
I'd just like him to have a ward save.
It's the fear of the ward save, I think, more than anything. But I just, with 5 wounds, I just don't think it's that must have.
I just think people these days, they see fantasies like your character has to have a ward save to live.
2 up, 4 up.
I think generic ward saves in the sort of common magic items really had a massive impact on how people view survivability. But he's not easy to kill. He's got 5 wounds, he regains them easily, and he can cast a lot of spells. He has vampire powers that work excellently with what he does as well, and I think that's worth pointing out. So he has Master of the Black Arts. This will allow him to consistently have more power dice than his opponent.
So good.
Again, we'll cover it a bit more specifically shortly, but it allows you to reroll one of the dice when you generate power dice. He has Dark Acolyte, which allows him to add an additional D3 to his casting attempts for the signature spell from the Lore of Vampires, providing you successfly cast it. He has Summon Creatures of the Night, which we spoke about earlier, which is one that allows him to grow bat swarms, fell bats, and dire wolves above starting size. All of these things are very good. He's still a vampire, so he's still got the stats of a regular vampire. 5 attacks, weapon skill 7, strength 5.
Yeah.
So
5.
his magic sword, the Sword of Unholy Power, generates up. Is there a cap on it?
No, it's alright. So his magic weapon, Sword of Unholy Power. For each unsaved wound caused by the sword, Manfred gains an extra dice at the start of the ensuing magic phase. This will be a power dice in his own magic phase and a dispel dice in his enemy's magic phase.
Really excellent, and again, there's some magic items that synergise nicely with him if you can fit them in on those terms as well. His Armour of Temple Hov ups him from 3 wounds to 5.
Yeah, then he gives him heavy armour.
2 wounds and 5 armour save.
So he's just very good. Now, there is a note I've got here on his risk. So we've given him a 3 for risk. Now, if you're reading along on the rating system page, you might be looking at us and saying, Triple Crown guys, what are you talking about? He's a 4 for risk. He's got spells he can do from more than 24 away that don't require line of sight. That would make him a 4. And you're right. However, the reason he's a 3 for us is because that's a spell.
Yeah.
2 spells. It's not a lot. The vast majority of the time, he will need to be inside 24 to do his damage. In fact, the vast majority of the time, he's going to want to be inside 12 to really bring the pain for maximising his output. And so it's difficult to say, well, he's a 4 for risk. It's not a particularly fair estimation.
No,
of
he's
what he
also,
does.
because he's going to be your general, he's also going to need to keep pace with your army to keep them
them
marching,
yeah.
which is a big thing. And he's not realistically going to be able to do that from 24 inches away for most of the game.
So we think that he will be risking in a bit closer.
Yeah.
And again, he's a vampire, so you probably are going to want to think about combat at points for him as well.
Especially with that sword.
And if you put him in Black Knights, which is a very common place for him, probably much more common than me discussing a Hellsteed for him, you know, then he will be going into combat, and so he will be taking more risk.
Yeah.
So it just makes sense that he gets a 3.
Yeah.
We really like him. We can't really
I really
wax
like
more
him.
lyrical about him. His only sort of big drawback is he's not an absolute combat machine. He's just good in combat.
Yeah, but can you imagine if he was an absolute combat machine?
Oh, I can imagine.
14 spells, Lawmaster on 2 laws, and an absolute
He
combat
doesn't
beast.
need it, quite
No, he
frankly,
really
because
doesn't.
what he can do with his magic as well makes him even better in combat if he wants
I mean,
to.
if he wanted to be good, he can also he can reliably get a lot of power dice every turn as well, or the spell dice.
Yeah, he's also
And because I think Lawmaster is such, everyone knows it's a good rule, but I think he's possibly one of the best rules in Warhammer because for a sort of in a competitive sense, because you have that guarantee that you do know those spells.
Yeah.
And you are definitely going to have those spells. Because you could have a level 4 and a level 2, and... Okay, no, you would be guaranteed a spell. If you have a level 4 and a level 1, there we go, you might miss out on the one spell that you want.
Well, the thing with the level 4, level 2 situation, though, is do you get the spell you want on your best caster?
That's another one. And you are going to miss out on a spell, because you might miss out on the signature.
And with this as well, it's worth pointing out that the lore attribute from Law of Death generates power dice, which you then use to cast all your vampire spells, which are also really good. So, guys, he's ace.
Yeah.
He's ace. We love him. You know, you could go far wrong by putting him on your team sheet. You know, you really could. He's a great choice. And again, another string to those vampire counts players' bows, which is excellent. So I'm going to move on. I'm going to take a look at the final lord, and that's Heinrich Kemmler, the Lich Master. And he gets 18 out of 24 as well.
Still
so
good.
It's not bad.
No fall.
Yeah.
The dreaded Scourge of Bretonia, this evil necromancer, gets 3 for every single category. That's how he gets his 18. So that's output, special rules, synergy, risk, survivability, and cost. So I've got here the Lich Master is a brilliant wizard. He is a Lore Master again. It's in fact one of the only books in all of Warhammer that has
got
2
more than one.
Lore Masters in the same book. He's only a Lore Master for Lore of Vampires though, not Death like Manfred also gets. He also has an excellent magic item, which is the Skull Staff, and this synergises really nicely with his sort of wizarding credentials, if you like. So I'll get Max to shout out what it does.
It's the Skull Staff. It's an arcane item. At the beginning of the friendly magic phase, your opponent must declare all of his magic items are within 12 inches of Kemmler and the models, units that are carrying them. In addition, he receives +1 to his dice roll when he attempts to dispel.
So,
super good.
Yeah, he's a level 4 wizard, so having +5 to dispel is
+5
excellent.
to spell is helpful with dispelling game, obviously.
Now, special rules wise, this is a good item because he has the cloak. He has the cloak of mist and shadows, which is another item. Sorry. Now, at the start of each of Kemmler's turns, he chooses whether he's going to have the fly special rule or the ethereal special rule for that turn. So again, when you know where the magic swords are from your Skull Staff, you can make those good decisions about getting him out of there. So again, there's another argument to say, well, you know, perhaps his special rules should be a 4, James. You know, oof, who knows? There's some internal synergy there. This guy is great though, and I've got lots of other points here to point out, which I probably should, which are quite salient. We gave him a 3 for survivability because although he could be ethereal, regain wounds, and be toughness 4, which looks like 4, he has to actually choose to be ethereal or fly. He has to do it at the start of his turn. So if he goes second, he doesn't have it on the first turn of the game.
Yeah.
You know,
And you know, you're not always going to choose ethereal. You're definitely going to have those times where you are going to choose fly.
yeah, because you want to get him out of there.
Yeah.
So we just felt that was a more sensible way to do it. Now he's got the Chaos Tomb Blade, I think it's called, and this one's a magic weapon that ups his attacks from 1 to 3.
Yep.
He's strength 4, and for every wound he does in combat with the weapon, he regains a skeleton or a graveguard, depending on what unit you've got him in. If he's in ghouls, he does nothing. So put him in graveguard or skeleton.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it follows the rules for resurrecting fallen warriors that we discussed right at the start of this video. He also has the Master of the Dead upgrade built in.
Yep.
For his points
So you
value.
can raise skeletons above their starting
Which
size.
is excellent.
Yep.
And to be honest, he's another one where you do look at his cost and think, oh, he might be able to just tip into the undercosted. He's 350 points for all of that good stuff. But he is only leadership 8, and it is worth remembering that for testing to march and things like that.
Yeah.
And you know he is only toughness 4. He's not a vampire at the end of the day,
No.
guys. So
And he is just too expensive to get a vampire with.
he certainly is.
Yeah.
So,
Which is a shame.
but certainly there is a build for him, and we're going to have a look at a build for him at the end of this video, and he's well worth considering, guys. So we're going to move on now to the hero section, which is the larger of the sort of two halves of this special character part. And we're going to start with Manfred the Acolyte. Now he comes in with a 15 out of 24, so he's as good as Vlad.
Hero Manfred, as good as Lord Vlad.
So he gets 1 for output, 3 for special rules, 4 for synergy, 3 for risk, 2 for survivability, and 2 for cost. So this represents Manfred von Carstein during the reign of Vlad.
Yeah.
Get that right. So he's a hero level. He loses the armour of Tempelhof, so he doesn't get the +2 wounds in the heavy armour.
He's just got
2 wounds.
heavy armour.
And his stats drop to a hero, so he loses the weapon skill 6, loses the 3rd wound that he would start with as a lord, loses the extra attack, etc.
Loses a master black arts.
Yeah, and he loses a lot of vampire powers, it's worth pointing out. He loses Master of the Black Arts. He also loses Summon Creatures, I believe. He just keeps Dark Acolyte.
He keeps Dark Acolyte.
Yeah. He keeps Lore Master, but only for the Lore of Vampires.
Yeah.
Doesn't keep it for the Lore of
So
Death.
there are actually 3 Lore Masters in the Vampire book.
Yeah, sort of.
Technically.
Yeah, which is how we get to the ability to have... Because we could take, say, the Lich Master as one with Van Hals.
Yeah.
Manfred as a hero with Van Hals, and then we could take a regular wizard with Van Hals because the Lore Masters don't count. And then we could take the Book of Arcan as well, which is a nice
4 Van Hals.
So we could have 4, which would be really good.
Dear.
So look, what are we talking about here? He's a toughness 4 guy with a 5 up save. He costs you 200 points. Those are things you have to consider really strongly.
He's a lot of points.
He wants to be probably in a unit of zombies behind your battle line. In that role, he's quite good, but 200 points is a lot. And in general, vampire heroes, I don't think are that competitive, if I'm honest. I think there's a couple of places they're very competitive, normally on a horse with a lance. But,
or a flying horse with a lance.
but otherwise they tend to be something I leave at home.
Yeah.
And Manfred does sort of have that issue slightly. But he's got fantastic synergy. A 4 for synergy is excellent.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't require a LS.
No, he is still a Lore Master. You are still guaranteeing that you're going to have every spell. Although you are only guaranteeing it on a level 2, which is less good.
Yeah, but the ones you really, really care about, I suppose, in consistent competitive play, the signature, spell 1, spell 2, possibly spell 4 and 5. They're the real heavy, consistent users, I think, for competitive play. They're all pretty gettable cast values for a level 2 without too much ag. So,
especially if you combine him with a Mortis engine, with the Blasphemous.
that would be a big bold play, but certainly would be doable. So I mean, look, he's all right, guys. He's worth thinking about considering your list. He's not an auto include. He's not a must have.
No.
But you're probably not going to be too sad if you can put together a moderate protection plan for him.
Yeah, I think you've got to sort of, to an extent, build around him. You need a plan for him. It's not just I'm going to drop this unit down to this size, have 200 points and put Manfred in my army. You need to sort of work around where he's going to go, what he's going to do.
And I think for me that's probably in a block of, say, 20 zombies behind your force where everything's blocked up in front, and then you can grow them as the game
Where
goes,
you'd normally put a Necromancer.
Yeah, basically, treat him like that.
Yeah.
So we're going to go on to our next Von Carstein, and that one is Comrade. Now, I'm really sorry, guys, but it's all downhill from here.
Unfortunately.
Comrade gets a 10 out of 24, and I'm sure there's going to be some of you at home going, really?
At least it's still in double figures.
Yeah, because he does still see competitive play. But so look, he gets a 2 for output, a 2 for special rules, a 1 for synergy, a 1 for risk, a 2 for survivability, and a 2 for cost. Now, again, with the output I've got here, 2 comes from a bit of a compromise. He's got Red Fury and sort of the 2-hand weapons with the sword that does the multiple wounds 2.
Multiple wounds 2, yeah.
What's it called? The Sword of Waldenhof?
The Sword of Waldenhof, yes.
Yeah, so that does multiple wounds 2. So the thing is, you can take a vampire hero, you can give them Red Fury, and you can give them 2-hand weapons.
Yeah.
So really, we're only increasing his output for multiple wounds 2, particularly.
Yeah.
But you know, because they don't come a standard with it, we're trying to chart a compromise here with him.
Yeah.
So
it's also the only vampire that's not a wizard.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a huge issue for him because he's just very one-dimensional as a result. At 160 points, he's probably about the right cost because he is pretty scary. He's weapon skill 7, which is better than a regular vampire.
5 attacks, strength 5.
Multiple wounds 2.
Multiple wounds 2.
He hates you as well.
He does hate you.
He's got hatred.
And he has Red Fury.
Red Fury, which
so he's terrifying in combat.
Yeah,
so
really
Red Fury we'll discuss, but basically it means that you do more attacks.
Yeah.
For every wound you cause.
And if he successfully does his one bat short of a belfry,
you can get an extra attack.
Yeah, so
frenzied.
he has to roll dice at the beginning of every turn. On a roll of 1, 2, 3, he gets stupidity. On a roll of 4, 5, 6, he's subject to frenzy.
Now there's problems with that for me. He's leadership 6.
Yes.
If he slips out of my general's bubble, he's either chasing after shadows or he's ambling forward
3 or 4 inches.
No distance. We're not impressed with that.
No.
And then that is coupled with his poor survivability. I'm paying 160 points for a toughness 4, 2 wound model with a 5-up armor save.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't have the ability himself to regenerate his wounds with magic. He's relying on others, and has to get into base contact to do his damage.
Yeah.
So look, it's an up and down. The power of his sword and the multiple wounds with the Red Fury and the good initiative of 6 does make him a consideration for a lot of people. He's very scary in a challenge. Very scary in a challenge. He will kill a lot of characters, even though he's only a hero. But a lack of synergy, big risk, lack of survivability. You are having to make decisions here, guys.
Yeah.
So. And on that note, I'm going to move on to the final von Carstein, and that is Isabella von Carstein. Now, she has a 10 out of 24 as well.
Not great for the wife.
She gets a 1 for output because she's just a vampire hero. There's nothing about her output that's any better. She gets a 3 for special rules, 1 for her synergy, 2 for her risk, 2 for her survivability, and 1 for her cost. So, special rules are a big leading light, really, guys. She gets all her strikes first if she's in a regiment with Vlad. If Vlad's slain, she gets Frenzy and Hatred instead. She also has
Beguile
Vampire Power, which is the one that makes her harder to hit in combat, which we'll discuss clearly in a minute. Beyond that, she's not great. She doesn't have Vampire Powers that up her output.
Nope.
She doesn't have anything that lets her hit more regularly or anything.
She's
like
only
that.
level 1 wizard.
Only a level 1 randomly, so not great.
She does have the Blood Chalice of Bathory.
That's the best thing about her.
Yeah, which so in China, Isabella or another vampiric character in the same unit may drink from the Blood Chalice. At the start of each friendly magic phase, the chosen model regains a single wound lost earlier in the battle. So realistically, she's going to be put in a unit with Vlad. Just adds up Vlad's more than impressive liability.
But then we're looking and going, well, I've spent like nearly 600 points on these two here, on this combination. I think I can't remember what Vlad is off the top of my head.
I think she's 530.
Oh wow, I was 700 points then.
No, 495.
Oh, okay,
530 is for Count Manfred.
Yeah, so 495, so 650.
She's 175,
And that's not including
700,
the unit you've bought for them to go in.
Yeah.
That's going to be like a 1,000 point block.
She's a 1 for cost because she's just not worth 175 points. I'm sorry, guys.
No.
She's just
Has she got any save? Has she actually got armour?
I
think she's got heavy armour.
Maybe. Isabella, heavy armour.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So she's got 5 saves. So you
Poor.
got 6.
Still not good though.
Poor.
I mean, it is poor, yeah.
Same survivability as Manfred and Comrade.
Yeah.
Lacking survivability is an issue for any vampire hero. I don't know why I'm spending 175 points on this one. That doesn't really give me a lot for those points. So leave her at home. Sorry, she's a lovely model. Put her on your cabinet. She'll look great there. And finally, we are going to finish up the deep dive rating today with Krell, the Lord of Undeath.
Kemmler's best friend.
Kemmler's mate, yeah. Now, he is our final special character hero, and he comes in with 11 out of 24, guys. So he gets 2 for his output, 3 for his special rules, 1 for his synergy, 1 for his risk, 3 for his survivability, and 1 for his cost.
Yes.
Yeah, he is just too expensive.
He's 205 points. That's a lot.
He's insanely priced for a guy who's got a 5-up armor save.
4-up armor save.
4-up.
Armor Barrow's 4-up armor save.
So he's toughness 5 with 4 wounds. Now that is good.
For a hero,
that is
that's
very
good,
good. But regular White Kings have 3 wounds anyway, and they're also toughness 5. Now he does have Killing Blow with 3 attacks, but he does also have Always Strikes Last. But the axe gives him +2 strength and multiple wounds D3. Now he gains heroic Killing Blow instead if he's in a unit with Kemmler.
In a challenge.
Yeah, only if he's in a challenge.
And he does have to issue challenges, and he does have to accept challenges.
Because he was once a warrior of chaos.
So, as I've got here... Hang on. it says because he has the challenge, we had to dock some points from his special rules.
Yeah.
As he's going to spend most of these games killing, blowing enemy champions. Plus, if enemy characters simply refuse the challenge and you send them to the back, that actually makes him worse because he can't kill and blow them then.
Yeah.
So, not great. The axe is definitely his high point though, with the +2 strength and the multiple
points.
It also has additional effects as well. Furthermore, if any more takes an unsaved wound from the Black Axe but not removed from play, must roll d6 at the start each of its subsequent turns. The result is higher than the number of wounds it has remaining. That model suffers additional wound. No arm saves allowed.
Yeah. So it does rot you off basically. Yeah. It's good, but again,
the arm of the barrows is 4 up armor save. If an enemy magic weapon wounds Krell in close combat, then Krell passes armor save. That magic weapon's abilities are nullified.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so unlikely to happen though.
Because they just tear through your armor.
Yeah.
They're strength 6+. So, look, Black Axe is a high point. Cost low point.
Very low point.
Two White Kings are the same sort of investment and probably will do a lot more for your army than one Krell. I want to be positive about him. I do. He's a really cool figure. He's definitely scary. He carries a lot of threat. I don't imagine a lot of people would want to fight him.
No.
Because the potential's there.
That's what unit champions are made for though, isn't it?
But yeah, for 205 points, I just don't see it.
No.
I don't see it at all.
Just use him as a White King.
Use him as a White King. That's a great shout, Max. And on that bombshell...
That's it.
That's it.
Units and special characters.
That's it for the rating system for units and special characters part of this video. So we're now going to move on to the Vampiric Powers, Army Magic Items, and Laws of Magic in the next sections of this video. Okay, so now we're going to take a look at the Vampire Count's Vampiric Powers. So unlike other armies, vampires have access to 14 specific vampiric powers. Now, we will have discussed quite a bit about these sort of loosely, but this section of the video is going to be designed to really explain them sort of in depth, if you like, and help you understand how they impact a competitive army. Now, the allowance that a vampire gets to buy these powers is in addition to their magic items allowance.
So good.
Yes, so a lord can take 100 points of magic items, and 100 points of vampire powers, so 2 separate allowances, and a vampire hero can take 50 points of magic items and 50 points of vampiric powers. Now, powers cannot be duplicated on the same model, but they can be duplicated on other models in your army. So you can have lots of vampires with the same set of powers or same power.
Which is unique for these sort of things, because if you look at Bretonnians can duplicate but at a higher
The
cost.
goes up,
But and then the Warriors, Cows and Beasts, and they have these sort of things, but you can't duplicate them across the army.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out that you can buy the powers in any combination up to the points value.
Yeah.
So it's not like, oh, well, if you've got this one, you can't have this one.
Yeah.
No. You can just pick the ones that you like combining together, and that's going to lead to some really competitive outcomes.
Yes.
So we've covered quite a bit of blurb there. So I'm going to get stuck into the first of these powers now, and it's the most expensive one at 75 points. It's Master of the Black Arts. So this was the one that we just mentioned on Manfred the Count, the Lord level version of him. And it works like this. It allows the vampire's controlling player to reroll one of the dice when determining the strength of the winds of magic. So you throw 2d6, and then you can pick one of those to re-roll it if you want. So
good.
You roll that 6 and a 1, I'll re-roll the 1. 12 dice power, 12 magic phase.
Strong.
So good.
It means you're more likely to get those closer, tighter scores because you can have another stab at it. And I've had it before as well, where I'm like, I'm going to re-roll the big one. Roll like a 3 and a 6, and you're like, I only want to get one spell off. I don't want him to have a lot of dispel dice, so I just re-roll the big one.
Yeah.
Doesn't say I've got to re-roll the small one.
No.
So, sounds crazy, but it can...
In certain situations.
Yeah, it can be strong. So, there are some big drawbacks with this power as well, though. And that's that you probably use it... This is not scientific when I say this, is just from playing games. I reckon you use it 3 or 4 times a game. You certainly don't use it every turn.
No.
Because you're going to have those turns where you roll quite tight numbers, like 3 and a 3. Do you really want to re-roll that, or do you want to stick with it?
4 and a 4, which is the sweet spot.
4 and a 4 is amazing.
Yeah.
You definitely don't want to re-roll that. And then you have those ones where you roll like 11s and 10s, big numbers anyway, regardless of what the split on the dice is. So you probably don't re-roll those.
Even if, like, depending on the turn, if you roll a double 1, you're like, actually, do I really want to re-roll that?
Well, you're just giving them more dispel dice.
Yeah, exactly.
So these are things to consider about the power, and its points cost is a lot. It's 75, and there are a few powers that are sort of 30 points plus that are really good.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of opportunity cost when you take this one, which is why, if I'm honest, I've never taken it outside of having Manfred with it.
Yeah. It also means it has to be on a Lord.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. So.
Then you can build you can build your vampire lord to be the master wizard or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But then, if you're doing that, why are you not buying Count Manfred, who's just better at it?
Maybe because you want a ward save, I suppose, because you're a ward save addict.
Maybe.
But yeah, I've got here, Vampire Count's armies do live and die off of casting magic spells,
Yep.
so it is always worth consideration.
Quite literally.
But at the same time, the vampire also has to be alive to do it.
Yeah.
So that's also worth bearing in mind. But, overall, this is a good power, guys. It's a good power. For my money, it is best to take Manfred if you want to use it.
Yeah, probably.
But, certainly, again, if there's guys out there that have had a lot of success with it in another build, let us know. So next up is Curse of the Revenant. Now this one is 55 points, which again will mean it's a Lord only choice. And it gives the vampire an additional wound.
It's not bad.
It is, in my opinion, far too expensive.
It's expensive, yes, but an additional wound's always nice.
And I think that's deliberate to stop you taking on a vampire hero.
Yeah.
Which I don't know why they didn't just make it 35 points,
And
which
say
is the
Lords
right
only.
points cost for it. And put in brackets, Lords only.
Yeah. I do think you only ever see this competitively on a single build, which is a Strigoi King with this, with Scabscrath, with a Dragonbane gem, on a Terrorgeist, probably.
The only other time I've seen it is with a regular vampire Lord. With Scabscrath.
It's the only... It's because Scabscrath is a magic weapon, which we'll get into, but it essentially gives you a
Death Shriek.
Death Shriek, that's it. The Terrorgeist scream.
So you're adding your wounds to the dice.
So you want to increase how many wounds you have.
Increase.
Yes,
Certainly
you want to
do.
increase.
And there's another power that we'll discuss in a bit called Aura of Dark Majesty, which will synergise well in that combination too.
Yep.
But fundamentally, that's really its main use. It's just too many points. Otherwise, I think.
Yeah.
Because crucially, it stops you getting the third vampire power on our list, which is Red Fury.
This is the top.
Probably, well, almost certainly the most common, arguably the best.
The most chosen vampiric power in a competitive setting is my note. Now I'm going to ask Max to read it out specifically, so I don't paraphrase it wrong.
So, for each unsaved wound that the vampire causes in close combat, it can immediately make a further attack. These additional attacks do not benefit from Red Fury. An attack that automatically kills an enemy counts as having done an amount of wounds equal to the number of wounds that the model had remaining. So if you manage to kill him blow something or take something off in one hit.
I've still not worked out how that would go.
Master Strike.
Maybe with Master Strike, I suppose.
We discussed Master. We quite like combination.
Would you then be able to swap that back to regular attacks? I don't know. Either way, it's really good, obviously. When you look at the stat line of a Vampire Lord, weapon skill 7, initiative 7, 5 attacks, and then you think, I can combine that with weapons that up my strength. I can take things that make me reroll hit rolls. I've got spells that let me reroll wound rolls. I can make you reroll your ward saves with these items. All of a sudden, this guy is a powerhouse. One of the big challenges for competitive, in the competitive metagame for combat characters is they really struggle to impose themselves on the game in 8th edition because they're not getting in probably for a few turns. So they're limited in the time frame they have to impact the game.
Yeah.
And then, 4 or 5 dice, it's not going to impact the game like...
Not really.
The equivalent points in Knights or the equivalent points in...
A Wizard even.
A Wizard or any other choice. Now, this is what makes Red Fury so good and so commonplace, is that it allows that vampire to impose herself on the game.
Yeah, massively so.
We were playing a couple of weeks ago at the gaming club. I was playing against Skaven with a vampire that had the Sword of War Strikes First in this power. I killed 9 Stormvermin in one turn with that vampire.
It's basically a rank of a horde of Stormvermin.
Just take a rank off.
Yeah.
That's a huge imposition on the game immediately. What else have I got here? You must consider the Law of Vampires magic spells when we talk about this.
Yeah, and I mean, you said obviously about increasing the vampire strength with the magic weapons, which is the most common build, but you can also just increase his number of attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you know that you're fighting toughness 3 stuff predominantly, then when he's got like 8 attacks, it's very strong,
Potentially killing 16 models a turn.
Yeah, very strong. Now I've got here, it's quite, it drops off quite a lot on a hero, vampire
Yes.
in its
Yeah.
kind of viability and
Because you
competitiveness.
get a lot less attacks to start with.
Yeah, well, you get less attacks.
You can combine it
it's
with a lot less.
all of his allowance for vampire powers.
Yeah.
So you can't take, say Quick Blood, which we'll discuss in a minute, which is very good with his power. Still good on a vampire hero, just doesn't feel like it's worth the same number of points on a hero to a lord. And I must say, if you're going to do that, then Comrade probably is the first choice there, because you're still going to struggle to get survivability, and at least with Comrade he comes with hatred, so that's quite good.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's a toss up there if you want to do it on a hero, but on a lord, there's no question, it's absolutely amazing.
Oh, I'll tell you where that Red Fury doing the number of wounds to take off whatever, sort of getting that, is Comrade. If he kills a hero, he gets 2 attacks from each attack he does.
Oh yeah, I suppose.
Oh, there you go.
So
Anyway, back to the Vampiric Powers.
So yeah, that's it. You love to sit. That's
Yeah,
literally
you
my
really
last
do.
point. It's just you really like to see it. It's a great power. If you're a Vampire Counts player, this is pretty much an auto include on the team sheet with the Vampire Lord.
Yeah.
It's up there, and if it isn't, then you've obviously had really good reason not to use it, because maybe you're doing the Scab Scraff thing, or you want to do like a casty Vampire.
Realistically, you just look at your Vampire Laws and just add 50 points on, because they're always going to be saying Red Fury.
Yeah, it is
Like 95% of the
It
time.
is very common in a competitive
Vampire
match,
Laws,
isn't it?
220 points? Nah, it's 270.
So we're going to move on now to the next power, and it's our first 30-point power, and this one is called Flying Horror.
What's
Now,
it do, James?
It's a lot more situational a power I've got here than the last one. This gives the vampire fly.
I wouldn't have guessed that from the name.
No.
Character on foot only, though.
Yes.
So you can't mount him on a horse.
No.
Do you know the flying horse, the Hellsteed, is the same points as this power?
Yeah, well,
So I don't know
maybe
why they've needed to specify that, but
maybe you want the double flying horse.
maybe they do. So
Maybe the horse gets tired and the vampire needs to fly.
I need to talk about this. I think this is good, actually. It's situational because you're not going to use it every turn. You might not even use it every game. But if you've got some points in there, and particularly in comps events where they normally hit the Red Fury Quick Blood combination one way or another, and you maybe don't want to do that combo, this can be quite a good use of some of those remaining Vampire Counts Powers points. So it's 20 points cheaper than the Flying Carpet to start with.
Yeah.
Which is epic. The Flying Carpet prevents you from joining units. This doesn't.
Yeah.
So he hops into a unit, and then late game, or if you're in trouble, I think I'm going to go over there. And again, the bear is vampiric, so it can always march.
Yeah.
So it just adds a lot of really good flexibility to the vampire. I've got some drawbacks here. So, oh yeah, also not taking the Flying Carpet frees up your magic item allowance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is good. But some drawbacks, just quickly, I think I've mentioned some of them. So you probably won't use it all the time. Vampire is going in alone if he shoots out on his own, potentially. And that's not necessarily very good when you're undead. And you don't have any static combat resolution. You have to consider that this is likely to be best for spell casting on, say, Law of Death, maybe.
Yeah, I
So
was
it
going
might
to say
be-
it's like a secondary caster.
This is the most obvious law to pair it with.
Yeah.
Is Law of Death.
But you've got to make sure that they aren't going to be easily killable when they go flying off across the table, because you're investing points in them. So you're just throwing a lot of VPs away if you're not careful. So this will mean you'll find the power is sort of semi-useful in games.
Yeah.
I find, rather than sort of a definite go-to. But if you've got the points and you've got a game plan in mind, really worth considering. But it does cost you the ability to Quick Blood your Red Fury if you take Red Fury, and that's going to be a big consideration for you. There's got to be a good reason to do that, basically, guys.
Yeah.
So a mixed bag with that one.
Yeah.
Speaking of Quick Blood, that is our next 30-point vampire power. This one is amazing. It's just 30 points. The vampire gets always strikes first.
Yeah.
So if you don't know how always strikes first works, I don't know where you've been, but I'll give you a quick rundown. The model always strikes first when they make attacks in close combat, which means they go before enemies regardless of their initiative value. If the initiative value of the bearer is equal to or greater than their opponents, they reroll fail to hit rolls with those close combat attacks as well. See Initiative 6 for Vampire Heroes and Initiative 7 for Vampire Lords for
So good.
reference. So with Strength 5 on, Strength 5 plus I've got here, because I'm assuming you might take some magic weapon options. And the potential to combine it with Red Fury for 80 of your 100 points on a Lord. I just don't need to talk about how good that obviously is, do I?
It's so good.
Everyone knows that combination.
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it?
Now look, it's 5 points more than taking the Sword of Swift Slaying, which is 25 points, and confers the same special rule. But I don't have to use my magic weapon slot for that.
You can take the Ogre Blade at that point.
Yeah, or other magic weapons are available.
Ogre Blade's available.
which is good. Sword of Anti-Heroes is very good in
Yeah.
this combination as well. And that's just good stuff, isn't it? And also, don't forget, like, if you've got a lance, you don't really want to be taking a magic weapon. You can just take a lance on your horse with quick blood. Really good. So, top tier choice, guys. I actually think it's probably the best vampire power myself. I think it's possibly a little bit better than Red Fury, just because it's just so consistent. Again, you're back to being so consistent, and it's 30 points. It's not very expensive.
No, I think its points value helps it.
It's definitely the best choice on a hero, I think.
Yes.
Makes him very consistent, or her very consistent. So, on to the 25-point powers now. And we have a whole 4 of these to chew through. And the first of them is Aura of Dark Majesty. So, again, I'm going to ask Max to read it out so I don't get it wrong.
So Aura of Dark Majesty is all enemy units within 6 inches of one or more vampires with the Aura of Dark Majesty suffer a -1 penalty to their leadership. This penalty is cumulative,
Well done.
around the time, with any other modifiers.
Okay, so you can't... It's not cumulative with
itself.
other Aura of Dark Majesties,
Mhm.
but it is cumulative with, I don't know, let's say, Doom and Darkness.
Yeah.
So, why is this good? Why is this good?
Leadership's key in the game. It's a strong part of the
It's key
game.
for vampires more than a lot of armies, I think.
So there's so much you can do with this power,
Mm.
guys. There really is, and I'm going to cover a few things here, and then as we move on to some other powers and items, it's going to keep getting tagged back to. I rate this power. It's really strong. It's very good because your army has a large volume of terror-causing units.
Yep.
Which means your opponent is more likely to run from a terror check, or is more likely to fail a fear check in combat.
Yeah.
Doom and Darkness from the Law of Death, as we touched on, is very strong because you can now knock 4 off your opponent's leadership. And if only there was an ability to damage your opponent based on leadership, like, say, a Death Shriek, or, say...
A Ghostly Howl.
Ghostly Howl. So, again, you can immediately see the obvious... You know, what we're saying is, you get this in Doom and Darkness, and it's +4 wounds for the Terror Guys.
Yeah.
+4 wounds.
It's effectively, if it's an unwounded Terrorgeist, that's 2d6 dead models. Effectively, they're a one-wound model.
2d6 plus
2d6.
10 now.
Yeah.
So very strong. And again, the Screaming Banner, which we're going to discuss in a little while, will also have strong synergy with this. I've just got here, the list goes on. if you have the spare points to get this onto a model, Vampire Lord or Vampire Hero, it's really, really worth considering. It's a powerful, powerful thing. So on to Dark Acolyte. This one's a 25.1 again. And this is another one you'll find on Manfred, as we discussed earlier. Now, this one adds D3 to successful casting totals when casting Invocation of Nehek. That's the signature spell from the Law of Vampires that restores lost wounds. So there's some stuff to unpack here that's quite important. And I think the crucial part, which you pointed out, that I hadn't actually considered when I first read the power.
Yeah,
well,
it's
when I read the power for the last 10 years. But
it's successful casting attempts of Invocation. So you have to roll your dice, add your wizard level, and then only if you have cast it do you add the D3.
yeah.
So basically, it helps it to stop. It helps it to not be dispelled. It doesn't actually help to cast it.
Yeah, so I've got here. You know, you can. The positives for this power are, you know, you're always going to get something from it because it's a signature spell.
Yeah.
So you can always take it on the model that's purchased the power. It's decent on low level casters because it helps to maximise the total for dispelling.
Yeah.
You know, as long as they get over the line, particularly on the base level on the 6, then this is quite good. Throw 1 or 2 dice plus your wizard level, and a D3 means you'll likely eat up 2 to 3 dispel dice in the attempt from your opponent. That's probably its best use. On the biggest value for casting these spells, however, is just a bit of a letdown, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
Because when you got to throw 18, you
4 or
actually
5
want
dice.
the D3 to help you get over the line
Yeah.
rather than to help you buff the value up, because
Yeah.
your opponent's probably going to let it go unless they throw all their dice at it anyway. So
And a D3 is probably not going to matter at that point.
no, it can't turn a foul into a success is my key point here. And when you need an 18 plus for the big spell, that hurts. So I struggle to find space for it in my army lists.
Yeah. I think if you could take it on Necromancers, it'd be good, because you just take it on those level 1 Necromancers.
If I bite him
But
before
you
the game.
can't. But because you have to take it on vampires, you're then investing in a vampire hero as a wizard. Why are you not just investing in a necromancer?
Who's
as
a lot
wizard?
less points.
Yeah.
So we're going to move on. We're going to move on to the third 25-point power. There's quite a few of these. It's quite cool actually, because you can then stack these powers up. You know, Forbidden Law, and this one allows the vampire to take any battle magic law instead of their normal choice of magic, but they can't take Law of Life. So I honestly don't know why you don't see this one more often.
Hmm.
I always find it funny that the vampire can take Laura Light, which is ironically the one that damages vampires the most.
Yeah, but Tomb Kings can take Laura Light, and it also damages Tomb
Yeah,
Kings.
but they worship the sun.
Yeah,
That's
they
their
do
fluff.
worship a sun god.
Yeah,
Vampires don't like the sun.
well,
I
some
guess
of
the
them do.
reason you don't see it too often is because you already get access to Laura Vampires, which we've discussed how good that is for Vampire Army, and Death and Shadow on Vampires,
Yeah.
which are all quite good in terms of the sort of signature spell and their attribute.
Yeah.
So, and then if I'm paying 25 points, and I'm only a level 2 wizard...
Is it worth it for 2 spells?
So I probably want it on a level 4 wizard, but then I need 2 then, because I've got to have my general.
Yeah, I've got to have two Laura Vampires.
Or I've got to have, like, go mad and have just a level 1 on vampires as my general, and then a level 4 on something else, which I feel like would be a mistake.
Well, even then, you're going to struggle to fit 2 Vampire Lords in 625
Yeah,
points.
it's for
for
bigger
one's on a
games in
level
that
4.
way, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I have used this in the past, particularly when going to a couple of events where they use the end time selection, 50% Lords and
Yeah.
Heroes, and I used Laura Light on a second level 4 vampire, and I must say it was very effective
Initiative in the weapon skill 10.
on 2 units of 8 Cryptoras.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good.
Beer around this time will be given those same Cryptosaurs always strikes first.
Just
And
making
plus 1 attack.
making those hex rays movement 10 with it was pretty good as well.
Yeah.
Look, you know, it can. So I've got it. It's 25 points. So you probably want it on a level 4 to maximise it, which again is a big issue because general's going to have to be on Laura Vampires. 2 Vampire Lords difficult to get in, which we just covered. It's just okay. It's worth considering. The bigger the game gets, the more kind of fun you can have with this power.
Yeah.
And there is some strong combos in there.
Yeah,
Now,
definitely.
The final of our 25 point powers is Supernatural Horror. So this was one that Vlad had. It's really simple. It gives the vampire the Terror special rule.
Yeah.
Terror's cool.
25 points, not bad. The Terrifying
Yeah.
Mask of E costs that, and it's it also makes you not be able to give your leadership bubble out. So that's quite good.
Yeah.
You also said that wrong. It's Terrifying Mask of E!
Okay.
I think it's Eek. Doesn't it have a
No,
K at the end?
no, it's just E.
Yeah, I thought
No,
that-
With an exclamation point at the end.
Yeah.
Well, again, if you want to put in the comments whether it's E or Eek, you're more than welcome.
Or
That said, look, this is good for 25 points, I think, but
Yeah.
there are a lot of ways to get terror in your army without buying terror on your vampire. I've got to be
Yeah.
honest. 60-point Calm Rave heroes, they give you all that hero. So if you're going to pay 25 points for this, you're only actually paying 35 points for all of the good stuff about the
for a
raid.
2-wound, ethereal, chill grass, great weapon,
Yeah,
wielding
that's
wraith.
all good stuff. Again, Hex Race, they're competitive. They're in your list possibly.
Yeah.
Again, the Mortis Engine, the Terrorgeist, the
Yeah.
Vargulf. All of these things are in potentially on the table for it being in your list. They all cause terror.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm just not sure it's worth spending Vampire Power Allowance on it.
No.
But maybe if you've got to spare 25 points, you've got a Vampire with some space in the allowance.
Maybe if you've got a vampire with flying horror and this,
Yeah,
that
potentially.
sort of flying, sort of terror
You
bomb.
won't be able to do that. He'd have to be a Lord level vampire.
Yeah.
So, although I've said a vampire hero on a Hellsteed has some mileage,
Yeah.
which is what you just said. Look at that. Great minds think alike.
Especially if you combine that with Aura.
Yeah.
Or Aura of Dark Majesty. Just
Yeah,
like
which
the
is a
leadership.
good combination
Yeah.
potentially. So, it also works well with the next power we're going to discuss, which is Fear Incarnate. So it's okay, but maybe not your first choice. Getting terror in is good, maybe not this way.
Yeah.
So Fear Incarnate. Now this one is 20-point power, so we're not 5 points off. Again, I don't want to have any mistakes on this one, so I'm going to ask Max to just read it out.
So Fear Incarnate, fear test caused by the vampire or his unit that have been passed by an enemy unit must be re-rolled. If a battle standard bearer conferring its hold your ground ability to the testing unit, the 2 rules cancel each other out.
So you can't re-roll your fear test, and if you've got no BSB, you have to re-roll your successful fear test. Now, I know you're a fan.
I think it's okay. I think it's good in the right combination.
Yeah, and I've got here, I know that the Duke is a fan. I've personally not had a lot of success, but with Aura of Dark Majesty and with a Terror Causer or with the or the Screaming Banner, I think it's probably it's a decent power. My real holdback on it has always been the same thing, is that I think to get a lot of mileage out of this, I'm like, I want Fear Incarnate, that's 20 points, right?
Yep.
I also probably want Aura of Dark Majesty,
Yep.
so that's 45 points. I want a Wraith in my unit,
Yeah.
because I don't really want to buy another power, because that's not
No.
giving Red Fury
Yeah.
potentially. But let's say I buy the other power.
Well,
I buy
I just don't
the Terror.
necessarily think you need terror.
see, which is where I think we fundamentally disagree.
Mm.
But if say I go with the Terror on the power way,
Yeah.
and I get 70 points, and then I need to buy Screaming Banner, I'm dropping like 100 points on this combination as a minimum. And like, this is to make you fail fear check, right?
Yeah, like look, this wouldn't be my first sort of choice in how I would run a vampires
Yeah, no, I'm not saying
unit. But I think if I wanted to take Fear Incarnate, and if you want to take Fear Incarnate, that is what you do with it.
Yeah, I agree.
You take Screaming Banner, you take Aura of Dark Majesty, and if you've got the points, you take something that causes terror.
Because the trouble is otherwise, and I say this a lot, and people like sort of screw their noses up at me, but I'm like, I will not be convinced otherwise, probably because I'm a monster. But but there's just not a lot that cares that you cause fear, mate. Anything that's immune psychology doesn't care. Anything that causes fear doesn't care, which is why I'm like, well, I've got to have terror then.
Yeah.
And that kind of rules. I mean, 3 armies are ruled out immediately.
Yeah.
Right, and then anything with a Marcus Sinesh.
4 armies.
4?
Ogres, basically all cause fear. Bar
Oh
one,
yeah,
Ogres.
yeah. That's why I've got to have the terror for them.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
And then like, you know, like competitive high elves probably got Alariel, probably got Phoenix Guard, probably got Terror causing monsters. So they don't care. Dark elves, they're all frenzied. They don't care.
Dwarves are all like leadership 10 reroll.
Dwarves are well, they wouldn't re-roll with the combo, but
leadership 10.
Leadership 9. Oh no,
Yeah.
Rose Betide. That's horrible. So,
Well, I mean, if Max is rolling the dice, yeah, they probably do fail.
My leadership test's been on point recently.
so I don't know. The jury's out for us here. I think it's a little bit too much of an investment. I think it's fair to say that the Duke, and certainly I know a couple of guys that at the gaming club and stuff that think this is a really good combination for the points. So, you know, I think there's some mileage in there. So it might be one to try out for yourselves. I probably wouldn't put it on my competitive army team sheet from day one. So there's only 4 left. We're chewing through them. There's a lot of Vampire Powers actually.
There are.
And we're going to go with Beguile next. That's a 15-point power. And again, I'm going to ask Max to read it out because it's a lot of text.
So at the beginning of the close combat round, after challenges have been issued and or accepted, select a model in base contact with the vampire. That model must take a leadership test with a -3 modifier. If the test is failed, the model must re-roll successful to hit rolls that phase.
I like this one.
Yeah, I think it's really good if you've got a vampire that likes to challenge in particular.
Yeah.
That likes
Which vampire doesn't like a challenge?
well, one that wants to kill or rancor your figures.
Like one that's got Red Fury.
Yeah. But yes, certainly. I think it's good like that. This is one that both Vlad and Isabella have as well.
Yeah.
So, look, it's pretty good. I did a few years ago like a really funky build for Vampire because someone was like, oh, you can't do like a different build to the normal build and it'd be good. And I had this and I took Glittering Scowls and Fencer's Blades, I think it was.
Yep.
Or I might have taken the Vampire Power that ups my weapon skill by 2, which Dread Knight, which we'll talk about in a minute. And suddenly I had like weapon skill like 9 or 10, -1 to be hit, Beguiling. I took Aura of Dark Majesty to knock your leadership down another point, and all of a sudden it's like take a -4 leadership test, or you re-roll successful hits against me. You hit me on like a 6, and you have to re-roll them. You just don't hit me, which is quite fun. But I think in general it's just if you've got 15 spare points on something like a Vampire Battle Standard Bearer, I like this a lot.
Yeah, I think it's quite good in a Strigoi on a Ghoul King.
Yeah, that's not bad either.
Because he doesn't really have a save. So you do
No.
want him to just not be hit.
And he's weapon skill 8 as well.
He is, yeah. So he's already hard
Isn't
to
it?
hit.
Am I right?
I think
Or is he? No, he's 6 and
Initiative
he's initiative 8.
Yeah.
Sorry guys, he's weapon skill 6.
Yeah,
But it does help him because
Yep.
other lords will. There are lords that will hit him on a 3.
Yeah.
So that's helpful.
And you're already, if you're going with a Strigoi with a Terrorgeist build, you already want to have Aura of Dark Majesty on him to improve the Scab Scrath and his Terrorgeist screen.
Yeah, and you haven't got a lot of space because you definitely
want Master
Curse of the Revenant.
Curse of the Revenant, yeah. But you do have enough space for Curse of the Revenant, Beguile, and Aura of
Yeah,
Dark
you
Majesty.
do, but you don't have a lot of space for anything else
No.
sort of thing. So Beguile was a good choice there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. So it's all right. Yeah, it's all right. I like it, but I think it's just okay as well.
Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah. Okay in the right build, not something you take all the time.
Now, I'm afraid counts and countesses. I think countesses is still the correct denomination from count. The best is now behind us. So the final 3 powers are going to be a little less exciting. So we've got Master Strike first. That's 15 points. The vampire can swap all of their attacks for 1 attack with Heroic Killing Blow.
It's just not very good.
You're just not going to use it.
It's always fun just to, when you do kill someone, go HKB across the hole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean,
It's what, 15 points?
15 points. Why am I not just taking Red Fury and the Ogre Blade and
Yeah.
maybe Quick Blood and all those other really awesome things we discussed? Poster strength.
If it was more points and just gave me Heroic Hidden Blow.
on all my attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, now we're talking. Now I'll be a beast.
Well, there you be.
It'd have to be about 100 points then, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, if you look
I
like,
think it'd probably have to be 50 points.
so if you look at like a Bretonnian Lord who's not a vampire who can get HKB,
Yeah.
and then you look at a vampire who's going to have HKB, like, yeah, that's maybe.
It might have to be 55 so you can't combine it with Red Fury.
Oh.
Yeah.
because if you HKB sort of 3 ogres, you then get 9 Red Fury attacks with HKB.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look,
But you can't do that.
We're into the realms of madness, really. If you Red Fury it, you could potentially Heroic Killing Blow 2 models in a turn.
We discussed
We've
this,
discussed
yeah.
this
Oh, you
stupidity before.
No, you take. Oh, no, I was about to say. You can say Law of Beast from Forbidden Law, but it's not. You swap all your attacks.
Yeah, all your
You can't
attacks.
get Savage Beast on it.
No, so just leave it at home, guys.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Dread Knight is up next, which again I'll get Max to read it out.
Yeah, it's got a chunk of it. So Dread Knight is the vampire, has +2 weapon skill. In addition, unless he's part of a combat containing Krell or a vampiric character of higher leadership, he must always issue a challenge when possible and must always answer any challenge when issued.
So probably best on a hero initially
Weapon
because
skill 8.
it ups their weapon skill to 8, but their leadership's 7. So
Yeah.
if they're with the Lord, it's worth thinking about.
Yeah.
Look, if you've got the 10 spare points on a hero, it's possibly worth considering. On a Lord, I just don't think it's that
No.
great.
Weapon skill 9 isn't particularly necessary. Unless you're considering fighting Chaos Lords, Demon Princes and all that sort
But
of jazz.
particularly when you're like, well, look, I'm like the synergy here with like Red Fury and stuff. I just don't see it because I don't want to stack up like a massive, like you know. And we're saying Red Fury's strong on a competitive sort of combat vampire. We're saying that's probably what you're going to have.
Yeah.
So you're basically taking something that means that the Red Fury's going to generate you lots of overkill, but not actually kill all the figures you wanted to kill you because you're going to get to chop a champion's head off. So. You know, it's just if you're gonna do it on a hero. There are some heroes I think it's alright on.
Some sort of hero builds. Like heroes in sort of Black Knight units with a Vampire Lord also in that unit.
That doesn't have to do it if they don't
Yeah.
want to, and that can if they do. Maybe a BSB. I think that's what we've got in the chat in a minute. So, yeah. So we give you the last one, number 14. Another 10-point power, and this one's Summon Creatures of the Night. So it's actually not bad. Maybe I was a bit harsh a minute ago when I said
summon creatures
that,
still to come.
this lets you take units of direwolves, batswarms, and fellbats above starting size with the invocation of Heck power.
Yeah.
So we talked about some stuff with this earlier, with the
Yes.
shenanigans, with stacking the fellbats out across the board, and for 10 points, it's pretty good. My drawback of it is, if I'm not taking, it's good. I'm gonna have it with Manfred, and if I'm taking a casty vampire, it'll probably be Manfred.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I'll just take a Master Necromancer,
Yeah.
and then not cast spells with my really expensive choppy vampire that I don't want to kill with a miscast.
Yeah, that can die and then your whole army crumbles.
So that's probably my overall reservation with it as a power, but it's all right. Yeah, it's an all right power. I remember years ago seeing a guy that had like 5 units of 5 direwolves, and I think he was running Manfred the Acolyte, and loads of fellbat units the same, and he just sort of like was dropping this bomb with Manfred the Acolyte, and he had another vampire hero with this power, and I think he had
Manfred
a
the
Lord
Acolyte
with
doesn't
power.
have it, does he? It's only Count Manfred. Manfred the
Oh,
Acolyte is Dark Acolyte.
maybe it was
Yeah.
Count Manfred
Yeah.
then that he had, and then he had like 2 vampire
Yeah,
heroes with it, and he was just sort of growing these units exponentially, and you're like, this is mad. This is mad. What's going on? It seemed quite good, and he seems to be doing quite well.
He
with it.
charges you at strength 4 because the slaver in charge.
Yeah, and like loads of models. So
I think that if the only sort of units of those 3, if the direwolves, fellbats, and batswarms that you've got are 2 units of direwolves, don't bother with it.
you want to build around it. Yeah.
Yeah, if you've got 2 units of bats, swarms, 2 units of fellbats, and a unit or 2 of direwolves, then maybe think about it.
Yeah, that's a good shout actually. Yeah. The more stuff that can be affected, the better. Is
Yeah,
probably
absolutely.
the fairest way to put this across. And on that final point, we're going to leave vampire powers behind. Hopefully you've seen some good combinations in there, and we're going to revisit some of them again. And hopefully you've seen the ones that really stand out to you for powerful choices. But I think the big takeaway from this section, and hopefully from the previous sections, should be there's lots of choice here, guys. There's lots of choice that works, that can be competitive and that can do good stuff for you. So again, I'm back to saying, great internal balance in this book. Great book. for those reasons. And with that, we're going to move on to look at the 9, yes, the 9 Vampire Count specific magic items. So, those army-specific Vampire Count... Just cut this.
Mm-hmm.
So, those army-specific magic items from the Vampire Counts book. Well, we've got 9, as I just mentioned, and in general, they're all pretty good. To be honest, there's one that I think doesn't see competitive play, and the other 8 you'll see pretty commonly in lots of competitive armies. So once again, I'm going to say big shout out and credit to Phil Kelly for writing a book with lots of viable choices. So first up is the Scab Scrath. Now, we discussed this a little bit earlier.
We did.
This one is a magic weapon. It's 75 points, so it's a pretty big price tag, but it does quite a lot for you. Firstly, its bearer has Devastating Charge and Frenzy, as well as gaining Flaming Attacks. In addition, they have the Death Streak ability from the Terrorgeist entry.
That's just shaking his head over there.
So, just to recap on that, it's an 8-inch ranged attack that requires line of sight, can be shot in or out of combat. If you're in combat, only against what you're fighting. It's 2d6 plus the wounds of the bearer, minus your the leadership of the target. Difference is wounds with no armor saves. Now, there is a final part to this. If the bearer of the Scab Scrath hasn't killed an enemy model in close combat by the end of the game, they are removed as a casualty. So you need to make sure you chop something up too. So, powerful weapon. Adding to an already impressive stat line of the vampire, 2 additional attacks on the charge. And gives you another death streak. Gives you that ability.
Yeah, very nice.
Now, I know that Scott's got quite extensive use with this. He combines it with Curse of the Revenant.
Oh boy, does he have
and with Aura of Dark Majesty on a Strigoi Ghoul King who rides a Terrorgeist.
It's just 2 screams in one sort of unit, one model. I think that's probably the only place you ever see it really is on a Strigoi. Some people take the Strigoi on foot, which I think you can do. I prefer to have the manoeuvrability of the Terrorgeist and the reach of the Terrorgeist. But I suppose you could, if you don't go with Curse of the Revenant, you could, or of Dark Majesty, if you sort of drop one of them, you could combine it with Fire and Horror. So you could still get the sort of manoeuvrability that way, and he's going to be on a 20mm base then, so it's a lot easier to actually get into places. The having it on your general though is a risk for if you haven't killed anything in combat, which is a bit of a risk on the Terrorgeist, because a lot of the time you don't really want to get them into combat until the sort of very late game, and you might have missed your chance. But with the amount of attacks the Stragoia's got,
you've only got to chop one dude up.
He's
got hatred as well.
He's got I think 8 attacks on the charge. That Strigoi, or 7 attacks on the charge. It is ridiculous. But I just charge him into chaff most of the time. Sort of turn 2 and just go. I've killed 5 dogs. There you go. It means my general's not going to die at the end of the game.
I've got here. You need to be wary of the frenzy. So for me, a Battle Standard Bearer is quite important if you're going to take this item, just to make sure you don't get kited off where you don't want to be. And that Battle Standard might want to be on a Hell Steed or have potentially flying Horror. I think the Hell Steed's the better choice there. But I mean, overall, this is a good choice. It's a very prescriptive choice, I suppose. It does sort of say, look, this is what I'm doing with my army. But I have seen it on Vampire Lords in just regiments in the past who sort of just screech it out, but it is much more effective in the build you discussed.
That build, Vampire, do they both screams have to go into the same targets?
Nope.
They don't, no?
It's not a shooting attack.
No, because it's not a shooting attack. I think it just says pick an enemy in range. And they're sort of 2 separate death streaks.
Okay, I was just wondering.
It's disgusting. Because
with the magic weapons out of the way, guys, I'm going to move us on to the one piece of magic armour in this book. And this one is the Night Shroud. Now, it comes in at 40 points, and it adds 1 to the bearer's armour save. In addition, models in base contact with the bearer lose any strength bonuses from its weapon, magic or mundane, and gain Always Strikes Last. Also, it can be put onto a Necromancer as well, even though it's armour, which specifically says that.
It's a coat. It's a magical coat. That's why
it's a big coat.
It's a big cloak, isn't it, basically?
It's a bit cold out. Put your big coat on.
Get your Parker out. You're good to go.
Whoa, other coats are available, sir.
I didn't realise it gave them Always Strikes Last as well. That's really good. I knew about obviously the weapon, the strength reduction, but
any models in base, it's not units, it'd be models in base.
Yeah. So I've got a few more notes here, which a lot.
Am I stolen your thunder?
You have a little bit, but that's good. It's good because it just shows that we're all on the same page. So you can get a 4+ armor save onto a mounted Necromancer with this. I don't know why you would, but you could. It's nice that you could do it, isn't it? You should be in the second rank if he's on a horse. But you could. It's another one of those Warhammer items that does let you get a 1+ armor save on a character because you can combine it with the mundane equipment.
Yeah.
As per. As I said here, I think the armor part on the Necro is a bit of a gimmick, if I'm honest. But the always strikes last and the minus the strength is quite good for the Necromancer.
Yeah.
It's better for a White King or a Vampire though.
Yeah, it's particularly good, I think, on a White King BSB.
So I've got, this is great on a model that likes to get into challenges. I'm a massive fan of it on a White King because he's got Killing Blow, he's got high toughness, and he's got lots of wounds. So it really helps to preserve all of those things and give him the best chance to Killing Blow something important in a challenge.
Yep.
There are drawbacks, and they are pretty obvious to see. It doesn't affect models that make supporting attacks.
No.
So if you're not in a challenge, you can still have the guys behind stabbing you at very high strength. And it's not very cheap at 40 points.
No, it's not.
It's quite a balanced item overall, I'd say.
Yeah.
Good but not broken. So we've got 2 magic standards. It's a bit odd, the Vampire book. It does the magic standards next before it does all the others. Normally they're last, but we've got 2 magic standards next. I'm sure it's a formatting thing. And the first one of which is, in my opinion, an incredible item, and that's the Banner of the Barrows.
Yeah.
So this one is 50 points, and any unit of Graveguard, Black Knights, or any White Kings in the same unit as this banner gain +1 to hit rolls in close combat. It also works on Krell, but it doesn't work on mounts. So it's a fantastic item, in my opinion, if you're taking a unit of Graveguard. And to be honest, if you're taking a unit of Black Knights, probably as well. But
which I think you said about when we discussed them in the flanking, in the battle line role, particularly. But either, to be honest.
Yeah, for me it's auto-include on Graveguard. And if I was doing flanking Black Knights, it probably would be auto-include. Maybe not on battle line ones.
Because you've got so many
because
vampires.
You've got vampires and stuff in there. But I would probably take it anyway because I think it's really good.
If you've seen a unit of Graveguard, you know what banner they're going to have.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, I can take a White King battle standard or just a White King, drop him in the unit.
Yeah.
Very points effective White Kings, and they get an extra +1 to hit as well.
That +1 to hit, does that affect Killing Blows? Killing Blow natural 6.
It's
Killing
6
blows to wound, not to hit,
of course it is.
Well,
How long have you played this game for, Max?
Longer than you have, I think.
And still don't know the rules.
Shocking. Look, if you look at the ratings of the units we talked about earlier that can take this, Graveguard Black Knights, you can see why this is so good.
Yeah.
But this will make this unit hit pretty commonly on a 3+, which is pretty awesome. You got to think they've got to be weapon skill 7 to stop you hitting on a 3+ with this item because you hit on a 4 and then get +1 to hit, or they've got to have an ability that actively stops you hitting like normally, like a -1, like say
Nurgle.
of Nurgle or.
You have a Nurgle army yourself. Why are you coughing in my direction?
Or Far's protection.
Because it's Nurgly, isn't it? Got a cough.
So now I've got a couple of notes here as well. Even with a -1 to hit modifier and a weapon skill 7+, these guys are still hitting on a 5.
4.
5, because they would hit on 5s. Then the -1 to hit modifier would make it 6s.
Oh right.
Then the +1 to hit would make it 5.
If you have both.
So that's
basically worst case scenario.
That's an awful combination. Yeah. So it's a very, very good item, guys. And the thing with these types of items is it's 50 points, which means that if you take 20 Graveguard, you pay 2.5 points of Graveguard for that, which is, okay, but not great. If you take 40 Graveguard, you paid like one and a quarter points for it, which feels very good.
Yeah.
Which
I guess does make it feel a lot less good on Black Knights because you're probably only going to have 10 to 15, somewhere in that range of them.
But it does work every turn.
Yeah.
That's very good.
Yeah.
So
also, you fail your fear test, you're hitting on a 2.
Yeah.
If you do fail your fear test against those Graveguard, you're hitting on a 2+.
And again, if you combine it up with Laura Shadow Magic for the signature spell, Malakoth's Mystify Miasma, knock their weapon skill down, you can hit on 2s. It's really cool, guys. Very well.
Like Hellish Vigor, and then Van Hels.
Van Hels
with Graveguard with great weapons for 2s to hit, reroll, and 2s to win.
Strong. So, what can I say? If you're taking Graveguard, and it's a definite for me, if you're taking Black Knights, it's a strong consideration.
Yeah.
Now, the second Magic Standard is a little less good in my opinion, but it still sees a lot of regular competitive play. And I know that it's one that you're more of a fan of than me, which is the Screaming Banner. So this one is 25 points, and enemy units taking fear tests in combat with the banner must do so on an additional d6 and discard the lowest. So that's 3d6 or 4d6 if they're lizardmen. And they discard the lowest. So again, we talked about Aura of Dark Majesty, knocking your opponent's leadership down by 1. We talked about Fear Incarnate, stopping your opponent from re-rolling it. And then, you know, we talked about Calm Raves and Supernatural Horror for making fear-causing units have to take the test as well. And Law of Death with -3 leadership. So you can build some stuff into your Vampire army that will mean that the unit that probably contains your general, because that would definitely be the combination I'd be thinking of.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is going to fail its fear test if they're not immune to psych. The enemy unit that's fighting them, sorry. So, you know, and otherwise, you're going to make opponents suffer fear pretty regularly if you combine these things up. As I said with the other one, the banner itself is quite cheap at 25 points, but the other elements to make it really good,
they add up
pretty quickly to make it.
Each individually isn't that expensive, but because you do really need all of them, they do add up.
I see it being put on a skeleton unit, though.
Yeah. And I've also got here, failing the fear check is alright. It's not like immense, is it?
Yeah.
You know, your weapon skill 1, there's still lots of stuff that lets you reroll hit rolls. There's still lots of stuff in this book, particularly like skeletons, that you still only hit.
Yeah, because I think you'd only... Though the most common place for it is probably on skeletons. Yes, they hit their opponent on a 3.
Good for the characters in the units, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, decent but not broken is my final point here, guys. So with the standards down, we're going to move on to the 4 arcane items in this book.
They do like their arcane items.
They really do, yeah. And the first of these is the Black
Periapt.
Thanks, guys. Black Periapt. So 50.
You called this the Black Parapet for a long time.
Yeah, because I've never actually read what it was called.
You saw BPT.
Parapet. Oh, okay.
Looks good. So the Black Periapt, as I'm reliably told, is not a French water brand. So 55 points. This one is a Lord's only item, so you're not going to get it on any heroes. Now I'll get Max to read it out because it's a very specific sort of thing it does.
So the Black Periapt allows the bearer to save up to 2 of his army's unused power or dispel dice at the end of any magic phase, and then add them to his side's power or dispel dice pool at the start of the next magic phase.
Very good.
So it lets you shift dice around. It lets you turn dispel dice into power dice or unused power dice into dispel dice. I think that it's better in the early turns generally when perhaps you've got more spells out of range and you're sort of stocking up for later.
Yeah. Or, you know, on those turns where your opponent goes to cast their first spell, fails it, has nothing else they can do.
And then you grab some dice
go,
for later.
Just save those for later, thanks.
Again, it's good with Manfred, as we discussed earlier, because of the interaction he has with his vampire power, the big one.
Master of the Dark Arts.
Master of the Black Arts, because you sort of, again, you're all about building up those big numbers of power dice all the time, which is amazing for vampires. So, so what have I got here on top? Look, it's 55 points, and that is probably its most problematic element, if you like, because you've got to have a Lord to put it on. And again, you've got Manfred, well, you know, you haven't got a lot of space in that slot suddenly if you're playing sort of 2,500 points. So again, we're back to the big game conundrum. You could put it on your Vampire Lord if you wanted, and if you weren't using a special character, but then, you know, he's probably going to have just that in the ward save, so you're sacrificing a lot of his...
I think if you put it on the if you put Master of the Black Arts on your Vampire Lord, you probably put that on the Vampire Lord as well. And just have him as a cast.
Just have him as like a cast and one.
Yeah.
What used to be called an Edward Cullen vampire back in the day, but other vampiric franchises are available.
And they really are. They really are.
Max, do you have to take the dice out in the next phase?
Allows bearer to save up 2 and then add them to his side's next. Okay. Starts of the next match.
But I suppose you could effectively keep them longer because you take them out, don't use them in that phase, and put them back in.
Yeah, put them back into the to the item.
I'd argue that you'd have to use them in the next magic phase.
Why?
Because add them to his size power spells at the start of the next magic phase.
Yeah, so you add them to the pool, and then at the end of the turn you save the two unused
save 2 that you haven't used.
You just don't use them.
Yeah, just don't use them. Okay. So the second issue that it has is that it's an arcane item as well.
Yeah.
So that slot's competitive anyway. We always talk about this on the deep dives, that the generic arcane items in the main rulebook are actually really good. And the vast majority of them see competitive play. there's a cohort of probably a third or so of them that see competitive play, not the vast majority, but the vast majority of competitive lists will contain a good chunk of them.
2 to 3, probably.
Yes, and then in this book in particular, there's 4 arcane items, 2 of which are very, very good. 2 of which are, this one is one that's, I think, situationally strong, but has its drawbacks, and one that's not very good.
One
but,
that you just never see.
But that's another problem for it, is that it's kind of competing in a slot that you also don't get a ton of access to.
No, vampires probably get the more than arguably any army.
Yeah, they do.
Because basically all of their characters are wizards.
Apart from 3.
Yeah.
White Kings, Calm-Revs and Tomb Banshees.
Yeah, and Comrade. But yeah, even then you do still struggle to get the...
Everything, yeah.
You still got to have enough points.
Periaps. Not
Yes.
Peripits.
You've still got to have enough points.
Yeah.
In your army list to get this in. It's got to be on a Lord. It's 55 points.
Yeah.
It's
So,
not cheap at 55.
I think even if it dropped 5 points, you'd see this in so many more armies.
yeah, I do as well. So, mixed bag. Good but not broken is what I've got here. So, second arcane item is the Staff of Damnation. Now, this one is 40 points and is a bound spell with a power level of 4. I'll ask Max to read it out specifically because I want to bask in the joy of this item.
If cast successfully, this item casts an augment spell. All friendly undead units and their mounts within 6 inches gain the extra attack special rule until the start of the bearer's next magic phase.
All friendly. That's like a little 1 dicer at the
Why
end
have
of
I
like
never-
a crucial magic
Why
phase.
have I never seen you use this?
I have.
I've never...
So
So good.
it's very good. Again, it suffers with just the problem of I probably want a Dispel Scroll. And the Book of Arcane, which we can discuss in a minute, I think is really strong. I've got 2 of my Arcane items out of the way, and I haven't talked about some of the other really good options.
Your
in the
Vampire
way.
Lord probably doesn't have space for
Probably
an
doesn't
arcane
take
item.
one because I'm going to take a Blend Tech 5000.
Yep.
So
Yeah, but it is very good. Very,
it's
very good.
excellent, actually, guys. It's excellent. And if you're going to build a blocky army with things like Graveguard and Ghouls and Crypt Horrors, this is a good item. Very, very strong consideration. So again, it's a comfortable... It's a big buff to multiple units that's a comfortable cast value.
Yeah.
And I think the only reason you don't see it more often is it is an arcane item.
Yeah.
So I can't stick it on a White King.
How many points is it?
40.
40.
Okay.
I think it's worth them.
Yeah.
So next up is the Cursed Book. Now this one is 35 points, and again there's a bit of wording for it, so I'm going to ask Max to read this one out because it's a bit of a mess again.
Okay, so the Cursed Book. At the beginning of the bearer's magic phase, the bearer may choose to sacrifice D3 power dice from the pool. If he does so, roll a D6 on the following chart. Assuming there is a viable target for the indicated spell, the spell is automatically cast at its minimum casting value, requiring no dice. A dispel attempt can be made as normal. If you don't have the requisite number of dice to sacrifice, then you lose what dice you have and the book has no effect this turn. The spells you can cast are on the roll of a D6. 1 is Melkos Mystify Miasma, 2 is the Enfeebling Foe, 3 is the Withering, 4 is Soul Light, 5 is Doom and Darkness, and 6 is Curse the Midnight Wind.
Random.
Just
Curse of Midnight Wind in there.
I mean, it's probably because it's got Curse of Midnight and it's very vampiric.
But at least the others are from Shadow and Death, which are laws that vampires can normally take.
Yeah, but that cheeky 6 is nice. It gives you a spell you can't normally get.
Yeah.
That's Forbidden Law.
That's your little touch on for rolling a 6. I mean, look, guys, it's there's this little part of your head that's like, I could sacrifice 1 power dice and get Curse of the Midnight Wind on my opponent's best unit. That would be amazing.
No.
But real talk, it's random. Everything about it is random. The number of dice you sacrifice, the spell you get. And then what if you roll it and you start with there's no viable target for that spell?
You've just wasted D3 power dice.
That was great.
I didn't even realise you had to sacrifice D3 power dice, and I still thought it was a bad item.
Yeah. And again, what if you go, I've only got 2 dice left, I'll give a cheeky throw at the
I've
first
rolled
book.
3.
I've rolled a 3. Oh, well, great, cool.
Yeah.
So,
And you can attempt to dispel it as well. Which is
It's not even
yeah.
sort of auto cast, no dispel.
It's auto cast. You can. It can be dispelled.
Yeah.
It's probably the only item in the entire Vampire Counts book that I'm going to say this about. Don't take it.
No.
Don't consider it. It's not competitive. It doesn't really have any competitive application because it's just too random.
Yep.
It's such a shame. You hate to see it. let's all just move on.
Unless you just sacrifice dice at the beginning of the magic phase, and it's just
But why are you doing that?
Why?
You've got such good spells
Yeah, I
that
know.
you can
Yeah.
cast.
I know.
Why'd you hurt me like this? So on to our final arcane item, and this one is the Book of Arcane. Now this one is 25 points.
Do you need
and
me to read this out? Because
No.
it's not a lot of lines.
No, it is another bound spell, guys. It's a level 3 power this time, and it's cast Van How's Dance Macabre. Now, it's an absolutely excellent spell that we'll discuss in more detail later in the video, but the target unit rerolls fail to hit rolls in combat, and if they're unengaged, they can make an 8-inch movement as well. As if it was a remaining move subphase.
It's worth pointing out, which I'm sure we'll get onto when we talk about the spell. You get both of those effects. So if you're not in combat now, you can move 8 inches, and then if your opponent charges you, you get the rerolls to hit as well.
Yeah.
Until obviously it
sort of
lasts,
your next magic
because it's
phase.
an augment, so it lasts until your next magic phase.
Really good.
Very good, 25 points. Brilliant. Buy the basement. You get it on anything.
It's basically the second arcane item you see in every Vampire Counts list
Yeah.
after the spell scroll.
Very strong. It's really hard to look past it, and again, it's got so many powerful applications. It's re-rolling hits on your best unit potentially. It's getting a Terrorgeist. It's doubling the range of a Terrorgeist's Death Shriek.
Yep. Or getting it out of arc of sight.
Yeah, it's potentially moving a unit of Hexros through an enemy.
Second round of hits.
Again,
Yeah.
and then I can do it with the spell as well. And then if I've got the Lawmaster on one of those two other characters with that, I could do it again. It's just outrageous. It's great. It's possibly the best spell in the lore of Vampires. And then you're getting it in a bound item on top.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic
You
choice.
get the lore attribute as well.
You do, which
You get
restores a
lore
wound.
Deals a wound.
So, very good stuff. You'll love to see it, guys.
Yeah.
And we are going to move on now to the final arcane item and the final magic item in this section.
Enchanted item.
It's going to say it's not arcane.
And
is it?
it's, we're going to move on from the final arcane item to the final magic item, it says here. So apologies, guys. So I didn't read my cheat sheet very well. That's what glancing at it gets you. So this one is the Rod of Flaming Death. It's the only enchanted item for the Vampire Counts, and it's 40 points. So again, I'm going to ask Max to read it out, because it's got quite a bit going on there.
I thought you did well with the Book of Arcane. You can do this one as well, can't you?
If you pass me the book.
No.
you can.
Don't take this away from me. That's all I have. Don't play this army. Right, so Rod of Flaming Death, bound spell, power level 3. If cast successfully, this item casts a magic missile with a range of 18 that inflicts D6 strength 4 hits with a flame and attack special rule. Any unit taking one or more unsaved wounds from this spell must immediately take a panic test. Furthermore, if the target unit moves for any reason during the next turn, every mod in the unit suffers an immediate strength 4 hit, after which the spell effect ends. If the unit does not move, the spell ends at the start of the caster's next magic phase. So it's bound flame cage.
It's
better
a
than that.
combined fireball and flame cage.
And screaming head,
Panic test.
burning head, because that makes you take the panic.
Yeah.
Basically, imagine the Law of Fire, but it was just one spell.
It is.
That cast on a 3.
It's really good. It's really good.
Yeah.
It's good for killing chaff because it's D6 strength 4
fireball,
flaming hits.
yeah.
It's good for stripping regen, which is something the army doesn't do very easily. It's also good for large blocks because they all take a flaming hit if they move. So it's a great control piece as well.
And strength 4, that's not nothing to sniff at. It wounds almost all infantry in the game on the 4+ at least.
Yeah.
It's good. Good against elves.
Yeah.
Really good against elves.
And you've got synergy with other spells that lower toughness, like the Law of Death spell, Soul Blight.
Soul Blight, like Enfeebling
Foe from the Law of Shadow.
Withering, I think is tough.
Oh,
Withering.
yeah.
Enfeebling Foe strength.
So this is all really good stuff. And I can stick it on anyone who's got access to magic items because it's enchanted.
Yeah, stick on
It's
a
what
White
I've been
King.
begging for with the Staff of Damnation. So you get it on your White King, and he's just...
He waves his stick around. You
He's
get
just
it
like-
on fire.
And then you're on fire. It's great. It's like the best magic trick. Yeah, it's a really good item. I think it just suffers with finding space. We've just talked about these 9 magic
Finding someone
items.
to put it on.
8 of them are really solid. Plus you got all your generic rulebook magic items, which we know are really strong and they've got great synergy with other parts of the Vampire Count Zombie book. Once again, guys, you can build lots of combinations and they're all good.
Yeah.
It's a great thing.
Yeah.
So, and with
them
that, we are going to leave the Vampire Counts magic items behind and we're going to move on to our final piece of competitive analysis, if you will, and that is going to be taking a look at the lore of vampires. Well, with all of that excitement out of the way, we've just got one part of this video left to do for analysis before we get on to talk about the Vampire Count sample army lists. And that is going to be for us to go through the lore of vampires. Now, this is going to be done using our dedicated Lore of Magic rating system. And you'll find that on the rating system page on triplecrownwargaming.com with the system for competitive unit ratings as well. Now, like with the units, we score each Lore of Magic out of 24, and it's based on 6 criteria worth 4 points each. They are the variety of spells in the lore, the power and frequency of the lore attribute, the average spell range, the spell flexibility, the average casting values, and the quality of the signature spell. So, a few things to cover there, but we'll get there at the close of this section, if you will. So first up, we're going to summarise the lore of vampires for you guys. Now, we'll go with the lore attribute to begin with, the Curse of Undeath. Now, every time a spell is successfully cast from this lore, the wizard or a friendly model within 12 instantly recovers a single wound lost earlier in the battle. Now, monsters, vampires, powerful attribute I've got here. Sorry, I'm just reading my notes.
Powerful
I'm not sure why that's noted like that. So, this is a good lore attribute. It affects every single spell in the lore, which is massive. Even when you're doing damage to the enemy, you still get to drop these over, which is wicked. And you pick a model. It's just a model within 12. That can be a Terrorgeist. That can be a character. And that's crucial. It's your vampire lords. It's your vampire heroes that you invest a lot of points in because they are the thing in this book that is expensive.
Yes.
And you need to keep them alive. So there's not a lot else you can say. I know people will say, oh, well, it's only a 12-inch range, you've got to be quite tightly packed. But you can't march if you're not tightly packed. Yeah. So, you're going to be tightly packed.
Vampires play tightly packed anyway, so that's not...
They have to, they don't get a choice. That's why their chaff game is so important, to keep their flanks protected whilst they are so tightly packed. So, yeah, very good. There's not a lot else you can say about it. It's got lots of good applications. It is worth noting that it is restoring a lost wound, not restoring a lost model.
Yeah, so you can't grow another skeleton, for example.
Yeah, or Hexwraith.
Or Crypt Horror if you've got a Crypt Horror on 3 wounds. You can't bring up another Crypt Horror.
But you can restore wounds to any of those multiple wounded things that have taken some damage, which is very good. So we're going to move on to the signature spell now. We've talked about it quite a lot in this video. And this Invocation of Nehek. Now this spell targets all friendly units within 6 on a 6+, all friendly units within 12 on a 12+, or all friendly undead units within 18 on an 18+. You see how that goes.
Helpful to remember.
Very easy to fix that one. The units immediately recover wounds lost earlier in the battle. So I'm going to paraphrase this whilst Max sort of scans it, and if I get it wrong, you can tell me. So infantry recover D6 plus the wizard's level. Non-infantry regiments recover 1 plus the wizard's level, so that's potentially 5.
Yeah.
And then ethereal and vampiric just get 1. Monsters don't recover wounds from this spell, I don't. No, monsters get 1.
It's large targets.
Large targets get 1.
Ethereal and vampiric get 1.
Am I right?
Yep. It just says the target units immediately gain number of wounds as follows. Infantry do gain,
Yeah.
So,
Yes, good, very good. We talked about how you can spam cast it. We talked about how it makes certain regiments really powerful with the restoration of lost wounds. And again, with that tight pack in play, you probably don't often try and throw more than a 12+ on this one.
No, and zombies you can grow, you get more back, you get 2d6 plus wizard level. You can also increase them above starting size. You can increase skeletons above starting size with Master of the Dead on your Necros. And you can increase direwolves, fellbats and batswarms above starting size with the Vampiric Power summon creatures. So it's not even just about healing wounds. So it's like, you might think, oh, if I go first, this is going to be useless. It really isn't.
No, it's not.
Even if you've bought you've not bought summon creatures and you've not bought Master of the Dead, you're probably going to have at least 1 unit of zombies. So just make them bigger.
Just make them bigger.
Yeah.
So, and again, in those early turns, you often find this is one your opponent goes, oh, I'm not going to throw dice here. I'll have to let it go, and then you're getting 3 models.
Yeah.
Which is good stuff.
It's just
Again, it's a good attribute.
Spammable because you can take a lot of level 1 Necros and just eventually just take just take Sig.
It's good on all these things.
Yeah.
It's a very good choice. So and we're going to move on to spell number 1 now, which is Van How's Dance Macabre. Another spell we've discussed quite a bit. And it is, as I said earlier, in my opinion, the best spell in the lore of vampires. So this one targets a single friendly unit within 12 on a cast value of 6+, or all friendly units within 12 on a cast value of 12+. The target units reroll failed to hit rolls in close combat until the start of the caster's next magic phase. In addition, if they're unengaged when they're hit by the spell, they can also make an 8-inch move as if it was the remaining move subphase. Now that move is a fixed value. It's not like I'm not saying 8 because it's a march or whatever. And they move 4. It's just that's the value. It's 8 inches of movement.
Which does push up the corpse guard if you did have taken a corpse guard.
And then his sort of bubble effect would take effect as well. So I've got quite a few things here to just touch on. Hex Wraiths.
Yeah, make them burn another unit.
Make them burn again.
The same unit again.
Very strong. Any combat regiment.
Yeah.
Rerolls failed to hits. Very good.
Yeah.
Terrorgeist get in better positions.
Yeah, that's my next one. Chaff, getting your chaff into better positions as well. Very strong. The list of things that this spell is good on is almost endless. I've got the next one. And then I've got Book of Arcane, just to remind everyone at home that this is the spell that the Book of Arcane gives you for 25 points. Yeah. So it's 2 bites of the cherry.
Like a 3 from the Book of Arcane.
And how often do we all talk about how movement is the lifeblood of competitive Warhammer?
Yeah.
This spell lets you move.
Yeah.
I've lost count of the games that have been defined by the casting of this spell for me. Very strong. So we'll move on. Hellish Vigour is the second spell in our lore, or the number 2 spell in our lore rather. And this one is another augment. It's quite similar to Van How's. It allows one friendly unit to reroll failed to wound rolls in close combat until the start of the caster's next magic phase. Has a range of 12 and is casted on 8+. You can also buff it up to hit all friendly units within 12, and then it's increased to a 16+ if you do that. Again, it's great on a variety of units, but this one's slightly less sort of universal than Van How's.
I think it's particularly good on Black Knights and Graveguard because of the killing blow.
Yeah.
It's another bite of the cherry. But whatever you put it on, it's not really bad.
Very good on anything that's attack intensive, like Crypt Horrors and Vargheists as well.
Crypt Ghouls.
It's good on Vampire Lords. 2's rerolling 2's rerolling.
With Red Fury.
Yeah.
So as you can see, it's very powerful. It's good on really both the options.
Probably after the signature, they're probably the next 2 spells that you really want in every game. Yeah. Whatever you're fighting, you want Van How's Dance Macabre and you want Hellish Vigour.
Yeah, very good. I don't think there's much more we can add really.
Not really.
There's not, the thing with Lore of Vampires in general is that the vast majority of it is just simply solid spells that do a really good job.
Really
competitive
low
casting values. So next up is the Gaze of Nagash. Now this one is your classic magic missile. Cast on a 9+, it inflicts 2d6 strength 4 hits on an enemy unit within 24. Now you can also boost this one to have a 48-inch range instead, and its cast value goes from a 9 to a 12, which seems like such a short increase for such a huge increase in range.
Yeah, it really is. But it's good magic missile, it's good chaff clearance, which vampires don't really have a lot of because they don't have any of those shooting units.
This is where I think stuff like Hex Wraiths become really critical because they're good for that. And as our Goosies can do it as well. And in one of the lists we're going to discuss, that will be a primary function for them for a couple of turns. The spell's great chaff clearance, which helps to deliver your combat army into the right place. And fundamentally, as we said earlier, vampires are a combat army.
Yeah.
So it's good stuff, guys. Next up is spell number 4. This one is Raise Dead. Now, this is one of the most unique spells in Warhammer. So I'm going to ask Max to read this one out, and then we'll have a chat about what's so good about it.
So Raise Dead is cast on a 9+. It's a special type of spell with a range of 18 inches that brings a brand new unit of zombies into play. Choose a point on the battlefield. That point need not lie in the caster's line of sight or forward arc. Next, roll 2d6 plus 3. This is how many models comprise the new unit. The caster can choose to summon 2d6 plus 3 skeleton warriors instead. If he does so, the casting value is increased to 14+. When placing this unit, you must wholly be within the spell's range and at least 1 inch away from all other units, buildings and impassable terrain. It can be placed facing any direction in any legal formation, so long as the unit's front rank consists of at least 5 models. This unit does not have any upgrades or command models. Units summoned by the spell cannot be dispelled and do not award victory points under any circumstances. Finally, if a summoned unit cannot be placed because there is not enough room, the unit does not enter play at all, though the spell's lore attribute may still apply.
Okay.
It's a lot.
So we've chewed through that. But basically, what you're doing is adding a unit to your army. Now, if it's a unit of zombies, you can raise them above starting size. So you can increase the size of that unit as the game progresses. If it's a unit of skeletons and you've got Master of the Dead, you can do the same. But this is fantastic. It's free chaff.
Yeah.
As a minimum.
It's 3 units.
And that's it.
It's so good as sort of when you need it chaff. It's point and click chaff. It's like, oh, I need a unit to stop that charge. Okay, here you go.
Yeah, I'll block that off.
Yeah.
Really important that you do
So
that
good.
this turn. Can be very powerful. Again, I've played games before where I'm going to grow a small unit of zombies and drop my guy in that behind my whole battle line.
Yeah.
He was in a big unit that I want on my front line. I'll just drop him over there now. Very strong.
It's one of those, again, that you do it turn 1 and your opponent goes, do I really care if you get sort of 2d6 plus 3 zombies? No. And then you go, okay, now I'll cast Invocation and I'll grow that unit now.
For another 2d6 plus 3. Yeah, it's good stuff. And again, I've got here, they confer no victory points when they die.
No.
Yeah, so it's all 3 victory points.
Yeah,
You don't care if they get
their models
trampled
your
on.
opponent's got a kill, they're in his way, they're slowing him down, and they're stopping him from or her from doing what they need to do to win. And when they do all of that and kill them, they get nothing for it.
Yeah.
You get Lawmaster, you get 2 units. If you got big old Count Manfred plus another level 4,
Yeah.
you've got this spell, you get 2 free units.
You could hit this up quite heavily, couldn't you? Just power dice would be your limit, I think. Scary and still magic.
Yeah.
So, it's another spell that I just look at and think really useful tool for the arsenal of
really
the
is.
Vampire Army.
Yeah.
Now we're going to move on to spell number 5, and this is the Curse of Years. It's another kind of classic spell that's been in the Vampire Count's army one way or another for ever. Now this one is a hex, weirdly, and has a range of 18. So again, I'm going to ask Max to read it out.
Yeah, so Curse of Years, it remains in play spell. It has, as James said, it is a hex with range of 18. When cast, you roll d6 for every model in the target unit. On a roll of a 6, the model suffers a wound. At the end of the magic, just suffers a wound. At the end of the next magic phase, please roll again. For each model in the unit, they will suffer a wound on a 5+, and so on to a maximum of a 2+. No armor saves are allowed against wounds caused by the Curse of Years.
Makes you get old when you die.
Yeah. Imagine Indiana Jones, The Last Crusade at the end of the movie. Takes a sip from the Holy Grail, crumbles in the dust.
Yeah, basically.
Apply it to unit.
Yeah. Other fantasy science fiction franchises are available. But so what's so good about this? It's a hex, which is just so odd.
Yeah.
Because
feels like probably should be direct damage.
Which means I don't need line of sight. I don't even need arc of sight.
No.
I can drop it on an enemy unit in combat.
Yeah.
It remains in play and it gets better. The rolling for subsequent magic phases, not subsequent friendly magic phases.
Magic
I do it in my opponent's turn as well, like Fiery Convocation and those other apex powerful spells.
Well done, you said it right. You normally say conflagration, I think. When you say that.
No armor saves.
Yeah, very good.
The no armor saves is lovely.
It's
12 plus cast.
Yeah, it's a unit killer. It's another unit killer.
And in fact, when we talk about how we rate the lore, I mention some stuff I did here because of this spell. So finally, we're going to round the lore off with spell number 6, and it's the Wind of Death. So we do have a magical vortex too in the lore of vampires, although you don't see it very often. But you do have it. So I'm going to ask Max to read it out.
Oh yeah, okay. Right, it's the Wind of Death, cast on a 15. This remains in play. It's a magical vortex that uses the small round template. Once the template is placed, the player then nominates a direction, as you do with all vortexes. You roll your artillery dice and multiply it by 3. That's how many inches it goes. Any unit beneath or passed over the template take d6 strength 3 hits for each rank of models in the units with no armor saves allowed. If the result on the artillery dice is misfire, you center the template on the caster and roll with a scatter dice and a d6. Template moves the number of inches equal to the d6. And if you roll a hit, you obviously hit yourself. In either event, in subsequent turns, the Wind of Death will move a number of inches to turn by rolling artillery dice in a random direction to turn by rolling a scatter dice. If a misfire is rolled in the subsequent turns, the Wind of Death dissipates, and is removed. The caster may choose to infuse the Wind of Death with more power so that it can use the large round template, and its strength is increased to 4, and it increases the casting value to a 25.
So I know there's going to be lots of you now going, oh, yeah, it doesn't seem that good, it's quite high value. So there's a few things that I think people miss about this spell. Unlike a lot of the conventional vortices, it's not about models you pass over.
No.
It's about units you touch.
Yeah.
So you can shoot this down gaps that ordinarily you wouldn't bother, clip multiple units, and do damage on all of them, which is quite cool. The bigger value is actually a really scary spell as well. It's strength 4, it's hits per rank in the unit, which is okay, but it's no armour saves again. Back to that no armour saves thing. Which... Yeah, I've used it against Warriors of Chaos in particular, which are probably like the prime target for it.
We're talking a lot about Warriors of Chaos in this one.
Yeah, but again, Knights of any denomination, they hate this sort of spell. Like
Brett's in Lance
Bretonnian Knights.
In Lance formations.
On the strength 3 version. Oh, I don't mind if I diddly do. That's strong.
Yeah.
Get Skaven with their buses.
Yeah. You start thinking about it, and you start thinking, this can do a lot of hits.
Other vampires.
Zombie
and skeleton buses.
And I think I've got here, I think the biggest problem with this one is just there's an idea in the community it's not very good. I think that's the first thing that kind of hinders it a little bit.
I don't think it's bad.
It's not bad, it's just not stellar. The problem is that if I'm not taking Manfred or Kemmler, I've got 4 spells. We've just discussed how amazing Curse of Years is, how powerful that is. We've just discussed how powerful, from a competitive standpoint, Raised Egg can be.
Yeah.
We've just discussed how good Hellish Vigour is, how good Van Hals is, how crucial the signature spell is, and also that Gaze and Nagash is great chaff clearance for an army that needs to get into combat. Well, I've got 6 spells that I probably really want, and I've only got 4 slots.
Yeah. You just never, realistically, you're just never going to take Wind of Death.
That's
unless you've got, unless you're a Lawmaster or you've got 2 level 4s on vampires.
And then if I am taking Wind of Death, am I going to cast it before I cast those other ones?
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe in the early turns. Maybe I'll throw it out speculatively.
I mean, it's still a Vortex. You can still, even if you don't hit any units with it.
Speculative Wind of Death, if you will.
Even if you don't hit units with it, they can't walk through it. So you've got that side of it being a Vortex as well.
Yeah, ball control a little bit.
Yeah.
Look, it's all right. Honestly, guys, it's a decent spell. It's just not.
It's just actually finding a place for it,
and it probably doesn't.
It's just average. It's just all right.
Yeah, it's an average spell in the lore that otherwise has got some quite above average attributes, hasn't it? So
and in a lore that's already got a unit killer. To be fair, in Curse of Years.
Yeah. So let's get the rating done for this lore then. So it gets a 4 for variety of spell types, and I'm going to make a quick note on that. That means that it's got a sort of equal division of spell types, and on the face of it doesn't.
No.
It's slightly skewed towards Augment Hex, but because Curse of Years does damage like a direct damage and missile spell, I've looked at that and gone, well, it's basically got 3 damagey spells, 3 debuff spells, and 1 spell that lets me grow a unit from nothing.
Yeah.
So it's an even.
It's as even as it can be.
Yep, and again, it's got the unit killers and stuff that buff it right up to the top end. So it gets a 4, guys. It also gets a 4 for the power and frequency of the lore attribute. It's all the time, and it does have a meaningful in-game impact, particularly if you take in those competitive units. It gets a 3 for the average spell range, because it's probably its biggest drawback.
It down a bit, yeah.
It gets a 3 for spell flexibility, which is really good. There's only really sort of like High Magic, and 1 or 2 others get like the 4th point, which lets you sort of hit either yourself or enemies with spells. That's the 4th point to score. Then you get 3 for average casting value, which is very good, and 3 for the quality of the signature spell. It just misses the 4 because it's cast on a 6, not a 5.
Yeah.
So overall, that gives it a 20 out of 24.
Very good.
And a rating that I can only say you love to see. So it's really good lore, and it's not just that it'd be a good lore in any army, but particularly with the way vampire counts work, it's
I think
better.
It shows that it's a very good lore, because you do see a lot of vampire armies who only take wizards on the lore of vampires.
Yeah, I think one of the armies you recently started playing is the only time I've ever seen vampires take a different lore.
Yeah.
I took death in my many scream list on my level 2.
Many scream list.
Vampire BSB, but otherwise, it's just lore of vampires.
So that's it, guys. That's the lore of vampires. You're closing the book. You might need it for the next section. He doesn't like it. But that's it. That's lore of vampires covered. That's all of the kind of deep dive analysis done. It just leaves us to go through the sample army list for you guys at home, and that's what we're going to do in the final section of this video. So, let's take a look at those 3 sample army lists. And today they're all 2,500 point lists. We've got our usual mixture of 2 in the Triple Crown comp system and 1 in a completely uncomped environment. So we've got an aggressive list for the uncomped environment, and that's just in short what I would take if we were just all out.
No restrictions.
Flatting, if you like. And then we've got 2 lists that follow the kind of the Triple Crown GT comp, a little more restrained, if you like. I've got an all-round Vampire Counts list, which you'll have seen versions of on the channel. And I've also got a defensive kind of raise stuff up list, which is a bit different. So I've just got a few more notes here. With how well this book is internally balanced, I genuinely wrote about 6 or 7 army lists for this section.
And you can. You
there,
really can.
There was so many viable builds. There's no Manfred list in this section, for example, and Manfred is so good. He's such a competitive choice, and lists with him in, it's not like he restricts the list. He actually makes the list even stronger. Again, we talked about the Terrorgeist Scream list, the Death Streak army that you run. That didn't make the cut either. That's going to be on the channel at some point, but it didn't make the cut in today's lists. It was really hard. We wanted to bring you some kind of classic competitive lists, some good all-round lists, and then something a little off the beaten track. So that's where we've gotten to. So I'm going to begin with this uncomped aggressive playlist, which is a Black Knight bus army, which we talked about earlier. This one's 2,498 points. So we've got a Vampire Lord, who's a level 4 wizard on a Barded Nightmare. They've got heavy armour, a shield, the Ogre Blade, a Talisman of Preservation, the Dragon Helm, Quick Blood and Red Fury vampire powers, and they are on the lore of vampires. There's quite a lot there, wasn't there? Then we've got some vampire heroes as well. We've got a level 1 vampire, who is the Battle Standard Bearer. They have a Barded Nightmare, heavy armour, a lance, the Enchanted Shield, a Dispel Scroll, the other Trickster's Shard, the Quick Blood and Dreadnought vampire powers, and the lore of vampires as well. And then we've got another level 1 vampire. This one is got a Barded Nightmare, heavy armour, a lance, a shield, the Book of Arcan, Quick Blood, and the lore of vampires is the spells they're going to be using. Now moving on to our core, we've got 2 regiments of 5 direwolves. We've got 35 skeleton warriors with hand weapon and shield and full command. We've got 28 ghouls with a Cryptghast or champion. We've got 35 zombies with a musician and a standard bearer. Then into the special slot, we've got 12 Black Knights with lances, barding, full command, and the banner of the barrows. And then we have in the rare slot 2 Terrorgeists with no upgrades. So, bit to chew through here. So I'm going to touch on the vampires first. So that Lord is re-rolling failed to hits and going first with the Quick Blood in most scenarios. They're strength 7 all the time. They have Red Fury. And they have a 1-up, 4-up. So 1-up armor save, 4+ ward. Now,
tough cookie to crack.
Yeah, level 4 wizard. I'd like to have had a secondary caster to do the spelling, but I can't get a level 4 and a vampire this beat sticky. No. So I've got to suck it up and take the magical vampire.
Take the risk.
Then looking at the other 2, we've got the Battle Standard Bearer's got a 1+ armor savers there from his Enchanted Shield as well. They've got the other Trickster's Shard, so you reroll your successful ward saves. Quick Blood, Dreadnought as well for the +2 weapon skill. Doesn't have to challenge, but can if it wants to. And obviously a scroll because they're strong. And then that leaves us with the other vampire, which also has a Wet Strikes First with a lance, and we know how good that is. And then we've got the Book of Arcan, which we've just discussed. Very
3 strength
heavily.
7 vampires on the turn they charge.
Yeah.
Are the hero level vamps, are they both level 2? Level 1?
Both level 1s, yeah. We're not really sort of going mad here. We just probably want to throw some Invocate off these
just
guys.
Get some inbox.
Yeah.
You've got Book of Arcan on the second one.
Yeah, which is vital. Not so much for the rerolls in this list, it's worth pointing out.
No.
Although they're still good if you're fighting elves. So it's a good reason to have it still. But it's for the movement. It's for making sure you can get your unit exactly where you want them. You've got 2 units of direwolves to be chaff of your own. And then the skeletons, the ghouls and the zombies, their job is going to be to pin stuff in place. And it's also going to be to sort of chop up enemy chaff as best as they can as well. The Terrorgeists in the early turns, they'll need to kill enemy chaff regiments too, to make sure your Black Knights get where they need to go. Now, don't be afraid, particularly with that second level 1 vampire, the one with the Book of Arcan, to charge them out on their own if you need to. Go into a regiment of chaff, deck it, rejoin the unit later. Or charge in separately later. You know, there are lots of options on this one. It's a -8 on the Triple Crown comp, not that we're looking at it out there. But
all those Quick Bloods really add up, don't they?
They do, but I mean, when that charges an enemy regiment, you've got to start thinking to yourself, well, what stands in the face of such an onslaught of always strikes first? Not to mention, you've got the killing blow off all those Black Knights potentially as well. And you can kind of mix and match a vampire into the second row in the early turns. So if you do get caught out and charged back, you can maybe protect the BSB, for example, or protect even the Vampire Lord if you're particularly worried. The reason that's good with the Vampire Lord is because you can have them in the second row, and then when you put them into the front row, they can make sure they're not near those things that might
particularly
cause them
scary
a
characters
real problem.
or models.
So, I mean, it does have some shortcomings. The bus has got to do a lot of work for you, along with
it doesn't have a lot of chaff itself.
No, it's gonna want to think about raising some chaff, to say the least. But don't forget that really, it's not too fussed about all of that core. All of that core can kind of be used just to hold things in places you don't want them to be. The Terrorgeists are very good, we know that. They're going to offer great support to the Black Knights when they get into the real meaty units.
They can always charge chaff as well, Terrorgeist, as long as it doesn't leave them in a bad position.
And they can come in combat in the late game as well, as we discussed earlier in the video. This is a really strong army. Its big weakness, like any Death Star type army, is that the Death Star doesn't do its job. Because your opponent plays good Warhammer. So you're going to need to bear that in mind, whatever you do, and you might decide that you want to vary the theme yourself slightly to bring in a little more chaff, or perhaps play around for a little more chaff clearance. But I think you've got enough chaff clearance in that list, I'll be honest. I think with the Terrorgeists and with the Dire Wolves, if they need to, and with the core blocks that you don't really care about, with the Vampire Charge now on its own, there's plenty of choice there.
The one thing I might consider changing would probably be the mounts and the actual vampires, because you lose out skeletal steeds, the inferior rules.
They can't take them.
They can't take
skeletal
steeds. Only White Kings.
Only White Kings, Otherwise I would have thought about it.
I thought everyone could take a skeletal steed.
That
is how I learned.
Barded Nightmares.
So it has to be Barded Nightmares. So you are right though, they do drop to movement 7, the Black Knights at that point. And they do suffer dangerous terrain, but you get them back easily enough.
Well, the Black Knights themselves don't.
Yeah, I think it says they lose the skeletal steeds.
Oh, I thought they just couldn't move as if they were ethereal.
Let's have a little look. Max is going to check it, and whilst he does, it's worth pointing out that I've got the Banner of the Barrows on those Black Knights. Not a must-have in this list, because the vampires do a lot of the killing. You might think to yourself, well, I can drop that. That's 50 points. Might get me another spirit. Might get me an odd Spirit Hope space, for example, that we talked about earlier. Or it might bring you some different upgrades or options. Some Fellbats, great choice. Or just 2 additional Black Knights. You've got just enough points in this list to drop the banner for 2 additional Black Knights.
So spectral steeds, while a unit with this special rule is joined by a character without the spectral steeds or ethereal special rules, then it loses the rule entirely.
That's right. Yeah, so they lose that.
You lose the barding and ignoring.
What you could do is swap the Banner of the Barrows for the Banner of Swiftness and 2 Fellbats.
That's a very good choice as well for +1 movement. So this is the thing,
and gives you a bit more movement.
This is the beauty of this book. Again, we come back to small changes that you can keep making to the lists, and it remains incredibly viable. So there you go. There's a classic Black Knight bus for you guys at home. Not something that we've had on the channel yet. We probably will at some point.
But something we definitely could do, because I do have 13 painted.
So you do,
now 15 more to build.
Yeah, you do. So moving on, we're going to look at the 2 lists that are done in the Triple Crown comp system. Now the first one is an all-rounder list, which is very similar to a list we used on the channel a few months ago. And it looks a little bit like this. It's got a Vampire Lord that's a level 1 wizard this time. They've got heavy armour, shield, ogre blade, talisman of preservation, dragon helm, Aura of Dark Majesty, Red Fury, and the Law of Vampires. There's also a Master Necromancer, who is a level 4 on the Law of Vampires with a Dispel Scroll. In the hero slot, we've got a Calm Wraith, and we've got a White King. Now, the White King is a Battle Standard Bearer. He has the Sword of Battle for +1 attack, the other Trickster's Shard, and the Enchanted Shield. So, all good action happening there. Our core, it's got those 2 units of 5 Direwolves again, but it's got 40 Skeleton Warriors with full command, hand weapon and shield, and the Banner of Swiftness. It's got 22 Crypt Ghouls with a champion, and it's got 20 zombies with a musician and a standard bearer. Now on to special, we've got 7 Crypt Horrors and 5 Hex Wraiths in the special slot. Finally, in the rare slot, we've got 2 Terrorgeists without any upgrades, and we have a Varghulf. Now this one's a -3 list. Triple Crown, and there's some obvious concessions. I haven't taken Quick Blood on the Vampire Lord, for example. I've gone for Aura of Dark Majesty instead. And I haven't sort of gone with the 8th Crypt Horror. I've sort of not taken a second unit of Hex Wraiths. I've tried to sort of pull around some of those.
Try to get around the concessions in the comp.
Yeah, which is the whole point of the composition, is to say,
Yeah.
well, the very strongest version, if you like, can't quite be done. But there's a few interesting points here. The White King has 4 attacks that makes you reroll successful ward saves with his killing blow and his 3-up armor save. He's very good in a challenge, that model.
Yeah.
And he would probably go into the Crypt Ghouls with the Khan Wraith in this variation of the list, but you can hop those characters between the skeletons. Vampire Lord's going in the skeletons, obviously.
Banner Swiftness.
Banner Swiftness, lots of static combat resolution in there for me.
Yeah.
So very good. We've got the Vargulf we talked about earlier, who's a real throwaway threat. Got some Hex Wraiths, not too many, in case we draw against those armies that are real hard
Super
counters
hard
for them.
counters, yeah.
And we've still got a big regiment of tough Crypt Horrors to grind out the results for us. We haven't got to take the risk of casting lots of spells on our Vampire Lord either.
No, you've got the old
Master
Because
Necro.
we've got a Master Necro in
Yeah.
there. So this is really good. And actually, kind of for me, this is my sort of general Vampires type build.
I was about to say, this is the list that's caused me and Scott terrors in the past for many years.
It is worth saying that there are some elements of this that are pretty much what I call the spine of the list. And I think this is something that's, again, really good about this book, is the sort of the core is largely what it is. It doesn't really change. The Lord and the Necro are pretty much what they are. Might drop Aura of Dark Majesty off that Lord from time to time. And the 2 Terrorgeists are pretty much always going to be in there.
Yeah.
And probably 1 unit of Horrors is going to be in there. But the Vargulf, the Hex Wraiths, the characters like the Khan Wraith and the White, they are very much interchangeable with other things too. I think the version we used against the
Wood Elves.
you used against the Wood Elves on the channel had a second regiment of Crypt
did.
Horrors and didn't have a Vargulf, for example.
Yeah.
So, there's lots of wiggle in there. I've used Vargeists in this list. I've used a level 2 Vampire on Death on a Hellsteed in this list.
Second unit of Hex Wraith.
Flying in, additional Hex Wraiths you will have all seen me use. So there's space in this list without compromising the integrity of the spine, which is those core blocks with the characters doing damage from them, those Crypt Horrors that grind you a win, and those 2 Terrorgeists bringing in that powerful Death Shriek.
Yeah.
It's a great all-round list, this type of list.
Yeah, it really is.
And it gives the player the best chance to be able to do a bit of everything. It's certainly not as quick, and it will take more punishment than, say, a Black Knight Bus. There's no doubt that Black Knight Bus list is better against, say, Wood Elves than this. But the compromise is I've got lots more threats across the table than the Black Knight Bus list.
Yeah.
So, it's just different. It's a strong list, without a doubt, and at a -3, it's very competitive.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the final list we're going to look at today is a defensive list. And this one's built around the idea of kind of raise and attrition. So you're going to raise stuff up and then you're going to work really hard during the game to keep it alive. And this one is 2,499 points. So
Did you not put a spear on the corpse cart?
I haven't...
Oh, you guys got a point spare!
What an absolute letdown.
Do you know what?
He's not a proper guy.
I'm also going to say the previous list is 2,500 on the nose as well, so that's really upsetting that I forgot the spear on this one. So imagine there was a spear on the corpse cart, ladies and gentlemen, and you would have a 2,500 on the nose.
Always set your spear.
So we've got Heinrich Kemmler, the Lich Master. He's actually leading this list. And this is a vampire-free zone, ladies and gentlemen.
No vampires in a vampire counts, are we?
No, that's right. It's just counts. We've got a Necromancer level 1 on the Lore of Vampires with the Channeling Staff. We've got a Necromancer level 1 on the Lore of Vampires with the Dispel Scroll. We've got a Khan Wraith again, because they're very good.
Yeah.
We've got a White King with the Enchanted Shield, the Rod of Flaming Death, and a Battle Standard Bearer upgrade. We have 2 units of 5 Direwolves. Then we have 30 skeletons with full command and sword and shield. We have 30 skeletons again with full command, sword and shield. We have 26 zombies with musician and standard. We have 30 zombies with musician and standard. We then have a corpse cart with a spear and an unholy lodestone. Then we have 38 grave guard with great weapons, full command, and the banner of the barrows. And we round this list off with 2 Mortis engines with blasphemous tomes.
Strong.
So this is different. This is actually a +1. And I think again, you've sacrificed a lot of killing power in this list.
Yeah.
You know, no vampires is a big call because the vampires themselves do offer you a lot.
They do probably the majority of
They
the
pour a
actual
lot
killing.
away, yeah.
But they also cost you a lot.
They do.
So, you know, there's some interest in there. Now, the thing with this list is what should strike everyone immediately is it's going to be very tough to get it off the table.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So minimum unit size is almost 30. We've got, 5 units of that sort of size in this list?
Yeah.
There's only one unit that's actually below 30, which is 26 zombies.
Yeah, and I mean,
Yeah.
again, that will be 30 on turn 1, won't it? So,
Yeah.
so how does it work is the question for you guys at home. So the Mortis engines will allow you to throw 1 dice cast at Invocation of Nehek. Now, we talked about this earlier. I throw 1, I need a 3+ to successfully cast, I
Yeah.
get my wizard level, and then I get 2 from the Blasphemous Tomes, so I'm successful. And this allows me to spam up, increasing the size of my zombie units, which is 2d6 plus 1. I've got 2 necromancers that can do that, which is very good. And then Kemlar is going to do the same for me, but he's also going to do that with Master of the Dead, which allows him to do the same on skeletons.
Yeah.
So again, you know, that's why I've got skeletons and not all zombies, because this will bring those blocks of skeletons up even bigger. So I've got lots of stuff that holds you in place now, which is very good. But what do I have for killing things? Well, the short answer is I've just got a block of Graveguard.
Yeah, Mortis engines can put in work in the
Yeah.
late games with the strength 5, strength 4, 5 and 6s.
Well, this is it. Those are going to attrition with those blocks.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to keep trying to raise those blocks and hold those blocks and raise those blocks, and I'm going to attrition you with the Mortis engines. And in the end, I'm hoping that my Graveguard get into something really juicy of yours, and my boy Kemlar with his Law Master, he's going to start throwing all of those buff spells on myself.
For our win to death.
Yeah, he can
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
In an attrition list with his fly as well.
Yeah.
Woof.
Well worth thinking about. And let's not forget that also we have got good things to say there. 5+ regeneration on all of those regiments
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
So they're going to be
From the 2
from the 2
engines.
Mortis engines.
Yeah.
So they are going to take
And
some
on the Graveguard.
grinding through. Yeah, and on the Graveguard.
It's going to be
So
immense.
let me just see what I've got here. We've also got Rod of Flaming Death
Yeah.
on the white,
On the white.
and that's really good because it's going to combine with the Gaze and the Gash to clear chaff. It's also going to help us to control larger enemy units, and those are spells that are really important because we're going to have to attrition people off. So
Yeah.
any damage we do with things like the Rod of Flaming Death's movement shenanigan,
Yeah.
damage is going to be really important. So your Graveguard are your main threat, so we've got to work really hard to not get kited and not get redirected around the table. But with Killing Blow and those excellent spells from Kemlar, plus the Banner of the Barrows and all those models, which we know we can get back en masse with our Mortis engine casting spam, it's going to be a tough game for people, this.
Yeah, and any wounds Kemlar does do, he adds to those Graveguard as well.
He certainly does, yeah, and he's not particularly dreadful in combat, he's just not
No.
amazing in combat.
He's just a
I-
wizard.
I would probably swap the smaller unit of skeletons for increasing the other unit of skeletons to 40 and increasing at least one of those zombie units to 40 to get some extra pluses. And
Yeah,
then
you
any
could do.
extra points put into more zombies.
I like the volume of units though, and as it's a +1 already, I don't necessarily want to worry too much, but I could do. I mean, it wouldn't be difficult to drop 10 skeletons off the 230 regiments, make one a 40 and one a 20, because I can just
Yeah.
try and buff the 20 up.
And then what's that 20 cost at that point? 100 and...
Not a lot.
100 points?
130
if you've got
points.
full command?
Yeah, which I
Pennies.
Yeah. See, I'd probably turn that into a unit of zombies.
you could do.
Because you'd get like almost 40. You
I've only
probably
got
would get 40.
I've only got
actually.
2 to maximise March of the Dead, basically.
Yeah, but you're only getting that off of Kemlar spells.
Yeah, that is true.
Or spell.
Spell, yeah.
So I'd probably let the Necros buff all the zombies and then increase the skeletons to their starting size. And then have Kemlar cast it last to do all the zombies and the skeletons.
Yeah, and again, I think these are all very viable options, and this is the beauty of looking at.
Yeah.
I think the crucial thing with a list like this to remember is that what you need is multiple units to hit with the growing
Yes,
spells, with the
absolutely,
buffs.
yeah.
You want really 4 core units that you can grow the size of. So if you do decide to go for 40 skeletons and 40 zombies, and then maybe 2 regiments, 25 zombies or 30
Somewhere around
zombies
there,
with
yeah.
the rest. You can do that too. That's really good. You just need to have lots of regiments to be hit by the spells. That's the crucial thing.
And to be hit by the regen, because the more sort of tanky blocks you have, the better. The more you're going to be able to hold stuff in place,
Yep.
the more you're going to be able to make sure your Graveguard get into the right things. and really get you the points.
Yeah, and that's it really. And the Graveguard are going to be key to this list.
Yeah.
For you winning the games consistently. And I've got here, it's not going to be the easiest thing you've ever done winning games. Certainly by big margins.
So you're going to be, if you win games, you're going to win by the time like 12-8 or 11-9.
Yeah.
But I definitely think there's some real mileage in this list as an option, and it's a very, very different play style again. And I say it's quite defensive because it probably doesn't get too worried about going forward massively, because it's just gonna, the longer it stands at the back and grows, the happier it is, and the stronger the Mortis Engine's abilities become. Yeah. So unless you're fighting someone who's really shoot heavy, and really sort of ranged attack heavy, you probably don't care too much if you don't exactly race up the board. Now, if they are quite shoot heavy, you probably do want to get up the board a bit sharpish. But it's got the options in the tank to do that too. Yes, it's not sort of terribly slow. It's just moderate. It's just moderate speed, which is odd for vampires because they're normally quite fast. But it's just moderate. So that's it really. That's 3 very different lists. I think they're all very different in the way they play.
Yeah.
You know,
and one actually includes a special character. Which you don't see too often. You really don't see too often with vampires.
No,
you do see Manfred. You don't really see Kemmler though. That often in sort of competitive lists.
I think it's just because the first choice is always a vampire lord. It's so amazing.
Big boy vampire lord.
Yeah.
So hopefully we've given you something different to think about with those lists, as well as giving you some of the old classics, which is what it's about. So, lords and ladies of the night, we have done it. We have come to the end of the Vampire Counts deep dive. Now, Vampire Counts have always been a popular tournament army, and I think this video will probably show you all at home why they ace.
Yeah.
Now, although they lack the ability to kind of cover the board in a plethora of broken units, they certainly can put out consistent armies and possibly the faction with the greatest number of viable competitive builds in my opinion. And I think that's really what it comes down to. I think they just miss out for me on as much as we've given them a glittering write-up today, I think they just miss out on the very, very top tier of armies for me. Not because they're not amazing, but because they possibly just lack that ability to put something that's really broken out in every slot.
Yeah.
So much of this book is balanced and the right points cost.
I think that's what it is. It's the points cost. I think they lack that 1 or 2 units that are just too cheap.
Yeah, I mean, horrors definitely are. Terrorgeist probably are.
Yeah, maybe Terrorgeist are too cheap. I think they're
25 points too cheap.
Maybe.
But maybe not. But either way, you can't spam them. You can't fill them up. You can't do them like you do Plague Bearers or like
or
White Lions as such, because you can just get so many more White Lions in a list, or like you say, Witch Elves. So I think that's it really, guys. They're a very competitive army. For me, they are the top of tier 2, if you like. They are very good. They'll beat any other army on their day. They also could lose to any other army on their day. But you get a fantastic list that you can build loads of different options with. And from a player's point of view, particularly if you're a competitive player, they are an absolute joy, because there's so many ways to build a competitive Vampire Counts army. So with all of that said, feel free to give us your feedback in all of the usual locations. That's on the social media pages, comment on the video, send us an email, thetriplecrownguys@gmail.com. Thanks for joining us once again, and we'll see you all real soon. And make sure you head back to the Night of the Realm Mustering Ground to check out the rest of our exclusive content. Remember to tag your friends and like, subscribe and share. Then head over to triplecrownwargaming.com and become a Knight of the Realm today.
What are you doing, mate?
You alright?